Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
101, Volume 2, Chapter 8, The Desecration of the Golden Prince. That vast and grotesque face belonged to none other than the Prince of Death. In ages past, he bore a title of brilliance. Godwine the Golden. Godwine, firstborn of Elden Lord Godfrey and Queen Marika the Eternal, carried the most exalted lineage. But his nobility was not only in blood. His strength was peerless. He fought with valor in the war against the ancient dragons, turning the tide when hope faltered. It was he who forged a bond of kinship with the ancient dragon Fortisax, once a mortal enemy. Yet this paragon of demigods was struck down on the night of the Black Knives, becoming the first of the demigods to taste death. This face, Godwine's face, should not have been here. After that fateful night, Siluria, first knight of the Erd Tree, carried Godwine's body into the deep-root depths with 2 crucible knights, hoping to return him to the roots of the Erd Tree. None returned. But soon after, Godwine's lingering blood within Lindell began to fester, swelling into abominable growths of flesh. By the end of the first defense of the capital, one such growth had become a grotesque face the size of a banquet table. When Morgott rewarded Stormvale to Godric, he commanded the wretch to bring that face here, and bury it deep beneath the castle, where the roots of the Erd Tree coiled. And now, broken and bleeding, his strength lost, Godric dragged his mangled body before that deathly visage. He could barely move, his severed stump exposing gleaming white bone. Yet that was all he needed. With shaking hand, he pressed the remains of his arm against Godwine's hardened flesh. He pushed, forcing jagged bone into the death-swollen visage. Rot and filth seeped forth first, followed by a slow trickle of black ichor. The instant the rot-laden flesh in his marrow met, a power unlike any other surged into Godric's frame, a power that chilled even him, a demigod, to the marrow. Haha! For the first time, Godric felt it, death. His body, his mind, his very soul seemed to drift away into nothingness. It was only an illusion, yet the terror it struck in him was real. His weakness as a demigod laid bare before the weight of destined death. From the contact point, black thorns of death slithered outward, crawling up his limbs, coiling tight about his broken frame. Godric forced his breathing calm. He knew there was no retreat. This would be his final graft. If it failed, he would die regardless, just another corpse for his ancestors' grave. If it succeeded, he might wield a power beyond imagination, even if it killed him soon after. Either way, he would die. He knew this. He did not know why Godwine's corpse continued to swell and change. But he knew one truth: only destined death had slain the Golden Prince. When Marika excised death from the Golden Order, life in the lands between had become undying, yet the Black Knives had carved into Godwine that forbidden truth. Now, through this vile graft, Godric touched it as well. The alien essence coursed through him, and the limbs he had stolen through countless grafts withered at once. From them sprouted black thorns and crawling patches of shadowed rot. Then, grotesquely, new roots erupted, their knots swelling into orbses. One by one they opened, eyes black as eclipses. And in that moment, all connection between Godric and those limbs was severed. The bodies of trolls and soldiers, long ago pressed into his form, were consumed and remade by the death within. But Godric clung desperately to his great rune, forcing its power through his graft. His great rune was the foundation of all, one of the central fragments of the Elden Ring, prototype of the Golden Order's fundamentalism. To him, it had always been more than strength, it was the key to wielding what was not his own. With its power, every grafted limb, every stolen strength could become his to command. And so, under its pulsing radiance, his own blood mingled with Godwine's. Perhaps because they were of shared descent, the fusion brought no pain, only a rush of alien vitality. Godric's withered demigod body swelled and expanded, fattened by unnatural vigor. But this was no gift. His form ballooned grotesquely, bursting apart in spasms of gore. Each wound, in turn, birthed fresh, writhing flesh, as if he were but clay reshaped again and again. Soon, his body was nothing but a pulsing mound of living filth. When he thought he could endure no more, when despair nearly crushed his mind, his great rune moved of its own accord. It tore free from his body, floated high, and sank into the festering remains of Godwine. The abomination stilled. The graft was complete. Mercy of my ancestor, Godric whispered through broken lips. Above, on Stormvale's blood-stained walls, the war had ended. Half of Godric's soldiers and knights lay dead. The rest were bound as captives. The Crucible Knight who had defended him was beaten down by Red's blade, bleeding into the dust. The towering tree sentinel fell last, refusing surrender, cut down by Lucian's sword after a brutal struggle. Even its great steed, loyal beyond death, threw itself into a final, futile charge, dying upon Lucian's steel. The Storm Knights cleared the battlefield. The corpses had to be burned before rot could claim the city. Lucian returned to the edge of the abyss where Godric had fallen. The chasm was bottomless. No path led below. The castle's layout differed from the memories of the Tarnished. He could not guess what lay underfoot. Godric had surely fallen into the dark. But whether he lived or not, best not to leap blindly, Lucian muttered, sending knights for rope and ladders. It was then a young knight approached, bearing both sword and staff. He had led the banished knights who arrived in their aid. Ah, fortune smiles. To witness Stormvale reclaimed, I count myself blessed. When I heard the Tarnished chosen by the ancient king had come here, I scarce believed it. He bowed. I am named Lancelot. Thanks to your victory, I was freed from the dungeons. May I ask your name, Lord? Lucian will suffice. The Tarnished humored him, curious at this sudden ally. When the ancient king whispered that this man bore the blood of Storm King's line, Lucian's interest grew keener still. But their words were cut short. From the abyss below came a hideous wail, echoing like steel on stone, reverberating through marrow and soul alike. It dragged on for minutes, before silence returned. Then the lands shook. Back, away from the cliffs. Lucian cried. He herded knights, captives, and villagers to safety as the tremor worsened. And then, before their eyes, a whole quarter of Stormvale collapsed, swallowed by the abyss. From it rose a colossal shape. A tree spirit, body wrought of roots, but twisted, its bulk scarred and seeping red ichor. A putrid tree spirit. Lucian hissed. From beneath the castle. The abomination heaved onto solid ground, then collapsed prone, as if enslaved. A skeletal hand followed, pale and monstrous, gripping the other side of the chasm. Then it came. A warped body, black as charred bone, climbing free of the abyss. Its head was reversed, eyes below, mouth above. And clinging upon its face like a parasite, fused and writhing, was a mangled, pitiful frame. Godric. He had grafted himself upon the corpse of Godwine the Golden. And not only that, he had taken the putrid tree spirit as well, binding its form to his own. The scream they had heard before had been the tree spirit's thrashing agony. The quake, the corpse of Godwine, dragging itself free of stone and root. What stood before them was no demigod, no man, it was a blasphemy beyond reason. Godric uttered no words. His mind was broken, stripped to its final obsession. He raised his grafted hand, the tree spirit's maw opened, and flame belched forth. A tide of yellow fire swept across the battlefield. Lucian and the Storm Knights summoned the winds, storms surging to hold back the blaze. But the other hand fell. The colossal palm crashed down, ignoring storm and fire alike, flattening 2 Storm Knights into crimson paste. Blood and pus rained from the wounds carved into its flesh, splattering across the field. Where it touched, it killed. One bound soldier caught a splash upon his skin. He screamed, black thorns erupted from within, impaling him inside out before he collapsed lifeless. Even Lucian's breath caught at the sight. This was not rot, not flame, but the withering curse of destined death, lingering in putrid ichor. The tree spirit's flame never ceased, smothering all sight. Only Alyssa's conjured ice storm cooled the air enough to breathe. Every strike of the corpse's hand was ruin, and with each wound inflicted upon it, more of that deathly ichor spilled, spreading across the stone in creeping pools. Fall back. Lucian barked. I will hold the storm, free the prisoners, and flee. But the Storm Knights did not move. Though they had not sworn oaths, they had already chosen him as Lord of Stormvale. To abandon him was unthinkable. Go. Lucian roared again. Would you leave me a kingdom of corpses? One knight obeyed. Then another. Soon they all did, unbinding prisoners and leading the captives away beneath the widened cover of his storm. None of Godric's soldiers resisted. Who could serve such a monstrosity? They fled as readily as their foes. But Godric cared not for deserters. His broken will drove him to strike only at Lucian. When all innocents had gone, only a handful remained: Alyssa, Lancelot, Red, and 1 crucible knight. You 3, sustain the storm, Lucian commanded. They nodded. Together they held the winds, freeing Lucian's hands. He drew forth his phials and draughts, quaffing them all sacred tears, healing crimson, even tinctures of rot he had long scorned. Strength and flame surged within him, body near to bursting. He turned to the crucible knights. Can you bear me through the fire? Without fail. Then carry me aloft. Hurl me down upon him. Their wings unfurled. Great shields before them, they bore him skyward, through the torrent of fire, unscathed. At the peak of their flight, Lucian signaled. They released him. He plummeted like a falling star, blade in hand. Below, Godric raised his hands, fire and flesh reaching to consume him. Lucian lifted his sword high, and he unleashed everything. The blade erupted in a pillar of blinding force, a storm-forged wave that tore heaven from earth. Across the lands between, all looked up, seeing a column of light where none had been. The storm cut through fire, through rot, through flesh, through the Prince of Death himself. The abomination was unmade. Ichor, pus, roots, blood obliterated without trace. Nothing in the world could withstand that stroke. The land trembled with its passing. Not dawn, nor starlight, but a sudden sunburning, merciless, undeniable. And the world cried out. The heavens thundered in answer. For in that moment, the new king was born. 102 Volume 2 Chapter 9 The Coronation of the King. From sky to sea, the slash reached all. Where the blade of wind passed, none could stand. The heavens split apart, clouds torn into two great halves. The ocean was cleaved, the waters refusing to flow back together. It was as though the world itself had been sundered, leaving a straight scar behind as if a painted canvas had been torn down the middle. Godwine's grotesque body was utterly erased by that sword. Godric, bound within such an abomination, perished as well snuffed out with his ancestor's corpse. The sky and sea slowly returned to their natural state. No trace of that terrible sword remained save for one. Behind where Godric had stood, the walls of Stormvale bore a straight, vertical gash. Its surface was smooth, polished like a mirror. This was the outermost wall of Stormvale. Weathered and battered by countless years, it had already been half-collapsed when Godwine's body erupted from below. Now, after receiving that blade, it could scarcely be called a wall at all. And yet, it still stood. And it would stand forever. It was witness. It would tell to all who looked upon it what had transpired here. Lucian descended lightly to the ground, sheathing his sword with calm ease. He was satisfied with that strike. Though there was no way to quantify exactly how many times greater its damage had been, the results spoke for themselves. The number hardly mattered anymore. After restoring himself with a sacred flask, Lucian had drunk of an aromatic, one that bolstered his strength. The boost was not overwhelming on its own, but under the multiplier of a super damage that defied reason, even the smallest increase was magnified to the extreme. His body, restored to full health. His FP, unleashed without restraint. His strength, enhanced by the draft. And most of all the wind spirit moon shadow. All combined into that one sword that made the world itself change color. The two crucible knights landed beside him. Alyssa and Lancelot also approached, standing behind Lucian in silence. They looked upon his back with awe, still reeling from what they had witnessed. That single strike had overturned everything they thought possible. Of them, only Lancelot was young, last-born of the Storm King's bloodline. The others were ancients, beings born in bygone ages, who had seen countless powers rise and fall. They searched their memories for a technique of equal might but none came close. Lucian stood with arms folded, gazing through the gap in the wall, his eyes fixed upon the far horizon. He was not posing or aura farming. His thoughts were turned inward. For at the moment Godwine's body was obliterated, a dim and lifeless great rune had entered into him. For interwoven rings, dull yet immense, now lingered within his mind. A deep satisfaction welled within him. After all this time in the lands between, he had finally claimed his first great rune. Once so distant a goal, it was now reality. Lucian reached out to it with his mind. Nothing happened. The great rune remained inert, resting silently within his thoughts. No matter how he touched it with his will, it would not stir. It did only one thing: it pointed. He followed its guidance, turning his head toward the distance. There, piercing the clouds, stood a towering stone spirea divine tower. So, I'll have to go there after all, but not yet. His plans were clear. Before setting foot within the divine tower, Lucian would first become king of Limgrave. Godric had fallen. The path lay open. 2 days from now, he declared, I shall be crowned king of Stormvale. Let this message be spread throughout all of Limgrave. The city had fallen into chaos since the first sighting of tarnished attackers. When Godwine's body had risen from the deep, shaking earth and stone, panic had consumed all. Most of the townsfolk had not even seen the monstrous shape for themselves. But rumor was enough. Fear spread swiftly, and despair followed. Cries and wailing echoed through the streets. Yet then, from nowhere, a pillar of force had split heaven and earth. The burning yellow flames were quenched. The suffocating shadow of terror lifted from Stormvale entirely. Every resident had seen it. The soldiers and knights were the first to cry out. Then even Godric's men, surrendered and broken, joined in. And though the common people did not understand what had truly transpired, they too joined the chorus. Stormvale had a new master. A king who was strong yet merciful. Håkon and the young tarnished with him heard the cries of the city and felt their hearts lurch. He had always known Lucian's goal was to become Elden Lord, and that the throne of Stormvale was but a stepping stone. But to see it come so soon, so suddenly, before his very eyes, Håkon could not help but feel adrift. He was happy for his friend, truly. And yet what should he call him now? Lord? King? Or by his name? Though he still thought of Lucian as a comrade, the gulf between them was undeniable. If already there was this distance, what would it be when Lucian ascended as Elden Lord? Even if Lucian invited him to drink, as he had promised, would he still have the heart to lift the cup? Beside him, Nephili's thoughts were far simpler. She only regretted that she had not been able to witness that world-splitting strike with her own eyes. And she thought, Lucian becoming king of Stormvale, wasn't that incredible? 2 days later, the coronation began. A vast procession marched from the gates of Stormvale. At its head were more than 20 Storm Knights. Once banished, they were now restored to their rightful station, Knights of the Storm in truth. Behind them came countless soldiers once condemned to exile. They had removed the cowls that marked their shame. Faces shriveled, bodies like the living dead, but no matter. Their long wait was over. Their king had returned. They were no longer exiles. They were soldiers of Stormvale. Soldiers of the storm. At the center of the host rode Lucian. 2 crucible knights marched before him, clearing the way. Torrent bore a new saddle, its mane brushed to brilliance, its gait proud. Lucian himself wore no armor, but a deep crimson garb fit for kings. His hair and face had been arranged to project a regal dignity far beyond his youthful appearance. He bore no great swords. Instead, he wore upon his side the ornamental straight sword meant for rights of the Erd tree. Behind him walked Alyssa. At her feet, crystalline blossoms of frost bloomed and melted, painting his path in cold beauty. Nephi, Håkon, Lancelot, and the others followed after. At the rear marched the remnants of Godric's army. They were spared, granted place as soldiers of Limgrave once more. The people of Stormvale lined the roads within the castle, awaiting their new king. When he passed, they looked up to him. His visage, his bearing, they memorized it, indelibly. "Rejoice, people!" cried Lancelot, heir of the Storm King. "Give cheer for your new sovereign Storm King Lucian." The soldiers struck sword against shield in thunderous rhythm. The crowd's cheers followed, echoing the name of their king. Lancelot had insisted on conducting the coronation himself, not for vanity, but because of his heritage. As heir of the Storm King, his recognition would lend legitimacy. Lucian would not only be king by conquest, but by lineage, blessed by both storm and steel. Lucian agreed. Why not? The procession reached the throne hall. There, waiting already, was a peculiar guest. Finger reader Anaya, smiling, cane resting at her side. She had come to witness the coronation in the name of the two fingers. Lucian greeted her with a nod. "My thanks." The ritual began. Before the throne, Lucian lowered his head. Anaya lifted the crown high, and placed it upon him. Lancelot presented golden rings, a scepter, a necklace, symbols of authority. At last, Anaya anointed his brow with sacred oil from the two fingers. It held no power, yet it was everything. Legitimacy, divine recognition. When it was done, Lucian raised the golden ornamental sword high into the air. At once, every knight and soldier mirrored him, weapons lifted skyward. The king's voice rang out, carried by the storm itself, heard in every corner of Stormvale. "All the good of this world, I shall uphold. All its evils, I shall bear. Soldiers, your lives you give to me, and I will lead you to victory, and to glory. I, Lucian, am crowned your king." The straight sword blazed with the golden mark of the Erd tree. Stormvale thundered with cries of triumph. And upon the throne, Lucian sat as the storm above roared, proclaiming to all the lands between, "A new king has risen." 103 Volume 2 Chapter 10 The Covenant of Storm and Ash. When the coronation ended, Lucian dismissed the assembled soldiers, ordering them back to their posts. For the time being, they were to continue their duties as before. Once the affairs of the castle were fully settled, he would redistribute responsibilities. As the troops departed, the space beneath the throne quickly emptied. Only the great and lesser lords remained gathered before their new king. Lucian knew well the reason for their lingering, so he rose from the throne and walked toward them. It was clear the lords had already spoken amongst themselves, arranged in order of rank, land, and station. At the head of the line stood an old acquaintance, Edgar, lord of Castle Morn. In Limgrave, Morn was counted the greatest stronghold beneath Stormvale itself. Though weakened by rebellion, its military strength diminished, Edgar's position as the highest-ranking lord remained unshaken. Lucian placed the ornamental straight sword, gleaming with golden light, upon Edgar's shoulder. 2 light taps and then he moved on. No pomp, no excess. The ritual was swift, soon completed. Yet though brief, none of the lords voiced complaint. They had come for one purpose only, to swear fealty. And Lucian's acceptance was all that mattered. Seated once more upon the throne, Lucian gazed at the men and women below. Beyond Morn, most of their holdings were small fortresses, little more than keeps. Some were hardly more than villages. Their so-called lords better suited the name of elder or chief. Altogether, scarcely a dozen or so. These would become the hands and voices of Lucian's will throughout Limgrave. Yet among them, one name was missing: Kenneth Haight. It seemed, much like in the original story, he had already been ousted from his fort by Godric's knights. He likely knew nothing yet of Lucian's coronation. So be it. When time allowed, Lucian would pay the place a visit. The fortress held items of importance, after all. He dismissed the lords with a wave of his hand, save only for Edgar, whom he bade remain. Now, before the throne, there stood only Nephi, Håkon, Lancelot, and Edgar. Facing them, Lucian spoke slowly. "I would make of Stormvale and Morn a haven open to all peoples. Here they may trade, take rest, or take up arms in our ranks. I would see this place governed well. Will you aid me in this?" The four were startled by such words. Lucian laid out his vision in detail. He sought to build a land under his protection, a place of harmony. Not only for Tarnished and the native folk but for every race, that they might find here a better life. Prejudice and strife would surely remain. The place could never be perfect. Lucian was no Miquella, to weave a flawless Eden beyond reach of pain. But at the very least, here all would have bread to eat, shelter to rest beneath. A beginning, from which better days might yet grow. After some deliberation, the plan was set in motion. Lancelot was appointed deputy regent, the only man among them versed in letters. Lucian could not remain in the castle at all times, nor did he wish to spend each day mired in governance. The lands between would not be won with Stormvale alone. He must travel, must grow stronger. In this world where power lay with the mighty, strength was the sole claim to kingship. Thus, one to bear the weight of rule in his absence was vital. And after days of quiet observation, Lucian deemed Lancelot well suited. Noble by birth, possessed of strength, and a man of character. It was he, after all, who had first rallied the Storm Knights to Lucian's cause. So Lucian entrusted him gladly. As for whether this haste in granting power might plant hidden dangers, no. In a world where might made truth, any with sense who had seen that world-rending strike would never dare to betray. Nephi was ever one to shield the weak. When she heard of Lucian's plan to build a refuge for tarnished too feeble to behold grace, barred even from the Round Table, she agreed without hesitation. Lucian tasked her with the policing of tarnished within the keep to protect them, but to punish without mercy those who broke the law. In truth, her strength made the role beneath her. But Nephi said she would only serve in the post for a time, until others could take her place. She was a warrior, her fate lay not behind walls. Edgar was sent to the Weeping Peninsula, to spread word of Lucian's decree and give aid to tarnished landing on its shores. By its nature, many exiles would make landfall there. So Morn too would become a haven, alongside Stormvale. As for Hakon, he refused the high office offered him. Such near charitable favor was not what he desired. So Lucian gave him a different task. Have you heard? They say a tarnished has slain Godric and claimed a great rune. Aye. And they say that once he crowned himself king of Stormvale, the gates were thrown open to all tarnished alike. Shall we go see? You're going? Then I'll come too. And me as well. Within the Round Table hold, such talk was unending. The fall of Godric, the rise of Lucian, it was the hottest matter of the day. The old all-knowing Gideon sat at the great table, yet he read no tome this time. Before him lay not books, but parchments, reports, gathered intelligence. Over and over he read them, until he knew them by heart. His agents had perished, each in strange and inexplicable fashion, after daring to record the event. Gideon had already taught them sorceries for such work, yet even so, they had died. It irked him. The most crucial truths were missing. His men unreliable. Only vague reports remained, and a single eyewitness account of that pillar of light. None could even say what the foe had been. The reports read like madness. Godric had fallen beneath the lands, only to crawl back up, grotesquely transformed. A colossal abomination, larger than any mountain troll. Blackened flesh, oozing sores, frame gaunt as a skeleton, but with a vast face upside down, grotesque, like some sea creature. Could such a thing truly dwell in the lands between? And in the end, Lucian had unleashed some immense art, erasing the thing entirely, so much so that not even a trace of it could be found. Had it not been confirmed by multiple sources, Gideon would have sworn some fool had written it after eating poisoned mushrooms. Yet the account of that pillar, sundering heaven and land, could not be dismissed. Too real, too vast to ignore. Was such power even possible for man? And that monster, its form, its deadly aura, utterly alien, utterly dangerous. In all his long years, Gideon had never read nor heard of such a thing. He scoured the records again and again, but no answer revealed itself. And this weighed heavily, for his judgment of Lucian's strength would decide how he must deal with this rising king, if Lucian truly was. But then, a great clamor arose in the Round Table. So loud that even through the walls of Gideon's chamber it could be heard clear. He scowled. These tarnished, unruly as ever. So easily stirred, so lacking in discipline. Soon, one of his hidden watchers whispered the cause. The man at the center of their cheers, Lucian himself, had come to the hold. Summoned once more by the two fingers, Lucian entered clad in the same regal garments he had worn at his coronation, adorned with the golden sigils of kingship. It must be said, he cut a fine figure. Lucian himself took no small satisfaction in it. He had defeated Godric, claimed a great rune. Now it was time for the two fingers to fulfill their promise. Behind him, several young tarnished bore the battered armor of banished knights and the two blades taken as spoils. Roderica too walked at his side, cradling a scepter in her hands. She had wished to remain in Stormvale, reluctant to leave. But Lucian brought her nonetheless to meet the smith Hugh, and perhaps, if fate aligned, to inherit the craft of spirit tuning. Though he prepared himself for disappointment. The world had already diverged greatly from the paths he knew. Roderica's companions yet lived. The butterfly effect might deny him this boon. If so, then he would simply grant her a safe, gentle life. As Lucian and his retinue entered the hold, tarnished gathered, recognizing him by sight. Their calls drew more, until a crowd surrounded him. All craned their necks to see the one who had struck down Godric. They were astonished by his youth. So young a tarnished was most often green and untested. Save rare talents such as Nephi or Rogier, few so young bore such strength. The hold's true veterans were older, scarred by time and battle. Yet his youth earned no scorn. For his aura was that of a beast, sharp and lethal, like a blade against the spine. His raiment declared his sovereignty, and his deeds spoke louder than either. Lucian did not drive the onlookers away. Indeed, he had dressed for this very purpose, that his fame might spread within the hold, drawing tarnished to Stormvale and Morn. Before long, the two fingers envoy pressed through the crowd, cleared his throat, and spoke loud. Tarnished Lucian, to seize a great rune is no small feat. Therefore, the door of the fingers shall be opened to you. Enter and be received. Gasps broke from the crowd. The chamber of the fingers had ever remained sealed. They knew nothing of the hidden passage used by Gideon and the envoys. To them, Lucian was the first ever to be granted true audience. The massive doors creaked open with a grinding wail. Through the narrow gap, the Tarnished caught their first glimpse of that vague, terrible silhouette. They etched it into memory as Lucian strode forward. The crowd parted, granting him way. Once he crossed the threshold, the doors closed fast behind him. Roderica and the others were left outside, only he was permitted within. Nephilim soon arrived, as arranged, to tend to the matter of repairs with Hugh. Within the dim chamber, Lucian felt a strange weight. Not long ago, he had entered by secret way. Now the front gate opened wide before him, his name proclaimed in the hall beyond. The two fingers had made certain all knew it. A staged spectacle but effective. He remembered well the looks of awe in the Tarnished's eyes, and at last understood why so many loved to bask in grandeur. Anaya beckoned him closer, smiling. The fingers are most pleased with you, she said. Not only for the fall of Godric and the claiming of a great rune. Your wish to build a haven for Tarnished in Stormvale is also most commendable. That summons in the round table, that was the fingers' will. They wished all to see your worth. The two fingers stirred, their digits shifting with eerie life. Lucian nodded. It was as he expected. They wished to stir Tarnished into action. The more who could be rallied, the better. He bowed slightly. I have not failed the mission. Whatever merit I bear is by the fingers' past aid and above all, by their guiding hand. The fingers swayed in approval. Anaya translated with a warm chuckle. The fingers say to one so meritorious, we shall not be miserly. As the first Tarnished to claim a great rune, we have prepared a rich reward. Lucian licked his lips. The last gift had fattened him greatly. What would this one bring? The envoy presented a tray. A sacred chalice, a pair of sacred flasks, runes of many sizes. But most dazzling of all a multitude of rune arcs, their pale light gleaming. 104, Volume 2 Chapter 11, The Crown of Stormvale. Lucian examined the items laid out before him, nodding with satisfaction. The sacred flask and its golden seeds, treasures one could never have too many of. The runes, however, seemed fewer than last time. Likely, Godric had already drained much of his reserves before the battle, leaving little chance to replenish them. A pity, but not something worth brooding over. After all, during the campaign against Godric, Lucian had already earned a fortune by making use of the fivefold rune gain. He had even tested a few rune items during that period, confirming that consuming runes within that window still benefited from the multiplier. Thinking back, perhaps using 260,000 runes in one go before testing had been wasteful, yet he did not regret it. At the time, he had no way of knowing whether consumed runes would count under the blessing. Better to spend them than to risk losing a chance at survival. But one thing puzzled him. The fingers had given him a surprising number of rune arcs. He had barely used them before, honestly, he'd nearly forgotten they existed. In the game, without a great rune arcs merely gave a slight increase to one's health. They were rarely consumed, their true purpose being to awaken the power of great runes. And even then, most players were reluctant to spend them, knowing how precious they were. Yet here, in this world, there was no respawn after death. The notion that one rune arc could power a great rune until death was merely a game mechanic. Reality was different. If a single rune arc truly offered endless sustenance for a great rune, then why not rename it Perpetual Source of Power? No, the rune arc was but a shard of the Elden ring itself, fractured when the ring was broken. Its true use must be far more complex. Great fingers, Lucian asked aloud, what is the true purpose of these rune arcs? The fingers trembled, twitching their digits in silent speech. Finger reader Anaya squinted, carefully interpreting, then looked back at him with a weary sigh. The fingers say the great runes embody the truths of the world, and the rune arcs are bound to them. All answers lie upon the divine towers. You must climb, and see for yourself. So vague, so frustrating. Lucian inhaled deeply, clenching his fists to steady his temper. Really? I'm standing right here. You could just explain it now. Must everything be riddles? Can't you spell it out before sending me to the towers? Still, his face betrayed none of this. He gave a serene smile. Many thanks for your guidance, O fingers. I will journey to the divine towers to seek the truth. The fingers shuddered again, speaking once more through Anaya. The fingers say you hold a great rune already. But you must not rest content. Claim more, and grow stronger. This is your path. Lucian bowed low, his tone respectful. I understand. Your will be done. Anaya, smiling, produced a talisman pouch from her robes and placed it in his hands. Do not underestimate the other demigods merely because you have claimed one great rune. Take care in the battles to come. Accept this gift, and may you yet rise as Elden Lord. The massive doors of the chamber opened once more. Outside, countless Tarnished had gathered, their numbers greater than before. Word of Lucian's victory over Godric had spread, drawing them like moths to flame. When Lucian stepped forth, standing tall upon the stairs before the Chamber of the Fingers, a hush fell over the crowd. At first, there was a low murmur of voices, but when Lucian lifted a hand, silence descended like a weight. All eyes fixed upon him, the air tense with anticipation. His gaze was steady, his voice ringing clear. You have all heard the rumor that a Tarnished has struck down Godric the Grafted, and seized his great rune. It is true. That Tarnished is me. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly. To hear it from his own lips shook them far more than the whispers of envoys. Lucian continued, his words like iron. Before the witness of the two fingers, I am crowned as Lord of Stormvale. Godric the Grafted is no more. From this day forth, the lands of Limgrave shall lie open before you, free of his tyranny. Stormvale Castle and Castle Morn alike shall welcome Tarnished and all folk of the lands between. I will bring peace, and order, to this realm. You may stand with me as blades to protect others, or seek refuge, and I will guard you as equals. All who desire a place shall have it beneath my rule. The Tarnished stared wide-eyed, struck dumb by his audacity. Peace, order, in the shattered lands between, could such a dream be real? They did not know, but they yearned for it. The restoration of the Elden Ring promised order, and that was why they had returned, branded and forsaken though they were. Now, in a few words, Lucian had ignited something greater hope. Then his voice grew sharp as steel. But if you would oppose me, know this: I shall be your executioner. Peace will be guarded by my blade, and my blade alone. Thunderous cheers erupted, rolling through the round table hold. Tarnished, who had long wandered aimlessly, now looked upon him as a beacon. To them, Lucian had become not merely a warrior, but a leader, perhaps even a king of destiny. Later, in the Chamber of the Two Fingers, Lucian stood before Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. The round table hold had been shaken by Lucian's declaration. Gideon, unsurprisingly, had summoned him swiftly. Indeed, you have claimed a great rune, Gideon said, his gaze sharp beneath the helm that hid his face. Nephelai speaks highly of you, praising your strength and your noble spirit. And now, this vision of a city of Tarnished. I must admit, I had not expected such ambition from you. There was a faint edge of reproach in his tone. Lucian knew why. Gideon had not anticipated that his staged ally would outshine him so brilliantly. Their original arrangement was simple: Lucian would slay Godric, with Gideon's support, then rule Stormvale in name while Gideon held influence in truth. Lucian would stand beside him as an equal, nothing more. But that plan had crumbled. Lucian's spectacular victory, his mighty blade sundering the heavens, and now his public proclamation had won him not only power, but loyalty. He no longer needed Gideon's shadow to prop him up. And Gideon knew it. Lucian's reply was calm, his eyes unflinching. True, we are allies. But that does not mean every design must be laid bare between us. My city of Tarnished does not oppose the Round Table, it is simply another gathering place. You, too, move in secret, Gideon. We merely pursue our paths in parallel. The silence between them was thick. Gideon's raid upon Stormvale's library had not gone unnoticed by Lucian, though he said nothing of it now. Beneath the helm, Gideon's expression was hidden, but surely he felt the sting. At last, Gideon chuckled darkly. You are right. I should not meddle in what lies beyond our pact. And the fingers care little for such matters anyway. Very well, let us speak of our next cooperation. Lucian raised an eyebrow, half expecting demands of recompense. Yet Gideon's offer was unexpectedly direct. I desire the books and records that remain in Stormvale. In return, I will provide intelligence, or sorceries known only to me. Lucian considered, then nodded. Agreed. A fair trade. Though he suspected Gideon's true aim, it was too soon to sever ties completely. This way, at least, he might glean hints of what Gideon truly sought. The pact made, Gideon dismissed him coldly, the alliance thin as glass, ready to shatter at a touch. Back at a sight of grace, Melina approached him. Well, what of Gideon? She asked. Lucian shook his head. His heart is too deep to read. He said little, though the Tarnished's response to my speech has unsettled him. Still, he values Stormvale's records more than I expected. That may be a thread worth tugging. Melina frowned. Be cautious. A fox such as Gideon does not make mistakes so easily. If he left books behind, he did so knowingly. Whatever he seeks, he already knows where it lies. Lucian sighed. True, a foe lurking in the shadows is the hardest to strike. But for now let us not dwell on it. The fingers rewarded us well this day. Let us see how far these gifts may strengthen us. He spread the treasures across the round table: sacred flask, golden seeds, talisman pouch, runes, rune arcs. A rich bounty, enough to make even Melina smile. Then let us use them now, she said softly. Godric is fallen, and you stand crowned as Lord of Stormvale. Today, we turn his legacy into your strength. 105, Volume 2, Chapter 12, The Honored One. With practiced ease, Lucian clasped Melina's hand. Even though she already knew of his strange gift, that power which multiplied the runes he gained fivefold, she still drew a sharp breath when she glimpsed the ocean of runes coursing within him. 1,280,000. She exclaimed. Lucian nodded. After living in this world for so long, he had learned to roughly count the number of runes housed within his body. The tally made sense. After felling Morgoth's Shade, he had activated the fivefold rune gain. Morgoth's Shade had yielded 250,000 runes. The assorted knights and soldiers added another 40,000. The tree sentinel and his steed gave 100,000. And Godric had been the true bounty, 750,000. Perhaps it was because his body had been stitched together with fragments of Godwine's flesh. Or perhaps such was the measure of all demigods. Either way, Lucian judged that the value of a demigod's life seemed to rest in that range. Without the fivefold blessing, Godric's soul alone was worth 150,000 runselreedy, 10 times the worth of Morgoth's shade. On top of that, there had been a remembrance, condensed from the Erd tree after Godric's fall. Ordinarily, such a remembrance could be brought to Anaya to exchange for a weapon, spell, or incantation born of the foe's might. But Lucian had shattered it immediately under the rune multiplier, gaining another 100,000. Still, he knew well what power he had discarded. For in this world, remembrances were not just tokens. They were battle echoes carved into memory by the Erd tree itself. If one did not consume them for runes, one could instead sink one's consciousness into the memory and reenact that very battle, clashing endlessly with a foe long defeated. It was a profound gift, a way to hone oneself against legendary might, even learning sorceries or incantations from the echoes themselves. But the flaw was fatal. The Erd tree remembered battles exactly as they had occurred, and the Lucian who had slain Godric had wielded the overwhelming strength of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. That was the standard inscribed in the remembrance, which meant that if he trained within it, the foes would always rise to that impossible height. He could gain nothing from it. So in the remembrance, he had simply indulged himself testing new techniques, cutting Godric down in countless ways. A single storm he summoned could have erased Stormvale from the cliffs entirely. A single lion's claw could have cleaved the mountain beneath the castle into two. It had been exhilarating, like the joy of mowing down endless enemies in games of his former life. But in the end, he crushed the remembrance in his hands, turning it into runes that would strengthen him for the battles to come. He had also consumed the runes gifted by the fingers this time, though they were far fewer, only 110,000. All told, he now bore 1,390,000 runes within him. He closed his eyes and began to distribute them. First, vigor. Without hesitation, he raised it to 40. Health was truth of survival. Then, mind, 2 points more, putting it to 21. Endurance, 3 points, past 20 as well. Strength, 5 points, bringing it to 29. Dexterity he left untouched. And then the rest, all the res that poured into intelligence. From a pitiful 9 up to 30. No longer the 9 intelligence fool, as he once mocked himself. Now, his mind burned bright. Of course, it was not done without purpose. He wanted to learn magic. And he had teachers waiting. Selen, Thops. Both could teach him directly. Living in the lands between for so long, he had realized magic was interwoven with nearly everything: sorceries, incantations, even weapon arts. To simply wield them without understanding would never suffice. He needed to unravel their common threads, their divergences, their origins. And there was one who had already done so: Godfrey's knight, Leighton's Kinrogier. He had reshaped storm-based arts into sorceries. If Lucian followed that path, Stormvale itself might one day field an entire battalion of sorcerers. Perhaps even new sorceries of their own creation. A daring thought crossed his mind. If his mastery grew deep enough, could he, like Radagon, unravel sorceries and incantations with his bare hands, dispelling them as if they were mist? For now, one truth was certain: his next destination was Liurnia of the Lakes. And there, at Raya Lucaria, battle itself would be his greatest teacher. To cut my way through the academy with magic that will be entertaining, he murmured, a grin tugging at his lips. When the flow of runes at last subsided, his body pulsed with newfound strength. His attributes now stood as follows: Radagon Scarseal equipped. Vigor, 43. Mind, 21. Endurance, 25. Strength, 32. Dexterity, 25. Intelligence, 30. Faith, 9. Arcane, 7. Level 115, already taking the shape of a balanced warrior scholar. He exhaled, releasing Melina's hand. A reckless urge rose in him, to declare aloud, like some anime overarching protagonist: throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. But he laughed, dismissing it. He doesn't want to be bisected horizontally. Far away, in Liurnia, within a hidden tower, Runni the witch stood by a window, gazing out into the storm-racked distance. From here, Stormvale was little more than a dark silhouette cloaked in clouds. But she had heard the whispers, carried swiftly to her ears. The great pillar of light days prior had been wrought by Stormvale's new lord, in his battle against Godric. A tarnished astride a spectral steed named Torrent had broken through Stormvale's gates, slain the grafted, and claimed the crown. Runni's expression softened into thought. Could it be him? To grow so swiftly after so brief a meeting. Her lips curved, almost wistful. Torrent, you do choose your masters well. 106, Volume 2, Chapter 13, The Divine Tower. Runni was not the first to hear the news. With the storm rising once more, Lucian's name spread swiftly across the lands between. From that day on, every power in the realm turned its eyes toward him and toward Stormvale. Factions stirred, both openly and in secret. Morgoth's knights' cavalry scattered, hunting Tarnished across the regions to halt their gathering. The Academy of Raya Lucaria stationed observers to watch Stormvale, their balloons drifting above the lake, bearing marionette soldiers. At Volcano Manor, remnants dispatched more recruiters, hoping to enlist Tarnished and spark a resurgence. The Mogwine dynasty's assassins armed themselves, ready to gnaw away at Lucian's fledgling dominion. Only in Scylla did one old warrior, clad in strange armor, break into booming laughter upon hearing the tidings. Good, good, a mighty warrior indeed. Godric the Grafted should have been slain long ago. His existence was an insult to the demigods themselves. To see one so strong, what glory! If he comes to the festival, perhaps General Radon may at last meet an honorable end. From the Round Table hold, Lucian set out at once for the Divine Tower. He could no longer wait. He was too curious to uncover the secrets hidden in a great Runian to see the truth of rune arcs. At Stormvale's outer keep, under the escort of Crucible Knights, Lucian strode toward the path leading to the tower. The Lion Guardian lay resting, giving only a wide yawn at their approach. Lucian stepped forward, laying a hand on the beast's broken horn. It was indeed one of the hardened symbols of the Crucible's many aspects. They entered the hall connecting castle and tower. There, several suits of Storm Knight armor knelt in rows, halberds tilted in welcome. Like those Lucian had found in Castle Morn, these were the remnants left behind when their lineage perished. Only 4 sets were enshrined here, the rest lay in the armory. Beyond stretched a grand stairway and an arch vast as triumph, carved with withered golden boughs and sages cloaked in moss. Towering bastions flanked either side, flames burning bright upon their crowns. Past the arch, 3 great golems lay silent upon the bridge, long deactivated. Their purpose had not only been to guard the Divine Tower, but to stand ready for war. Once loosed, their might was overwhelming, yet their bulk made them ruinous within castle walls. So they had slept through Stormvale's fall, spared by Lucian's swiftness. As they walked, Andre the Crucible Knight who had once accompanied Red reported the castle state. Storm Knights still number 32. Storm soldiers, 4 to 500. Most have lost their wits. As for Godric's men, but 4 knights remain, and fewer than 100 soldiers. Lucian frowned. So few. Even keeping order within the walls was barely possible, let alone welcoming the tarnished who would surely come in droves. Thousands might seek refuge here. Disorder was inevitable unless they had numbers and strength. What of training new troops? Andre shook his head. Not promising. Many residents are hollowed. Those sound of mind are few. Counting the outlying lands, perhaps 500 soldiers could be raised. But with only brief training I doubt their mettle. Lancelot seeks pupils to form a cadre of sorcerers. Yet that will take longer still. Lucian rubbed his chin. Then let them train slowly. Better strength than speed. I want soldiers who can stand with me on the battlefield, not merely guards behind walls. As for governing the city in the beginning, we need little manpower. Mark out a district for trial. If more come, we will recruit from the tarnished themselves. Offer them sorcery and martial arts as reward. Many will come, Warrior's blood runs in them still. Their talk carried them to the bridge's end. The span was broken, sheer air between them and the tower. This bridge fell long before Godric came to Limgrave, said Red. So we placed a waygate to cross. I was the one who marked it first. Before them shimmered a stone arch, etched with magic light. Lucian felt a spark of wonder, his first true teleporter since arriving in this world. How does it work? Touch it, and feed it with power. He did so, and light swallowed him whole. An instant later, he stood across the gap. Behind, Red and Andre simply unfurled their wings and flew. Lucian could not help but envy them. Wings were not only convenient, they were magnificent. But without the Crucible's blessing, he could never wield those incantations. He turned instead to the great doors of the Divine Tower. Hewn from seamless stone, adorned with intricate carvings, the tower was so flawless it seemed not built by men at all, but bestowed by the gods. Inside, light from narrow windows mingled with orange braziers, while the walls themselves glimmered faintly. Lucian stepped onto the central disc. The platform rose, lifted not by mechanism nor magic he knew, but by a force utterly foreign. His brow furrowed. Such unknown power was never good news. Could it be the greater will still lingered here? The platform carried him aloft to the tower's summit. He stepped out into open air. At the center lay a corpse of 2 fingers, lifeless and stiff. Between its digits floated the phantom of Godric's great rune. Lucian reached out. The phantom shattered, sinking into him, merging with the great rune already within his mind. His eyes widened as understanding struck. The rune did not merely grant strength of flesh. It bore another Jiftan ability to wield power without rejection. With it, he could call upon forces otherwise barred by blood or body. Where others needed dragon grafts or parasitic organs to use their incantations, he could channel them through the rune itself. This was the truth of Godric's grafted might. His great rune had been the true vessel, the limbs were only crude imitation. Lucian's thoughts sharpened as he tested the rune arc's purpose. He crushed one. At once, a sliver of arc lit beneath the great rune in his mind, amplifying its gift. One by one, he shattered them all, 13 in total, until the arc beneath the rune glowed near complete. His strength swelled with each piece, attributes rising ever higher. The great rune, he realized, was no static blessing. It could grow, restored piece by the broken arcs of the Elden Ring itself. And when the arc was whole, it would awaken something greater still. 107, Volume 2, Chapter 14, The Whisper of Spirit Tuning. Lucian sat with arms crossed, deep in thought. Where could he find more rune arcs? They were tied directly to his strength. Unlike the grind for runes, a rune arc was immediate, effortless. His great rune already bore the faint curve of restoration. More than half of its hollow arcs were filled in. Perhaps fewer than 10 more shards would complete it. Already, all his attributes had risen by 6. How far could it go? 10 points, more, or less. And when the arc was fully mended, what further power would awaken within? Whatever the answer, the great rune's change was undoubtedly a blessing. From what he'd seen, the completed form would not disappoint. While Lucian journeyed to the Divine Tower to stir his great rune, Roderica and the others, under Nephilae Lua's guidance, were led through the roundtable hold. Nephilae introduced the great hall as they walked, and Roderica listened in quiet awe. Not only was the hold magnificent, but its origins and secrets left her stunned. Soon, they came before the smith's chamber. The sharp ring of hammer on metal struck steadily from within, and heat radiated from beneath the door. "Master Hugh," Nephilae called, grinning, "sounds like you've got another big project." The hammering slowed. Hugh glanced up as they entered, expecting another band of green tarnished under Nephilai's care. But when his gaze fell upon the armor in their hands, his eyes narrowed. It was the battered plate of a banished knight, one he had worked on before. "Where's the knight who wore this?" Roderica, flinching at Hugh's hulking, misshapen form, nearly shrank back. But remembering Lucian's instructions that she must treat the smith with courtesy, she steadied herself and spoke softly. "Lord Lucian is presently before the two fingers. He entrusted us with this task. He asks that you repair this armor." With a grunt, Hugh brought his hammer down in a final blow, quenched the weapon, then lifted his head to study them more carefully. He rarely spoke much with Tarnished, save for practical exchanges, but gossip floated easily through the hold, and even Hugh overheard things as he worked. "So his name is Lucian," the smith muttered. "Then he's the one they call the Storm King, the Tarnished, who felled Godric." Roderica nodded quickly. "Yes, Lord Lucian." Hugh looked into her eyes then, and blinked in surprise. Her irises, emerald, luminous, were the same shade as the one who had once cared for him. The eyes of a spirit tuner. Roderica faltered under his stare. "Es, sir, is something the matter?" "No," Hugh said at last, turning aside to mask his slip. "Only that I did not expect so much from that secretive fellow. Stronger than I thought." He motioned brusquely. "Bring the armor here." Though he sensed her potential, Hugh dismissed the thought. No one would choose to learn from a wretched misbegotten. Better to spare himself the humiliation. The Tarnished laid out the pieces. Not only Lucian's armor, but also Alyssa's, both scarred from battles with the Omen and with Godric himself. As for Red and Andre, their crucible armor had suffered too, but their gear was bound with the life force of the crucible, and so healed slowly on its own. Lifting one piece, Hugh turned it over, grimacing. "Badly damaged but salvageable." He set it down and added, "Tell them this: their armor's strength lags behind their power. If they want better protection, they'll need dragon scales. Bring me that, and I'll forge it into their plate." Roderica nodded, memorizing every word. "And the weapons?" she asked. "Lord Lucian hoped you might strengthen those as well." "That depends," Hugh grunted. "Weapons can be tempered, but it takes smithing stones. I trust he knows this." "We've brought them." 3 greatswords were placed before him, 2 Lordsworn's greatsword and the claymore. One of the Lordsworn's greatswords was newly taken from Stormvale's treasury, but the other 2 had followed Lucian since Castle Morn, bearing countless scars despite careful upkeep. That was the way of warriors. Their weapons carried their battles. Only pampered nobles boasted blades that never saw a nick. Then the table clattered as a bag was upturned. Smithing stones, dozens of them, spilled across the surface. Hugh's eyes widened. So many, rare to see them in such number. They were Lucian's spoils from Stormvale's vaults. Linegrav's mines had toiled endlessly to feed Godric's hoard. Now, all of it belonged to Stormvale's new lord. Roderica bowed. "He asks that you strengthen them as much as you can, please." Hugh said nothing more, only gathered the stones in his gnarled hands. When the others drifted away to explore the hold, Nephilae lingered, closing the door behind her. Hugh did not reach for his hammer. "Spit it out, girl. You've got something else to say." Nephilae nodded. "Yes. Lord Lucian asked me to deliver a message to you, in private." "Oh." Hugh rumbled. "What words? That needs secrecy." She drew a breath, then spoke carefully. "He said Roderica is a gentle soul, too gentle to wield a blade any longer, yet troubled that she cannot be of use. He's heard tell that those with eyes of her shade can commune with spirits. He wondered if you knew aught of it. If not, he said he would turn to my foster father. Surely, the all-knowing would know." Hugh froze. His face, monstrous though it was, grew troubled. Had Lucian guessed by accident, or had some whisper of his past reached him? Either way, it was dangerous. If Gideon Ofnir learned of Roderica's gift, the girl might soon vanish like others before her. Maidens had gone missing from the hold, one by one. Hugh suspected Gideon's hand in it. "And he told you not to speak this before her?" Hugh asked at last. "Yes. He said it was for her pride's sake. He did not want her to think she was a burden." The smith lowered his head, muttering, "That man too damned kind." Finally, he sighed. "I know something of it. I'll speak with him when next he comes. No, better I speak to the girl herself." He looked up at Nephilae. "Help me. Bring her to me." Nephilae found Roderica wandering between stalls, marveling at the strange relics of the hold. "Roderica," she said, clapping her shoulder with a grin. "Come, I've something to tell you." The two went to Nephilae's simple room, bare but for a bed, a wardrobe, and a rack sagging with axes. They sat together, and Nephi spoke plainly. Rod Erika, you may have the makings of a spirit tuner. Spirit tuner? Rod Erika blinked, puzzled. I don't know all of it, but it said such folk can commune with lingering souls, and through certain relics restore some fragment of their strength. Roderica's eyes widened. Such a calling exists. Then, almost trembling with hope, if I truly have this gift, then even if I am weak, I want to learn it, to train, to be useful. She clenched her hands. If I can't fight beside them, at least I can help. Nephi laughed warmly. That's the spirit. But her face grew serious. It would mean learning from Master Hyug. Would you accept that? Rod Erika thought a moment, then nodded. He may look frightening, but he was kind, I think. And if you and Lord Lucian trust him, then I will too. Relief softened Nephi's smile. Then come, let's see what he says. Hyug hammered steadily, willing his thoughts quiet. He expected rejection. Surely the girl would recoil at his misbegotten blood. Yet when Nephi entered with her, his breath eased. They had spoken. They had chosen to trust him. That was enough. If the girl wished to learn, he would give her all he knew, everything left to him by the one who once showed him kindness. Later, in Stormvale, Lucian sat upon the throne, reviewing reports of the castle's affairs. Already his thoughts turned outward. He had not forgotten his promise to Bokto retrieve his mother's keepsake from the cave. When last he passed that way, BOC had been absent. Perhaps the demi-human had gone alone. Before he could act, a familiar voice rang out. Lord Lucian. Rod Erika came running across the throne hall, her small steps quick and eager, until she skidded to a halt beside him, catching her breath. She had long since been told she needn't stand on ceremony in private. To Lucian, both she and Irina were like younger sisters, cared for without reserve. Clutching her skirts, she spoke in a rush, her face bright with excitement. The armor has been entrusted to Master Hyug. He'll see to it. The round table hold is incredible, so many heroes gathered, and even the fingers dwell there. Her tone wavered then, dimming. But I cannot see the guidance of grace. For me, its light is too far, too great. So I thought perhaps I can repay your kindness another way. She looked up at him, her eyes shining. Master Hyug says I have the gift to be a spirit tuner. I've begun to learn. Someday soon, I'll be able to help you. Lucian listened silently, then smiled. He had no need of spirit ashes. Heroes reborn in fragments of bone were still but pale shades. Yet for her it was perfect. She had found a path that was hers alone. He reached out, ruffling her hair gently. That's wonderful. I'll be counting on you, Rod Erika. Her heart leapt. Yes. I may be only an apprentice now, but I'll work hard. As he withdrew his hand, she held the warmth of his touch in her thoughts, her chest full with gratitude. You care for me as though I were family, she thought. So kind, even to spare my pride by keeping it secret. You're too gentle, Lord Lucian. She would remember this kindness always. 108 Volume 2 Chapter 15 The Lost Seamster. Lucian sat upon Stormvale's throne, reports spread out before him, his temples throbbing. The castle had not come through the battle unscathed. From the very first day of taking Stormvale, he had set workers to repairs, but progress was painfully slow. The residential quarters and small structures were the simplest to deal with. Most had been smashed when Gideon's agents stirred riots, some caught in the crossfire of battle. None were essential, only houses, cottages, the dwellings of common folk. Those could be torn down and rebuilt easily enough. In fact, Lucian intended to raise larger lodgings, more like inns, that could house many. When the day came that vast numbers of tarnished flocked to Stormvale, as he knew they would, ordinary homes would never suffice. The worst damage, though, came from when Godric had fused his body to that of Godwine the Golden. Godwine's colossal corpse had long since melded with the stone beneath Stormvale and the roots of the Erd tree. When that body stirred, vast foundations had crumbled, entire districts of the castle collapsed into the depths below. Repairing that ruin would be near impossible. One would have to rebuild from the abyss upward, an immense undertaking, far beyond the manpower Stormvale could muster now. Fortunately, the devastated quarter was an abandoned forbidden ground, never vital to the castle's life. For now, Lucian ordered it sealed off. When the tarnished came in greater number, laborers would not be lacking. At least Stormvale had architects of its own. He had no wish to puzzle out stonework himself. His grasp of construction was non-existent. Just then, the piercing cry of a stormhawk split the air. The great bird alighted on the throne's arm, and Lucian untied the letter bound to its leg. It was news from Hakan. They had found BOC. Lucian exhaled. With help, the search had been swift. Alone, he might have wandered half an age before stumbling across the little demi-human again. Rising from the throne, he stretched. His joints crackled like snapping wood. As I thought, I'm not fit for all this management. Best leave such things to those trained for it. He made ready to ride and meet BOC, to fulfill the promise he had once made. Across Limgrave, Hakan galloped over open fields, his white wolf loping at his side. He had even reclaimed his beast after leaving Stormvale, returning to the place of his capture. Truth be told, his capture had been no accident. No common patrol could have seized him. Their prey had been tarnished, not a Caden Sell's word like him. It had happened only because of Rod Erika and her guards. He had crossed paths with them once, when they were already on the verge of being overwhelmed by Godric's men. He had meant only to harry the soldiers, then slip away once the Tarnished broke free. But one of them had flung a pouch of soporific powder into the wind. The cloud had drifted into Hawken's face, dropping him insensate. Thus he, too, had been dragged into Stormvale. Still, it had been a blessing in disguise. There, he had crossed paths with Lucian again, and had been entrusted with command of the Caden mercenaries. Now nearly 100 of them rode behind him. More had already been dispatched to other tasks. Lucian's orders had been simple: gather the scattered bands of Caden horsemen across Limgrave. Few in the lands between were so skilled at mounted war. With their swiftness, half of Lucian's designs became possible. And though the Caden rode in many separate companies, they all kept some contact with one another. To Hawken, himself Caden-born, reaching them had been easy. Would they obey? That was another matter. Lucian had feared they might resent being rallied under one man, so he had sent Alyssa along with Hawken. With her at his side, the work had gone far smoother. Those without steeds had been sent to Stormvale, to serve as its new guards. Those with mounts followed Hawken, spreading word across Limgrave that Stormvale welcomed Tarnished, guiding the lost and wandering to its gates. And as they roamed, they patrolled Lucian's new domain and searched for BOC. "Captain," one rider called, galloping back from the vanguard. "We think we've found the one. Come speak with him." Hawken spurred forward, and soon saw the sight. Several mounted mercenaries had encircled a small, trembling figure. "Enough. Back off, or frighten him to death," Hawken barked. The riders drew away, leaving only a hunched demi-human in their midst. The little one wore a feathered cap, and garments stitched with care. Not the rags of a common cave dweller. Hawken's eyes narrowed. "This must be him." "Don't be afraid," he said, dismounting and softening his tone. "We mean no harm. Your name is BOC, isn't it?" The demi-human flinched, then nodded, though his whole body shook. Since Lucian had saved him, BOC had wandered alone, seeking the cave of his kin. But he had been cast out after they turned him to a tree. He did not even remember the true way back. He wandered by instinct, yet always lost his path. He survived on mushrooms plucked from roots and stones. The others of his kind would grub for worms, but BOC could never bring himself to it. And now he had stumbled into a ring of horsemen. He had thought his end had come, until this man spoke the name of his savior. "Lucian, he still remembers me," BOC whispered. "Even sent men to find me." Hawken grinned. "More than that. He said you had a pact, to recover something precious. He means to keep his word." At once, Hawken scrawled their position on a note, tied it to a stormhawk, and sent it skyward. Then he turned to BOC. "It grows late. Come share a meal at our camp." The little demi-human shook his head quickly. "Thank you, but no. Mushrooms are enough for me." Hawken laughed aloud. "What's a meal? Lucian's first in the lands between was one I gave him. You'll not refuse me." He reached down, seized BOC's hand, and swung him up onto his saddle. BOC blinked, startled. "Truly, that happened? Remarkable." He bowed his head shyly. "Then thank you." Together they turned toward the fires of the camp. But then, a scream ripped across the night. High, raw, and full of terror. The Caden horses stamped nervously, and silence fell upon the riders. Something was wrong. 109, Volume 2, Chapter 16, Riders of Dreaded Midnight. Hawken turned his head toward the direction of the scream, but the night was deep and black, nothing could be seen. "What was that?" BOC stammered, his voice trembling. He was no warrior. Violence and bloodshed were things far removed from him. "I don't know. Could be someone attacked by a beast." Hawken frowned, hesitating. The junction of the nights were perilous. Countless beasts roamed the wilderness after dusk, and there were even whispers of strange horrors that existed only in the hours of darkness. By reason, they should not investigate. Yet, their patrols were part of Lucian's orders. If something happened close by and they ignored it, it would not sit well with him. And besides, why fear? They had numbers on their side. Even if not everyone went, leading 30 or 40 riders would be enough. On the lands of Limgrave, there was little they could not handle. Hawken ordered the rest of the mercenaries to escort BOC back to camp, while he handpicked a few dozen to ride with him. They would see who screamed, and perhaps save some unlucky soul. Still, none allowed arrogance to take root. Where once a single torch lit the way, now nearly every rider bore one, firelight scattering the shadows and pushing back the chill gnawing in their hearts. Hawken jogged the line of horsemen, checking each man's readiness before calling out, "All set. Good. Let's move." The troop thundered toward the source of the scream, hooves pounding like war drums, firebrands casting wild shadows across the dark plain. But when they arrived, their hearts sank. The scream had led them not to some secluded grove or hidden hollow, but to the main road itself. Hawken's face grew grim. Along the road burned iron braziers, the kind meant to keep beasts at bay. No common predator would attack here. If blood had been spilled on this path, then it could only mean one of two things: either a monstrous brute, like a rune bear, or men cruel and brazen enough to slay beneath the flame. Both spelled peril. Yet reality was far crueler than even that. Before them were not beasts, nor bandits, but four towering figures clad head to toe in blackened iron. Even their steeds wore shrouds of sable. With grim silence, they rode the road, slaughtering without pause. Among them, a host of Tarnished had already fallen. Hundreds lay strewn across the stone, their corpses piled where once a caravan had stood. The riders cut them down like wheat, the road slick with fresh blood. Hawkins's mercenaries were men of the field wanderers, Sel's words. Their ears were well acquainted with tales, even if their news was not always true. And at once, memory struck them. These were the dread riders of the night. Night's cavalry. Whispers told of them, knights clad in darkness, astride deathly steeds, servants of the omen, reapers that haunted the roads after dusk. They were the pall that smothered courage, the death that stalked the hour of midnight. Tarnished still standing raised their weapons in futile defiance, but it was meaningless. Each who swung was met with overwhelming force flung aside, crushed, slain. The cavalry's first charge shattered their will, what remained was only slaughter. Even those who tried to scatter were hunted, the riders splitting apart with eerie coordination, running each down one by one. Hakon swallowed, bile rising in his throat. His instinct screamed to flee, but his honor bound him. Gritting his teeth, he roared for his men to interfere to distract the riders, to buy what tarnished they could a chance to flee. He raised a whistle to his lips and blew, sharp and long. Overhead, a stormhawk wheeled down, awaiting command. There was no time for parchment or ink. Hakon shouted directly, fly to Stormvale. Find Lucian, Alyssa, the Crucible Knight, any of them. Bring them here at once. It was their only hope. The mercenaries, for all their valor, were but men. Against knights such as these, they were scarcely more than fodder. Yet even that fragile hope was torn away in a heartbeat. A shrill, strangled cry split the night sky. The Stormhawk plummeted, feathers trailing black, its lifeless body thudding into the earth at Hakon's feet. His white wolf snarled, teeth bared at the hill above. Hakon followed its gaze and his blood ran cold. From the ridge descended more shadows. 1, then 2, then 6. 6 more knights' cavalry. In total, 10 knights of shadow now rode the plain. They had seen the new arrivals and, with wordless communion, summoned their brethren. None must bear witness to their mission. Not a single survivor. With flawless unity, they lowered their lances and thundered down the slope. The road shook beneath their charge, their quarry, Hakon and his mercenaries. Hakon's heart turned to ice. Still, he raised his great sword, bellowing as he spurred his steed forward. The clash was as hopeless as it was brief. The mercenaries fell in droves. Horses screamed, steel shattered, men were trampled beneath iron hooves. Against such overwhelming might, resistance was meaningless. In moments, only Hakon remained standing, his armor cracked, his breath ragged. His warhorse lay dying, the white wolf whimpering and broken. Together, they had managed to drag one rider from his saddle, to kill a single knight. But against 9, the struggle was futile. One dismounted knight faced him now, his steed slain by Hakon's earlier blow. The others, unconcerned, busied themselves culling the wounded, ensuring none lived. Hakon's grip tightened on his ruined weapon. His chest heaved, blood dripping beneath his armor. Death's chill already crept into his bones. Why have you come to Limgrave? He rasped, his voice a hoarse growl. Who sent you? The rider gave no answer. With cold silence, he swung his glaive in a brutal upward arc. Hakon met it with his greatsword. Steel shrieked against steel, the force nearly ripping him from his feet. For an instant, he thought he had held. But then, a phantom appeared. A gray, ghost-like afterimage materialized behind the rider, mimicking his movement. Its weapon cleaved the same stroke, striking the exact same spot. Hakon's blade shattered. The phantom glaive pierced through his chest plate, gouging a fatal wound. He fell to his knees, breath choking, eyes wide with disbelief. What was that shadow? He had no time to wonder. Darkness claimed him, his thoughts scattering like ash. And yet before the end, he felt it. A weight, vast and terrible, pressing down upon the battlefield. A presence that dwarfed even the dread of the riders. Then came a voice, furious and resolute. Knights cavalry, your end is nigh. 110, Volume 2, Chapter 17, The Shadow of the Witch. Lucian had already set out from Stormvale the moment he received word. It didn't take him long to reach the camp that Hakon had described. There, by the fire, BOC was roasting food, looking as carefree as ever. The moment he saw Lucian, BOC jumped to his feet, visibly moved. Sir Lucian, I didn't expect you'd still remember me. I'm so touched. Around them, the Caden Cell's words shifted their gazes toward Lucian. For many of them, it was their first time seeing the commander they now answered to. One by one, they stood and saluted. Lucian waved a hand dismissively. Rest. No need for formalities. He turned to BOC. Earlier, when I went back to the place where I first met you, you were gone. Did you manage to return there? BOC looked embarrassed. Well, I didn't want to trouble you anymore. I thought I could go back myself to fetch my things, then wait for you there. But I lost my way. And before long, I couldn't even find the spot where we agreed to meet. Now I've gone and made you send men looking for me. I'm truly sorry. Lucian nodded slightly. Losing his way wasn't necessarily bad, it meant BOC hadn't fallen prey to the other demi-humans in the cave. No matter. Patrols are what these mercenaries were meant for anyway. He decided to wait until morning to escort BOC back to the cave. At night, demi-humans often fell into madness and frenzy they were impossible to negotiate with. If he could subdue the demi-humans of that cave and then use them as an example, it would be a powerful case to show others. Speaking of which, where is Hakon? Lucian glanced around the camp. The commander was nowhere to be seen. By rights, he should have remained here to oversee things. Lucian had not ordered any night patrols. One of the mercenaries stepped forward. After we found BOC, we heard screaming in the distance. Hakan led a band to investigate, but he hasn't come back. Lucian's brows furrowed as he peered into the black horizon. How long ago did they set out? About as long as it's been since Hakan sent word to you. Which way did they go? The mercenary pointed. I'll see for myself. Lucian mounted Torrent and spurred him into a gallop. At the same time, the ancient king stirred in his mind, directing several stormhawks to scout ahead. But as the hawks crossed into a certain range, one after another was struck down and fell silent. The ancient king's voice resonated. The enemy in that direction is no weak foe. Several stormhawks were felled almost instantly. Best not to send more. But, I see, Lucian murmured, and urged Torrent to greater speed. What enemy could silence Hakan's force without even letting them send word? And strike hawks from the sky at range? Could it be a death bird? At night, only they were known to wield such far-reaching power. But speculation was a waste. He needed to reach Hakan before it was too late. As he and Torrent thundered past the fallen hawks, a grey phantom spear suddenly streaked toward him. Lucian summoned a storm with a flick of his hand, deflecting it with ease. The phantom spear dissolved at once. More followed in quick succession, yet each was scattered harmlessly by storm winds. He recognized the technique instantly. Spectral lance. And with that, the foe's identity became clear. Knight's cavalry. Though he'd never known them to use such a skill before, if they could wield phantom slash, then spectral lance was hardly beyond them. At last, Lucian beheld the battlefield. Hundreds of tarnished lay slaughtered. The Caden cell's words Hakan had brought were strewn across the ground. And there was Hakan kneeling, bleeding, a fresh gash riven across his chest. 9 knights' cavalry stood tall in the torchlight, their black forms like grim statues. Knights' cavalry, Lucian's voice was cold. Your end is nigh. The horsemen reined in, their ranks shifting swiftly into formation. 8 still mounted surged toward him, weapons leveled. To them, he was simply another tarnished, another to be erased. Lucian raised his hand. Storm surged beneath their steeds, engulfing them in a gale. Then he spurred Torrent forward, racing straight for Hakan. One rider, dismounted, moved to block him, phantom weapon ready to mirror his strike. Lucian drew his ornamental straight sword and met the halberd's arc. Though his blade was slender, the force of his swing staggered the rider back several paces. The phantom behind him repeated the motion, but Lucian cut it down with a single stroke, scattering it like mist. A blade of storm surged outward, sending the rider crashing away. Lucian leapt from Torrent, landing before Hakan. The commander's wound was grave, but not instantly fatal. There was hope. He pulled forth a flask of crimson tears and poured it between Hakan's lips. The man's breathing eased, color returning faintly to his face. Another 2 flasks, and the wound sealed completely. Hakan lived. Lucian exhaled, tension loosening at last. Now, it was time for retribution. The rider he'd cast aside dragged himself up, discarding his halberd for a greatsword. Meanwhile, those he'd trapped in the storm burst free. Though one was shredded to ribbons, 7 others emerged unscathed. The 9 encircled him. Lucian sheathed his straight sword. The knights' cavalry were indeed heroes in their own right, reapers of warriors on the battlefield. During the assault on Godric, Lucian himself had only barely surpassed them. Facing so many at once would have been daunting. But now he had grown far beyond. The riders sensed insult at his bare hands, and as one, they charged. Lucian invoked the great rune. His frame swelled, muscles surging, clothes tearing away until only a tattered cloak remained about his waist. Nearly 3 meters tall now, his body thrummed with raw might. The ornamental sword would be a toy in such hands. Flesh alone would suffice. The first rider closed in, greatsword descending. Phantom slash shadowed behind. Lucian seized his wrist, planted a foot against his chest, and kicked. The force tore his body in half at the waist, the phantom slash finishing its own master. One after another, riders fell. Horses broken, skulls crushed, torsos wrenched apart. None could withstand the storm-forged giant. What had been slaughter only moments before had turned to massacre in reverse. The reapers of Tarnished were now themselves the reaped. Of the 9, 3 turned to flee. 1 bolted into the distant mistwood. Another tried the opposite direction. They needed to carry word of this stormlord who had grown stronger still, stronger even than Morgoth's warning had implied. Lucian would not allow it. He crushed those who barred his path, ripped one rider from his saddle and snapped him in 2, dashed another's brains against his brother's helm. One still escaped into the mistwood, grievously wounded but alive. The fog was too thick, too disorienting. Even stormhawks could not track him. For now, he would have to be left. The mistwood's rune bears would trouble him soon enough. Lucian gathered the corpses of the fallen into a heap. Around him, a handful of mercenaries and Tarnished stirred weakly from amidst the carnage, scarcely alive. Search the bodies, Lucian commanded. Find whoever still breathes. Bind their wounds. Stay here. Healers will come. As they obeyed, the ancient king whispered in his mind, look there. From the direction of the mistwood, a figure emerged. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a wolf's head upon his neck. On his back, a colossal greatsword. In his right hand, he dragged the corpse of a knight's cavalryman. The wolf-headed giant stopped, his voice rough yet articulate. I come bearing orders to strike an accord with you. 111, Volume 2 Chapter 18 The Moon's Envoy. 111, Volume 2 Chapter 18 The Moon's Envoy. The one who had come was none other than Blad, the half-wolf sworn to Runny. A thick fur mantle draped his broad frame, a savage yet strangely noble wolf's head crowning his shoulders. On his back rested a massive greatsword that shimmered faintly with a cold sorcery. Melina's voice whispered at Lucian's ear, "He is a shadow-bound beast. I do not know what that means, only that the name surfaced suddenly within my mind. Perhaps it will serve as a clue, in time." Lucian listened in silence, making no reply. There were still many others present. Dragging the corpse in hand, Blad strode forward until only a few paces separated him from Lucian. Then, in a deep, rumbling voice, he spoke first. "My name is Blad. I am a warrior. If this one had escaped, you might have faced no small amount of trouble. Think of this as a gift of greeting." He hurled the body of the knight's cavalryman at Lucian's feet. It landed with precision in the dirt. Lucian looked down at the corpse. A gaping hole pierced clean through the waist. His own spear had struck that blow earlier, dealing the rider a grievous wound. Beyond that, however, 2 more injuries marked the cause of death. One was a sword thrust, brutal and direct, that pierced the ribs and tore through the heart. From it seeped faint wisps of frost. The other was the rider's throat torn ragged by fangs, mangled beyond recognition. From the wounds, the scene played itself in Lucian's mind. The knight's cavalryman, wounded by his spear, fled into the mistwood. He thought himself safe at last, evading the Stormhawk's pursuit. But from above, unseen eyes had locked upon him. Blad had leapt down from the canopy. His great sword skewered the rider from crown to waist, the weapon's cold sorcery crushing and freezing his organs. As the rider struggled, Blad's jaws closed on his throat, ending him in one savage bite. And now, the corpse had been cast before him as a token of meeting. Lucian studied Blad. His arrival could only be on Runny's command. That she would seek him out first was unexpected. Their eyes met, wolf and man each regarding the other warily. Even in deepest night, Blad's beast-born sight was keen. From the edge of the mistwood, he had watched Lucian's battle. The knight's cavalry were formidable. Individually, each could be reckoned among heroes, and in groups their coordination was a terror few could withstand. Against 2, Blad could still fight evenly. Against 3 or more, he would have no choice but to retreat. Yet Lucian, without armor, without even a weapon in hand, had crushed them all with nothing but his flesh. Blad, sworn brother to Runny and raised alongside her, was no stranger to greatness. He himself was a warrior of no small might. And so he knew better than most just how fearsome Lucian truly was. Standing near him, the fur along his back threatened to rise. "Well then," Lucian said at last, letting his form shrink back to normal, pulling the tattered cloak around his frame. "What is this accord? Speak." Blad glanced at the tarnished and Caden mercenaries behind him, then gestured toward the dark trees. "Forgive me. My lady's identity is delicate. The terms of this pact should not be spoken before strangers." Lucian gave a small nod and followed Blad into the mistwood. Only when they reached the shadow of a ruin did Blad finally speak again. "Sir Lucian, the one I serve is the witch you have met once before, Lady Renna." He paused over the name. A slip nearly betrayed him. Runny was how he knew her, never Renna. Only before outsiders did she wear that name. But Blad did not know that Lucian already understood them far too well, down to secrets few could guess. In another life, in another telling, he had even wed Runny herself, calling him dear consort eternal. Tarnished promised consort of the stars. Feigning ignorance, Lucian said, "Ah, the witch Renna. Indeed, she has my thanks. The spirit calling bell she gifted me has been of great use. And what sort of bargain does she seek now?" Seeing no resistance in him, Blad continued, "In the mistwood there lies a well leading down into the depths. My lady hopes to join forces with you, to explore that underground realm. What say you?" Lucian did not answer at once. "And what do you ask of me? And what do I gain in return?" "We need your men," Blad said bluntly. "The subterranean world is vast. It cannot be scoured without many hands. In return, save for the object my lady seeks, whatever else lies below may be yours. Resources, lands, relics, all of it." Lucian arched a brow. "And why should I not claim it all for myself? Why share with you?" Though he intended to ally with Runny regardless, he would not be treated as a pawn. Blad raised his hands quickly. "No, you misunderstand. Those are but the surface terms. To seal our pact, my lady will also offer things of more immediate value. Intelligence, sorceries, weapons, whatever might interest you. If you are willing, she said she will speak with you herself." Lucian inclined his head. That was more fitting. "Very well. I accept." Runny would pay her price to win his aid. His men would labor, she would claim what she sought, and all else would be his. "Reasonable. When will she meet me?" "I am arrived afore thee." The voice was cool and soft, yet carried weight. Lucian stiffened. From the ruin before them, pale blue mist rose. A figure emerged slowly from its veil. Runny. Blad stepped back at once, yielding the space. As her sworn brother, he need not bow, yet as her vassal he would never risk tarnishing her dignity before outsiders. Seated upon the ruin's fallen wall, Runny regarded Lucian with a faint smile. It has been long, has it not? You have grown swiftly. It seems this land suits you well. Torrent chose a worthy master indeed. Lucian was stunned. He had not sensed her arrival at all. Even in his newfound strength, Runny's presence had eluded him completely. A sobering reminder he had slain only the weakest of the shardbearers. The demigods were not to be underestimated. He steadied himself, forcing aside pride. Runny's azure eyes glimmered, then blinked slyly. I do not mind, but perhaps you should find other attire before we continue. Lucian glanced down. His garments were little more than tatters, cloak barely preserving modesty. He coughed. Forgive me. I have nothing else to change into. Best we settle matters now rather than delay. Runny inclined her head. This was no time for trifles. Her fate itself hung upon this pact. I wish to make a bargain, she said. Blad has told you already. I seek to delve into the underground, to find a way into Nokron, the eternal city. There lies what I desire. In return, I offer intelligence, sorceries, treasures, whatever suits your need. Lucian knew she would not succeed. Nokron could not be reached from this path. But for now, he held his silence. To say so would be folly. She would only think him mad. And what do you offer, specifically? From her sleeve, Runny produced a rolled parchment and handed it to him. Lucian unrolled it carefully. It was a catalogue, names upon names, armaments, ashes of war, sorceries, incantations, countless, and of high worth. If you agree, she said, all this is yours. And should it not suffice, we may speak further. Lucian closed the parchment and smiled. In that case, I have no reason to refuse. Runny's lips curved faintly. Then let us speak, thus our pact is forged. And as thou art now mine partner in shadow, I shall veil myself no longer. Rena was but a name of convenience, not more. My true name is Runny the Witch. I see no cause to keep it hid from thee. Lucian feigned surprise. Runny, daughter of Radagon and Queen Renala, the Lunar Princess. Her voice was calm, betraying neither joy nor anger. The Lunar Princess, a title long since past. Yet yes, that is I. Her form blurred, wrapped once more in mist. Enough for tonight. I offer thee mine thanks for thy gracious accord. Until next we meet, I have a feeling our fates shall be bound for long to come. With that, she vanished. Blad returned from the shadows. To fight beside one such as you is an honor. My thanks. No need, Lucian replied. Our interests align. Cooperation serves us both. Blad hesitated, then spoke. There is a personal matter. A request outside of my lady's designs. If you refuse, think nothing of it. I will not let it burden our pact. But if you accept, I shall repay you well. Lucian's eyes narrowed knowingly. This could only mean one thing. The traitor of the Bloodhound Knight, Darriwil. I see. Speak, then. Who is it you seek? A man named Darriwil. Once a Bloodhound Knight, now a traitor. His betrayal is unforgivable. If you should find him within your lands, I ask you end him. Lucian gave a sharp nod. He remembered the Bloodhounds found one of his most beloved weapons, a companion through many trials. No one suffers a traitor. If he skulks within my realm, I shall see him ended. Tell me his traits, and my men will keep watch. Relief showed in Blad's golden eyes. Then I thank you. I have hunted him long, with no trace to find. My lady is patient, but I cannot rest until he is brought to heel. 112, Volume 2 Chapter 19 The Bloodhound Knight's Shadow. 112, Volume 2 Chapter 19 The Bloodhound Knight's Shadow. Lucian agreed to Blad's request. Truth be told, he was quite interested in the Bloodhound Knights himself. The Bloodhounds were trained in a brutal, singular style of combating ceasing pursuit, hounding their prey until there was no escape. It was said that once a Knight of the Hounds swore to a master, they would never betray them. But was that really true? If so, then how could Blad's quarry, Darriwil, have turned traitor? And if Darriwil had not betrayed at all, then surely Runny would have stayed Blad's hand. She would never permit needless strife that weakened her own cause. Yet if Darriwil truly had betrayed, why was he sealed away in an Evergaol, hidden from Blad's pursuit? Lucian frowned. He had already visited 2 Evergaols himself, and by now had some measure of understanding. To seal oneself within an Evergaol was all but impossible. Someone else had placed Darriwil there. In the story he remembered, there was one other who had been bound inside such a prison, Blad himself. Near the end of Runny's path, Iggy the blacksmith sealed Blad away, to prevent him from being driven mad by the 2 fingers will and turning against his lady. And, curiously, it was the very same Evergaol where Darriwil had once been held. Coincidence? Lucian did not believe in such things. His guess was that Iggy had sealed them both there in turn, but why, and for whose sake, remained unclear. Regardless, Lucian resolved to see Darriwil first, to learn the truth for himself before deciding whether to reveal the man's location to Blad. If Darriwil spoke, perhaps some answers might yet be found. Lucian and Blad left the mistwood together. But just beyond its edge, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Clad in a long crimson coat with a white fur collar, wearing orange-yellow trousers, and atop his head a great red, fur-lined hat crowned with strange feathers, she sat astride a thin, weary donkey. With his strange attire, he looked uncannily like the Santa Claus of Lucian's past life. It was Kale, the wandering merchant, whom Lucian had not seen in some time. Kale. Lucian called, halting him. The merchant turned, eyes widening as he saw Lucian and Blad step out from the forest together. Lucian. He rode up quickly, looking Lucian over from head to toe. I heard you became the Lord of Stormvale. I could scarcely believe it. And, well, your clothes are rather unusual. Lucian chuckled. Haha, I was moving about just now and hadn't the chance to change. Kale nodded, then turned to Blad. And you, Blad, where did you wander off to this time? Lost your way again? Blad stiffened, turning his head sharply away to stare at the great moon overhead. Lucian raised a brow, amused. You often lose your way, then. Of course not. Blad retorted at once, a little too quickly. Kale, however, betrayed him without hesitation. This fellow loses his way all the time. Reliable in battle, yes, but when it comes to directions, hopeless. We've known each other for years. He said he wished to meet you, Lucian, and since he heard I was acquainted with you, he asked me to make introductions. But halfway along, he suddenly bolted off on his own. Kale shrugged. And since I also heard you'd opened Stormvale to all folk and all races, I thought I might come see for myself and perhaps do a little business. But as you've already met, it seems I've no need to play guide after all. Lucian smiled faintly. So his message had spread far indeed. Stormvale's openness was drawing all manner of interest. Blad, embarrassed at being caught out, muttered gruffly, I had my reasons for leaving earlier. But in any case, I have found Sir Lucian now. My purpose is fulfilled. He turned back toward the woods, unable to endure further, his pride smarting. There was something almost endearing in the sight of a wolf warrior, fearsome and noble, yet undone by such a simple flaw. Lucian chatted a while with Kale, then told him to ride on to Stormvale and give his name. There would be men to receive him there. Even as they spoke, aid from Stormvale had already begun to arrive. Earlier, during the clash with the Knights' Cavalry, Lucian had ordered the ancient king to send Stormhawks ahead to carry word. Between Stormhawks and the Storm Knights, there was a deep, old bond. They had their own ways of carrying messages upon the wind, much as Edgar had once deciphered the ancient king's words. Soon, Perfumer Evan arrived with 2 Storm Knights and a squad of Storm soldiers. Stormvale had healers of its own, but their skills were modest, at best. That was why Lucian had summoned Evan from Castle Morn. Once, Evan had been deceived, his craft abused in the tragedy of Morn, alongside the leonine misbegotten Sing. Though he had sought redemption since, Morn would never forgive him. And with peace restored there, his talents had no place. Lucian, however, had brought him to Stormvale to train its healers, to raise their skill, and perhaps form a new corps of perfumers. Among Tarnished, few could see grace, and without grace to heal them, treatment by craft and medicine became all the more essential. All the more so, when Lucian's army was no longer only Tarnished, but men of many races. Under Evan's hand, sachets of fragrant remedy were scattered across the wounded. The grievously injured, barely clinging to life, began at last to breathe easier. Some would need to remain there under care, others, maimed or broken, were borne back to Stormvale on Caden mercenaries' backs. The rest, able to move, were escorted home by their comrades. The dead would wait till morning for burial or for burning. Storm soldiers raised their torches high, casting light across the field as the work went on. All moved in order, under the direction of Håkon. Lucian sat on the roadside, weary at heart. So many Tarnished, waylaid and slaughtered by Knights' Cavalry upon the road. And not only Tarnished newly mustered Caden Sellswords, too. It was a heavy price. This, too, was reality. His movements drew Morgoth's countermoves. The Knights' Cavalry could not be everywhere in such numbers. 10 together was no accident. Most were concentrated here in Limgrave, where Tarnished were thickest. He thought of the Altus Plateau. At the Grand Lift of Dectus, there were surely troops in waiting. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek the hidden path instead, and test the heights before ascending openly. Håkon, his orders given, slumped down beside Lucian. Thank you, and forgive me. Lucian clapped his shoulder. This was not your fault. On the contrary, thanks to you, some still live. Without you, none would have survived. It was true. To pit them against the Knights' Cavalry had been near impossible. That they had even slain one rider was no small feat. But Håkon only lowered his head further. Because I was not strong enough, they died. If I were stronger, none of them would have fallen. Lucian, I want to grow stronger. Lucian fell silent. He thought of Håkon not as a subordinate, but as a friend. Giving him command of the Caden Sellswords had been a way to give him purpose. Lucian himself had little need of them in battle. Better that they live, than throw themselves against foes beyond them. For Tarnished, there was always grace, always runes to strengthen them. But for ordinary men, what limit could they surpass by mere training? At best, the strength of a tree sentinel or a knight's cavalry. Beyond that lay only ruin. There were ways: grafting, dragon communion, frenzied flame, the volcano manor. But each was a path of corruption and self-destruction. Still, Lucian could not deny Håkon's wish. He was a warrior. If he chose to seek strength, Lucian had no right to chain him. Håkon met his eyes, desperate, pleading. Twice now, his comrades had perished before him, while he alone lived. Lucian, how did you become so strong? Faces flashed in Lucian's mind. Melina, Runni, all those he had come to know in this land. I have those I wish to protect, he said at last. and reasons I cannot set down my blade. Perhaps it is that which drives me forward, again and again, leaving me no choice but to grow stronger. Hakan searched himself, but found nothing so firm to cling to, only emptiness behind him. He sighed. By dawn, Lucian had changed into the fresh garments brought by the storm knights, and set out again with Boc at his side. Seated before him, Boc described the place from memory. The cave was on a beach, I think. There were giant octopuses there and smaller ones too, like their young. I don't recall much else. The description was vague, but Lucian already knew the place. They reached it swiftly. That's it. Amazing, how did you find it so easily? Lucian gave a wry smile. Instinct. On the sand outside, demi-humans clawed at the ground, snatching up wriggling creatures to chew raw. At sight of Boc and Lucian, they leapt up, brandishing weapons, shrieking. Boc rushed forward, speaking to them in their tongue. Lucian stood aside, listening but understanding little. The demi-humans laughed at first, but when their eyes fell upon Lucian, their mirth died. After a hasty argument among themselves, they beckoned the two to follow them inside. Boc turned, delighted. They said they'll give me back my things. We're to follow them in. Lucian doubted it would prove so simple. But he nodded. Whatever they tried, with him here, there would be no danger. They entered the cave. It was dark within. Lucian lit a torch, its glow spilling across mossy stone. Luminous moss clung to the walls, faintly glowing. Useful stuff, key to many antidotes. If the demi-humans could be made to yield it regularly, it would be no small resource. He resolved, there and then, to bring them under his banner as well. He had no use for them yet, but someday, he knew he would. And this cave, leading toward the island of the Church of Dragon Communion, was too important to ignore. The tunnels twisted deep, branching in every direction. Without a guide, one might wander lost forever. It felt like the lairs of goblins from tales, dark, tangled warrens filled with menace. Then sudden movement. A great net dropped from above, aiming to snare them. Ah! Boc cried, stumbling back. The demi-humans laughed, certain of their catch, until the net fell to tatters upon the ground, shredded to pieces, and Lucian stood unmoved, torch steady in hand. Their laughter froze. Then, with shrieks, they turned and fled. Boc groaned, rubbing his back where he had struck the wall. They're always like this, playing tricks and bullying. Scared me half to death. You've suffered plenty of it, I take it, Lucian said. Yes, Boc admitted softly. They're about my age. Because my mother and I never fit in, they tormented me often. Then do you hate them? If you wish, I can deal with them for you. Boc shook his head frantically. No, please, don't kill them. They may have tormented me, but in truth I was the outcast, not them. They are still my kin. I beg you, spare them. Lucian sighed. What a gentle soul Boc was. Very well, punishment would be enough. But before he could act, more shapes thundered from the depths. Two massive demi-human chiefs, urged on by their fellows, lumbered into view. The smaller ones jabbered, pointing at Lucian and Boc, their shrieks echoing. Boc's face paled. They say we're intruders. Should we run? But Lucian only stepped forward. With a single hand, he seized each chief by the throat, lifted them high, and slammed them down into the earth. All the demi-humans froze in stunned silence. 113, Volume 2, Chapter 20, The Feast of Beasts and Men. Lucian slammed the two demi-human chiefs to the ground, their heads cracking against the stone until blood seeped from the wounds. The pair hadn't even understood what had happened before they were forced down, unable to resist. Just moments ago, they had hurried to the scene after hearing reports from their kin intruders had entered the caves. Yet before they could even demand an explanation, they were already crushed beneath Lucian's hand. It was enough for them to realize one thing: this was no foe they could resist. Around them, the other demi-humans froze in shock. When the reality sank in, terror spread like wildfire. One after another, they dropped to their knees, clutching their heads and wailing for mercy. To them, their chiefs were second only to the demi-human queen herself, the strongest existence they knew. But if even their chiefs had been subdued in an instant, how could they dare to resist? Lucian, still pressing the chiefs down, spoke without looking back. Boc, did these chiefs ever bully you? The demi-human tailor flinched at the sound of his lord's voice before shaking his head quickly. And no, the chiefs never did such things. Indeed, the two chieftains had not taken part. With so many mouths in the caves to feed, their dim minds were already overwhelmed with matters of food and survival. The petty cruelties between demi-humans were beneath their notice. Is that so? Then very well. Lucian tightened his grip a little. Boc, translate this for me. The tailor nodded hurriedly. Why yes, please say it, I will tell them. Lucian thought for a moment. Words mattered little to such creatures. Strength was the only language they respected. Tell them this: from this moment, I am master here. If they submit, they will be rewarded. If not, their heads will not remain upon their shoulders. His fingers dug slightly deeper into the chiefs' skulls. They trembled, afraid that a single slip of his strength would crush them outright. Boc relayed the words in the demi-human tongue. The chieftains didn't even hesitate before whimpering their submission. Only then did Lucian release them. Even free, they dared not rise. Slowly, cautiously, they lowered themselves prostrate on the ground. What of the rest? Lucian asked. Summon every demi-human from this den. Again, BOC translated. The chiefs bellowed into the caverns, their calls echoing deep within the stone halls. Soon, demi-humans poured out from every passage, gathering behind their leaders. At least 80 or 90 came into view, and that was only what the narrow passage could hold. The true number was surely greater. And when they saw their chiefs bowing to Lucian, they too dropped instantly to their knees. One chief croaked something out, which BOC repeated. Lord Lucian, he says they wish to invite you deeper into the caves, to the Grand Hollow. It is wide and open, the best place, whether you wish to count their number or give other commands. Lucian nodded. But before venturing further, there was another matter. He had not forgotten those who had tormented BOC. Tell them, every demi-human who bullied you must be marked. They will be punished according to their own customs. BOC hesitated. I do not think it necessary. They did bully me, but I never wished to take revenge. But Lucian shook his head. BOC was too kind. Mercy had its place, but without discipline, chaos would follow. No, they must be punished. That way, the others will learn such behavior will not be tolerated. In Stormvale, many races will gather. If they cannot learn now, it will cause trouble in the future. The demi-human tailor scratched at his head, conflicted, but in the end he nodded. If it is for your rule, my lord, then I will tell them. Those guilty turned pale when BOC relayed the command. They tried to flee, but the chieftain seized them without hesitation, dragging them forward. Led by the chiefs, Lucian was taken into the Great Hollow. The cavern opened vast and wide, its only entrances at the front and rear, one of which must surely lead toward the island of the Church of Dragon Communion. Inside, nearly 200 demi-humans stood assembled. Those who had tormented BOC were strung upside down, bound and left hanging. They would not die, but their punishment would last for many days. At the same time, BOC's mother's relics were returned to him, a small pouch containing a sewing needle and other tools of her trade. Clutching it, tears welled in his eyes. Oh, it's here, this belonged to my mother. She was a seamstress, and I've worked hard all this time, wishing to become like her. A true tailor. He wiped his eyes, then turned, voice trembling with resolve. Lord Lucian, I wish to serve you as a seamstress. My craft is not yet skilled, but I can be of use. Please accept my loyalty, my king. Lucian inclined his head. I accept. From this day, you are the king's tailor. Your mother would be proud. Overjoyed, BOC leapt up, then froze, realizing the disrespect. He hastily dropped back into a bow. Lucian turned his gaze on the assembled demi-humans. You will remain in these caves. When I have need of you, I will call. If there are crops suitable for you, I will send men to teach you how to grow them. The chiefs and their kin murmured in shock, but also relief. They had expected slaughter or slavery, not promises of food and survival. Submission under such a lord seemed almost a blessing. Satisfied, Lucian turned toward the far tunnel. The path led straight without fork, until light greeted him at its end. Stepping out, he beheld the towering Erd tree, and the looming fortress of Stormvale perched upon its cliffs. The island was larger than he remembered from his otherworldly memories: wide beaches, dense woods, wild beasts. At a distance stood a ruined temple, exuding an ancient, primal pressure. BOC trembled beside him, legs quaking. My lord, that place, it feels so frightening. Stay here, Lucian said. Wait in the caves. I will return shortly. With that, he strode toward the Church of Dragon Communion. Within the ruined church, headless statues of draconic men littered the floor. At the center lay the corpse of a withered ancient dragon, slumped against the stone. Beneath it rested a ritual basin, swirling with a red aura, the source of the oppressive presence. Drawing near, knowledge bloomed unbidden in Lucian's mind, the rite of Dragon Communion. So, the method comes directly into the mind. He frowned slightly. This vessel had a mystery to it, but he had no dragon hearts. Godric's had fused with his grafted body, allowing him to wield draconic incantations without the ritual. And Lucian, bearer of a great rune himself, had no need of it. Still, dragon parts had their worth. Armor strengthened with scales, new sets forged with draconic leather, even the Storm Knights deserved stronger gear. Lucian already had a vision for a new royal armor of his own, to distinguish himself from the knights who served him. All he lacked was the material. As he pondered, a shadow passed across the sky. At first, he thought it a hawk. Then his eyes sharpened: a dragon, wounded and staggering in flight. One wing torn, body riddled with gashes. Lucian narrowed his eyes. A dragon and injured? Could it be a Geel? The beast was flying toward a Geel lake. But if a Geel was truly so mighty, why was he so gravely wounded? Had some great foe clashed with him? Lucian returned swiftly to the caves to instruct BOC, then sat before the church's grace. Melina, take me to a Geel lake. The maiden complied at once. When he emerged at the lake's edge, he immediately spotted the great dragon. Larger even than Godric's grafted drake, but grievously wounded, one claw missing, body torn by massive slashes, its neck half severed and bleeding freely. These were no wounds from beasts. They were man-made. And the man responsible soon came into view. He wore the armor of a storm knight, yet the dragon-crested helm had been defiled, the crest hacked off, replaced with a crimson scarf edged in gold. A great axe slung on his back, a great bow in hand, its arrows dipped into a barrel of blackened oil. His steed too was unnatural, a crimson warhorse, eyes glowing with the same hue as its master's scarf. Lucian studied him closely. Not one of his own. And yet he remembered such figures from the old tales: Storm, Banished, knights who abandoned their dragon crest, taking instead the power of dragon communion. A dragon communion knight. The knight noticed Lucian at the lakeside but, seeing no interference, turned back to his quarry. Arrow after arrow pierced the sky, soaked in dragon communion grease. One finally struck true, sending the wounded drake crashing into the lake. It thrashed weakly, trying to rise, as the knight bore down with his great axe. Then, a roar split the heavens. Every living thing felt it pierce their souls. The waters of Aegil Lake convulsed in waves, and lesser beasts scattered in terror. And from the sky descended the true lord of this place, flying dragon Aegil himself, vast as a hill. The smaller dragon was but a child compared to him. Aegil unleashed fire, a tide of destruction that boiled the lake and filled the air with steam. The communion knight answered with dragon ice, but within moments, his resistance was swallowed by flame. Lucian watched in silence. If the knight perished, then both dragons, the elder and the wounded, would be his to claim. So be it, he murmured. Their hides will serve me well. Enough to forge the armor of a king and see every storm knight armed anew. 114, Volume 2 Chapter 21, Dragon Slayer. Lucian leapt into Aegil's torrent of fire. Storm winds roared forth, parting the flames so they could not touch him. This time, he had no desire to fight bare-handed. Fists were ill-suited against the hardened scales and hide of a flying dragon. Conveniently, the weapon wielded by the dragon communion knight just now had caught his eye. Why not borrow it? But to Lucian's surprise, the knight and his crimson steed had not perished in the flames. A blood-red barrier of killing aura wrapped around them both, though their armor burned white-hot. Without intervention, they would surely have died within moments. Seeing Lucian drive back the inferno, the knight felt a sudden surge of relief. A brush with death turned aside. But before he could even voice his gratitude, Lucian simply extended his hand. Your axe. Lend it to me. Oh. The great axe passed into Lucian's grip. He weighed it, nodded with satisfaction. Heavy. Massive. Its haft carved from the bone of some great beast, its blades polished dragon horns, glistening with residual bloodlust. More than a weapon, almost a living thing, ravenous for blood. By size and weight, it was a colossal weapon. Just Lucian's preference. Brutal. Direct. Especially now that his great rune allowed him to alter his form. He stripped away his tattered clothes, leaving only the loose skirt pants he had prepared for such moments. Truly, he needed a proper set of arms and armor, else every battle would see his garb ruined. Fortunately, the materials for just such a suit now lay before him. His body grew taller, broader. Power surged, the great rune's might pouring into his flesh. The great axe, meant for two hands, now looked as if made for one. Lucian glanced at himself, chuckled. Reminds me of an old friend, some guy who turns into a macho man at noon. A man, sinned with pride, who became the strongest beneath the sun, and fought with an axe. He raised the weapon high and swung. The oil-soaked dragon communion grease upon the blade scattered as he struck, carried with shards of rock and red aura by the storm-born wind. A titanic gale cleaved the lake, parted the fire, and tore toward Aegil. Sensing danger, Aegil abandoned his flame breath midstream and hurled himself aside. The blast scorched a cliff face red-hot. Lucian's strike meant for his skull instead tore into his left leg, ripping flesh and leaving a gaping wound. True pain racked Aegil, and he went mad. His vast wings braced against the ground, hind legs driving him forward with unstoppable force. He charged like a living mountain. Seeing that horned head barreling toward him, Lucian's lips curled in delight. Time to stop the dragon's charge. In another life, he had relished this very act in a different hunt, a greatsword bracing against a charging beast. Had he grown rusty? He put his right hand holding the axe behind him, his left leg slightly bent forward and his center of gravity sank, body coiled for a devastating rising slash. Then, at the last moment, he changed his mind. He shifted the axe to his left hand, but kept his stance. Behind him, the dragon communion knight's eyes widened. Madness. No man could face down a dragon's charge barehanded. Aegil crashed forward, jaws yawning wide, breath reeking of charred bile. But Lucian only grinned. A weapon was a weapon, but when the blood surged, such thoughts were cast aside. To tear down such a beast with one's own flesh, that was the true thrill. His waist twisted, his right fist launched like thunder, slamming into the base of Aegil's massive horn. The dragon's head snapped back, yet his body thundered onward. The lake's muck gave Lucian no footing. He slid backward, dragged meters through mud and water, and then stopped. Aegil's unstoppable charge ground to a halt, his head pressed in Lucian's palm, unable to push further. He had stopped the dragon. With a single fist. A man and a WIRM locked in primal contest. The communion knight could scarcely believe his eyes. A famed flying dragon's charge, halted by human flesh. Impossible. Yet true. Lucian's eyes burned, wild and bloodthirsty. Locked upon them, Aegil felt a sensation long forgotten, a shudder of fear. The last time had been in his youth, when an ancient dragon's gaze had fallen upon him. But this was different. That dragon had wanted to play. This man meant to kill him. Panic gripped Aegil. He belched fire skyward, then lurched back, desperate to flee. But Lucian's right hand swept the flames aside. He vaulted upward, landing upon the dragon's skull, clinging to his horn. The great axe rose and fell, striking the horn's root. Agheel thrashed, but the man clung fast. Blow after blow rained down until, crack, the great horn, pride of his kind, snapped free. Lucian tumbled down as the dragon reeled, landing lightly upon the ground. He tossed the horn onto the bank, smirking. A fine prize. Agheel's roar shook the heavens, rage blotting out his fear. His pride torn, his mind gave way to beast's wrath. He gathered fire in his maw, but a kick to his jaw sent it exploding within. Not wounded, but shaken. Panic surged anew. He flapped hard, wings straining to lift him skyward. But upon his back sat Lucian, great axe slung across his shoulders, waving cheerfully when the dragon glanced back. Ah, to ride a dragon not bad at all. I wonder, could I one day ride an ancient one? Enraged, Agheel bucked wildly, but Lucian only pressed a hand upon his back. You thought you could leave? Who decided that? The only one who gets to decide such things is me. Begone. Storm winds howled, driving the dragon down. No matter how his wings beat, Agheel was forced from the sky, slammed back into the lake. Lucian dismounted, standing before him. Enough play, time to end this. He raised the axe, rune-gifted muscles surging. A cleaving arc swept out, shearing one of Agheel's wings clean away. The dragon toppled, grounded forever. Lucian leapt, descending with brutal force. The axe fell. Agheel's head rolled free, eyes wide with terror and fury even in death. Standing atop the corpse, Lucian studied the scales and hide. Not as unyielding as an ancient stone skin, but worthy material nonetheless. If Hugh could craft it into armor that shifted with his form. The lake ran red with dragon's blood. Crabs and prawns scuttled back, drawn by its allure, only to scatter as Lucian's killing intent swept them away. He sighed. Skinning was not his skill. Best to have Stormvale's men haul the corpse back. Perhaps Hugh could work it, or failing that Iji, the blacksmith under Runny's service. The smaller drake, still struggling, met the same fate in a single stroke. Lucian turned to Agheel's belly. The heart, that was what he sought. The great rune might unravel its power, and the dragon communion's incantations truly, they had their allure. But where was the heart? He frowned, then glanced toward the communion knight. You there. You know where a dragon's heart lies, don't you? The knight hesitated, then approached. His name was Moraga, descendant of Storm Knights exiled to Syalid. His path was steeped in dragon's blood, his creed one of power at any cost. He knew he could not deny this man. Shall I cut it out for you? That would be best. Mind the scales and hide. I'll need them intact. Lucian returned the axe. Moraga accepted it with both hands, and began carving into Agheel's belly. As he worked, Lucian spoke. You wear a Storm Knight's armor, but I've never seen you in Stormvale. Who are you? Storm Knight of a sort. I am Moraga, descendant of the Storm Knights of Syalid. Syalid, is it? Far indeed. Lucian nodded. Your strength is good. Serve me. I've many Storm Knights, but never one who walks the path of dragon communion. But Moraga shook his head. Forgive me. My path is blood-soaked and wretched. To follow me brings only misfortune. Lucian only chuckled, not angered. Instead he asked of dragon's lore. Moraga answered as he cut deeper, revealing at last a massive heart, studded with stony scales, still pulsing faintly. Dragon hearts fuel the communion. Scales and hides make armor. Blood and flesh strengthen those who partake, though beware. Bathe in it, eat of it, and bloodlust follows. My steed drank dragon's blood with me. Now it thirsts for nothing else. Stronger dragons yield greater power. But for you, Lord, even Agheel's blood may prove little. He lifted the enormous heart, presenting it reverently. Lucian took it. Moraga bowed, intending to depart. But Lucian halted him, gesturing to the smaller drake's corpse. That one, do you not want it? Moraga blinked, startled. His hunt had failed. Were it not for Lucian, he would be dead. I desire it, but it is your spoil, not mine. Lucian waved dismissively. I've no use for another heart. Skin it, take the corpse. In return, teach me all you know of dragonkind. Moraga lowered his head in gratitude, and set to work. 115 Volume 2 Chapter 22 The Nameless King. Lucian sat cross-legged upon a stone at the edge of Agheel Lake. While Moraga busied himself with the colossal labor of skinning the dragon, Lucian mulled over the knowledge he had gleaned from the man's tongue. From Moraga, he had learned much of dragon communion, and of the distant land of Syalid. Most tidings could be set aside, but one, he could not ignore. A festival was soon to be held in Syalid. The Radon Festival. It was not a mere tournament, but a dirge, a funeral prepared for none other than General Radon, the Star-Scourge, mightiest of the demigods, peerless in arms, and lauded as the strongest warrior known to the lands between. A duel to the death, staged in his honor. Whoever slew Radon would be crowned the champion of the festival, and inherit his great rune. Though all knew there could only be one victor, countless warriors marched eagerly to their deaths. For a fighter, even to clash with Radon and fall was a glory beyond measure. None could resist the call. Lucian was no exception. When the stars have aligned, the festival is nigh. So ran the word carried from Redmane Castle. Lucian did not know when such a night would come, but Moraga assured him it would not be long, a month or two at most. He weighed his road ahead. To detour toward Liurnia of the Lakes would mean missing the festival. Raya Lucaria Academy, the Carian royals, none of it was urgent. But to miss the Radon festival would be to forfeit the chance forever. Lucian would not allow such regret. He longed to stand before Radon himself, to measure his strength against the general, to pay his respect in the only way that mattered, blade against blade. Even if, one day, he were to wrest Raiden's great rune from its inheritor, it could never make up for the loss of such an encounter. At once, Lucian resolved to alter his course. First, he would finish his immediate task, study sorceries under Cell, and then march to Scylla to await the festival's dawn. In the meantime, he would visit Celia, the town of sorcery. There, useful magics lay hidden, and its assassins' art sorceries forged solely to slay fellow sorcerers, intrigued him. Celia's link to the eternal city beneath the lands was another mystery worth probing. Besides, there was still a maiden in Scylla awaiting his rescue. Though Moraga's hand was practiced, the dragon's carcass was vast, and the work arduous. At last, he severed the final strip of flesh from hide and side, relief and exhaustion mingling. Skinning complete. Next came the stripping of meat from bone, the cleansing of the skeleton. He toiled without complaint. What had begun as a failed hunt had ended with the gift of a dragon's corpse, heart and all. A safer prize than to set out anew. And the dragon heart was what he desired most, each one a step deeper into communion, each one a path to more strength. Yet as he worked, doubt wormed into him. Was communion truly worth so much? Even if he devoured hearts without end, could he ever hope to reach Agile's might? And even Agile, who had nearly slain him with but a glance, had been felled like a toy in Lucian's hands. Was the power he sought truly so feeble? He shook his head. Such weakness of resolve was unworthy. Strength was strength, so long as it outstripped yesterday's self. To falter merely at the sight of a higher peak was shameful. The hide came away, mostly whole, though torn where Lucian's blows had marred it. Loose scales were gathered carefully, even those scattered during the fight. Flesh piled in bloody mounds. Bones jutted, pale and slick, steeped in the lake's waters, while Agile's blood stained the whole basin pink. Moraga's blood-drunk steed lowered its head to drink the tainted water, though it dared not touch the corpse itself. Its master had warned it well, these spoils were Lucian's, and to overstep would court his wrath. When his labors were done, Moraga reported to Lucian, then turned to the smaller drake. He raised his axe, split open the chest, and crawled inside. With deft cuts, he opened channels for the blood to pool. The corpse became a bath, and he submerged himself wholly in the dragon's blood. Lucian watched, recalling what Moraga had said of communion. It was not only hearts that granted strength. To bathe in dragon's blood hardened the flesh, tempered the skin. To feast upon dragon's meat likewise strengthened the body, even sprouting scales in time. Gradually, the body changed. First the blood boiling, thickening, turning to dragon's ichor. Then came power. Scales for armor. Fire for shield. The scarlet barrier that had saved Moraga earlier was nothing but his own blood strength made manifest. Lucian gazed at the heaps of flesh, pondering. Even without communion, mere meat could bolster strength. Soldiers who partook would become formidable, able to stand equal to rival hosts. With such a force, Stormvale's armies would be unmatched. And yet, the price. The more they fed, the less human they became. Bloodlust. Scale. Madness. Lucian resolved not to force the choice. Let his men decide. If they sought strength, he would not stop them. Power always demanded a price. In the lands between, where only strength could ensure survival, few would hesitate. He himself might have walked that path, had he no wind spirit moon's shadow to temper him. Stormvale's carts arrived, laden for transport. Lucian gave orders, and the materials were loaded. Then, he withdrew into a sight of grace. Armor would need designs. He could not draw, but Melina could. Her maps alone proved her deft hand. Melina, he called, and her form shimmered into being, her face faintly puzzled. Can you help me draft designs for armor? She tilted her head. Me, but I have never drawn such things. I may not do it well. Lucian smiled. It's fine. I trust you. She nodded, took up quill and parchment. Then describe it to me. I'll try my best to capture it, and you can suggest changes afterward. He described the armor he envisioned, a memory from another story, another world. A nameless king, once hailed as dragon hunter, and god of war, who felled countless ancient dragons, undefeated in battle. His armor, forged from dragon bone and scale, was his badge of honor. That was what Lucian desired to forge. A set befitting his station as Lord of Stormvale. Agile's hide would serve, until one day he might fashion a greater suit from the scales of ancients, even of the Dragon Lord himself. After all, even the mightiest smithing stone somber ancient dragon smithing stones were but the scales of dragon lords. Armor made from their true bodies would surpass anything ever known. The round table hold was alive with noise when Lucian arrived. A stench of blood and the weight of a lingering will filled the hall. When others came to see, they found him standing over heaps of dragon hide, bloody bone, and a horn large as a man. He had brought only a portion, too vast was the whole, enough to fill an entire chamber. Even so, it stunned Hugh, a smithing master, when Lucian dragged such spoils into his forge. Dragon scales were no rarity for a lord such as him, but to slay a Wyrm outright, and one of such age and might that was another matter. Master Hugh, Lucian asked plainly, can these be forged into armor? The smith ran a hand over scale and hide, nodding in admiration. Fine stuff. Stronger than most will ever see. Yes, it can make mighty armor. Will you meld it into your Storm Knight set? Lucian first nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but also, no. I wish another suit as well. A new one. Mine alone. Hugh raised his brows. And how large? Large enough for a body 3 or 4 meters tall. In recent days, Lucian had collected more rune arcs. Only 4 or 5, but enough to fill his great rune further. His attributes had risen 7 points across the board and his potential size had grown as well. At full strength, he estimated his frame might reach 4 meters in height. Hugh blinked. Such a giant's armor, but then, Lucian was already a great rune bearer. To stand like a demigod was only fitting. Yet the smith frowned. It can be done, but difficult. Armor like this is best forged whole, not in pieces. And for one of your size my frame is too small. I craft weapons better than armor. Still, if no one else can, I will do what I can. Lucian thought for a moment. Then he nodded. He decided the giant smith Iji, sworn to Runni, was the one for the task. A giant's hands would know how to shape such armor. For armor, I will seek out smithing master Iji. His frame and skill will suit the task. As for the weapon, he pointed to the horn. I want you to forge it into a sword spear. The ancient horn was unyielding, its edge already sharp. Lucian meant to shape it into a dragon's lair sword spear, modeled after the weapon of the nameless king. A colossal armament, vast even among colossi, to match a form that touched the heights of demigods. With Hugh for the weapon, and Iji for the armor, Lucian would claim for himself a set of arms to be remembered in the annals of the lands between. 116, Volume 2 Chapter 23, His Beginning, Her End. Lucian left behind the materials for forging the dragon's lair sword spear and carried the rest back to Stormvale Castle. Along with them came 3 greatswords already reforged and strengthened, and a suit of Storm Knight armor into which dragon scales had been woven. Back in the castle, Lucian immediately wrote a letter, entrusting the Stormhawks to deliver it to Blad, who was hiding deep within the Mistwoods. The letter briefly explained recent events and expressed his request. He wished to know whether Runni had any smiths in her service that could be of use. Of course, Lucian did not reveal that he already knew the blacksmith Iji. With the letter dispatched, Lucian sat tapping his finger against the throne's armrest. He had been away for 2 days. Who could say if the tasks he'd set in motion had been faithfully carried out? Soon, Crucible Knight Andre arrived at his summons to report. My lord, the person you ordered the soldiers to keep an eye on has already entered Stormvale. And also, the bridge to the Chapel of Anticipation has been repaired. Stormvale, now open to all peoples, required only a simple registry at its gates, a name, an age, and an identity. Nothing more. And the one Lucian had them watch for was none other than Sorcerer Thops. He did not send anyone to seek him out directly. After all, Thops was not famous, even among sorcerers expelled from the Academy of Raya Lucaria and forgotten by most. Lucian himself had never met him before, and searching for him so suddenly would have seemed suspicious. It was better to simply wait. As expected, when Thops, who had been residing at the Church of Irith, learned that Stormvale had opened its gates, he came on his own. With Thops found, Lucian thought that his business in Limgrave was nearly complete. Edgar, Castellan of Castle Morn, and his daughter Irina had been saved and now lived in peace. Roderica and even her companions had survived, and as in the game, had begun her study of spirit tuning. BOC had recovered his mother's keepsake and now honed his tailoring skills in Stormvale. Merchant Cal spent his days trading within the castle, saving enough rune to rejoin the caravan of nomadic merchants. He had already arranged to study magic under Sorceress Selen, and had crossed paths with Patches and Yura. As for Blad's request to find the Bloodhound Knight, Lucian delayed it, for it touched upon secrets he was deeply interested in, and he preferred not to resolve it too soon. He had also sent people to track White Maskvar, but it seemed the man had somehow caught wind of his search. He had vanished without a trace. Knight Bernal, too, was absent from his shack. After all, this was not a game, it was reality. Those who should have appeared did not necessarily appear, and sometimes those who should not have appeared in Limgrave did. For that, Lucian had no answer. He possessed only the knowledge of the game's story, not omniscience. In truth, the fact that so many events still unfolded so closely to the story surprised him. As for why the bridge to the Chapel of Anticipation had been rebuilt, Lucian intended to recover the corpse of the Finger Maiden there, and grant her rest within a proper tomb. To leave her abandoned in desolation seemed cruel. He left Thops for later. First, the maiden. Too much time had passed already. Who knew if time had already caused her corpse to decay? Rising from his throne, Lucian passed through Stormvale with only Alyssa and Red at his side. Long ago, Stormvale had been connected to the Chapel of Anticipation by a bridge, but it had been destroyed for reasons unknown. With Stormvale still scarred and rebuilding, Lucian did not order a full stone reconstruction. Instead, a simple suspension bridge had been built enough for passage. He had little intention of visiting often. The Crucible Knight's wings had been invaluable, carrying timbers across the storm-swept gulf. Long before work began, Lucian had calmed the violent storms that raged between the two sites. Now the suspension bridge spanned peacefully across. They crossed to the Chapel of Anticipation. The air was as ever bleak and barren, lifeless. Memories pressed upon him as he walked, the despair upon learning this was no game but reality. The terror of facing the grafted scion, and the exhilaration of obtaining the wind spirit moon shadow. Before entering the chapel where she lay, Lucian ascended to the upper floor where once he claimed the ashes of the Stormhawk Dian and the Stormhawk King ashes. There he saw the remains of the grafted scion, still nothing more than a mangled heap of flesh. It had been the only foe thus far that forced Lucian to use his wind spirit moon shadow twice. Once a seemingly insurmountable enemy, it now looked like little more than a minor obstacle he could crush at will. Lingering but a moment, he descended to the chapel. Alyssa and Red stood guard at the doors, leaving him alone. The chapel was in ruins. When the scion had fallen from above, it had thrashed about, shattering pews and shelves until nothing but splinters remained. But in the corner, spared from harm, lay the maiden's body. Lucian stood silent before her, gaze lingering on the body preserved, almost unchanged. In life, her sole wish had been for him to become Elden Lord. She had not even left behind the identity of her killer, no plea for vengeance, only a quiet hope. Even in death, she had left him with her message, through her fillet, that this was no mere game world. And Lucian, he realized bitterly, had never truly known her at all. If only he had reached the lands between earlier, perhaps he could have saved her. Lucian sighed. "I've come to take you home." He lifted the maiden's body gently into his arms. His plan was to return her to Stormvale, and lay her to rest in a proper grave. When Alyssa and Red saw him emerge carrying a corpse, they were startled. They had not known why he wished to reconnect Stormvale and the chapel. They had assumed it was simply for worship. None of them imagined he would emerge carrying the dead. They recognized the attire at once, the garb of a finger maiden. They had always known Lucian was tarnished, and powerful. And they knew all tarnished were bound to a maiden, it was said so everywhere. Yet never had they seen his. Many had wondered why she never appeared. None had guessed, none had dared to imagine that she had died here, alone. Now, the king had come to bring his maiden home. They asked nothing. Lucian offered no explanation. In silence, they crossed the suspension bridge back to Stormvale. Behind them, the eternal storm above the chapel stirred once more, battering the bridge until it groaned. From then on, the Chapel of Anticipation welcomed no one. And that day, for the first time, the winds of Stormvale fell silent. On their way back, Roderica spotted them and hurried over. Having trained as a spirit tuner, she immediately sensed Eideven from afar. The maiden's corpse still held a faint echo of soul. "My lord," she exclaimed, "there is still a trace of soul's echo within her." Lucian was stunned. He knew spirit tuners could commune with spirits, but soul echoes was new to him. "What are they?" Roderica explained. "Often, a body still holds remnants of the soul. If the body does not become spirit ashes, the soul disperses with time, but sometimes an echo lingers, a faint residue. It cannot be spoken to, only glimpsed, like a final wish." She offered to try. Lucian agreed readily. To know the maiden's final wish would be invaluable, perhaps even reveal her killer. At the very least, it would let him understand her more. Roderica tried again and again, but the echo was faint, too fragile. There was no response. Perhaps only under certain conditions, or upon meeting something significant, would its message emerge. At last Lucian gave up. So be it. A pity, but nothing more could be done. Outside Stormvale, a carriage waited, bearing a stone coffin prepared for her. Lucian laid her within, one hand still holding her form as if reluctant to let go. Lucian rode in another carriage, with Roderica and the others. The convoy moved toward the fringe folk hero's grave at the borderlands. There she would be interred. Strictly speaking, as a finger maiden she had no right to rest there. But she had been his maiden, the first, the maiden of Stormvale's king, and of the one who would be Elden Lord. None could deny her. The convoy rolled on in silence. Then Roderica suddenly looked up. Something outside had stirred the echo. Without a word, she leapt from the carriage, rushing forward. Lucian halted the convoy and followed. Roderica knelt to pick up 2 flowers, handing them to him. They were wilted, golden-hued blossoms, paired together. "She wanted you to have these," she said softly. 2 faded Erdalaf flowers. Flowers that grew where leaves of the Erd tree fell, like the tarnished themselves, blessed to return to the lands between, only to wither like autumn leaves. These were her favorite, Roderica whispered. With this gift, the soul's echo faded forever. She had left no name, no story, only this. Lucian held the flowers. He kept one, and placed the other inside her coffin, to remain with her. His heart ached as if trying to grasp the wind, only for it to slip through, leaving nothing behind. She had blessed him with parting words, one sea wish for his fortune. When she had written those words, she must already have known her fate. At last, they reached the fringe folk hero's grave, the place where Lucian had first set foot in the lands between. Under the watch of a towering statue, Lucian carried her coffin down by lift into the depths. At a fog-shrouded door, Lucian pressed a stone's-word key into the imp statue. The mist dissolved. A poison swamp lay beyond. Alyssa froze it solid so they could cross. Carrying the coffin, Lucian advanced. As they pressed deeper, the grinding of gears echoed. Out of the dark rolled a massive bronze construct, a chariot shaped like a knight of Lindell, drawn by twin steeds of stone. a chariot of the tombs. None knew its true name. Said to guard the dead, powered by forbidden craft. Its iron spikes and crushing wheels had claimed many who trespassed so many, in another life, that players had cursed it with the name dump truck. But now, Alyssa leapt upon it, freezing its innards. Within seconds, the thing ground to a halt. They left it intact. The tomb still needed its guardian. Further in, spectral soldiers appeared, but on seeing Lucian, they parted and bowed in silence. At last, they reached the deepest chamber, where the roots of the Erd tree coiled. Here once the rite of return had been performed. But now, only a putrid tree spirit dwelled, roused by their intrusion. Lucian laid the coffin down. He had no desire to waste time. With Alyssa and Red aiding him, the abomination was quickly destroyed. Then, at the chamber center, Lucian placed her coffin. He gazed long upon her face, committing it to memory. No grand funeral followed, only rest. The stone closed over her. Here she would sleep, forever. 117, Volume 2, Chapter 24, The Wings of Storms and the Restless Dead. After laying the maiden to rest, Lucian wandered deeper into the graveyard. The first place he inspected was the very chamber where they stood, at the heart of the dungeon. The corpse of the ulcerated tree spirit, slain moments before, had already dissolved into drifting motes of ash. Among those fading remnants, Lucian discovered a golden seed, a blessing of the Erd tree, which would allow him to strengthen his flask once more. At the roots of the Erd tree that pierced through the chamber's wall, he found several sets of ashes, faint souls still clinging to them. Roderica stepped forward, kneeling, and began to commune with the spirits. Lucian stood in silence beside her. Although he, too, possessed the spirit-calling bell and thus the ability to commune with the dead, his talent paled beside that of a true spirit tuner. For him, the voices of untempered spirits were blurred, broken, like words half-heard through static. Only souls of immense strength, like those of the ancient king, could pierce through clearly without a tuner's guidance. Roderica's gift was different. She could weave the dead's tattered voices into clarity, make their essence whole, and attune them to new masters. Through her, ashes did not merely respond, they lived again, closer to their former glory. After listening for a time, Roderica turned to Lucian with a solemn expression. "These are the ashes of storm nights," she said softly, "and one among them still bears his name. The ashes of Oleg, once the wing of the storm." Lucian's breath caught. Oleg was remembered as one of the two wings of the storm, a champion who had once raged against the might of the Erd tree. Roderica recounted their tale. When the Storm King's war against the Erd tree ended in defeat, the surviving knights resisted still, earning the wrath of the Greater Will. They were nearly annihilated, spared only by the plea of the old commander Neil, who sacrificed his own leg in exchange for their lives. From then, their paths split. Some bent the knee to Godwine the Golden and garrisoned the far-off castle Sol in the frozen north. Others, refusing submission, were cast out to the borderlands. Among them were the two wings of the storm, Oleg and Engel. Ages passed. When the shattering came, the self-styled grace-given lord sought their strength. Engel refused, clinging to a kingless ruin. But Oleg accepted. He served Morgoth the Omen King, wielding his storm as a scourge against oath-breakers. For his loyalty he was promised to return as a hero to the Erd tree, but Godwine's death shattered the cycle. No one could return. Thus Oleg and his knights, denied rebirth, dwindled to mere ashes here. The tale ended as Oleg's spirit stirred within the ash, recognizing Lucian. His voice, faint yet proud, pledged himself to serve in death. Lucian accepted. Though he might not summon Oleg often, the knight's loyalty was a boon. Unlike in the game he once remembered, this world's rules allowed summoners to call forth not just one spirit at a time but many, so long as their vessels and magic could bear the strain. With a greater medium, he could one day command whole hosts. For now, he instructed Roderica to carry one of the Storm Night ashes for her own protection. She had already obtained her own spirit-calling bell, and Lucian trusted her bond with the spirits. The group continued through the graveyard, plucking ghost gloveworts from the alcoves and shrines along the way. Here, in the hero's grave, many of the blooms were of higher quality. Spirits of valor clung more strongly to their flowers. Most were of the 3rd to 6th tier, their pale blossoms nourished by lingering souls. At the road's end stood a spectral storm knight. Upon seeing Lucian, the spirit bowed and reached into his own chest. From within he withdrew a burning crimson sigil. He placed it in Lucian's hand, where it sank into his flesh, etching itself upon the back of his hand like a brand. Lucian studied it. It resembled a command seal from a long tale, yet it was no mere mark. This was a Dragon Communion seal, strengthening the incantations of Dragon Communion. Convenient, for Lucian had already studied a dragon's heart through his great rune, unlocking the power of their incantations. Still, he wondered, the mark was intangible, immaterial. How could it ever be strengthened? Forging stones were of the world. What could sharpen a phantom brand? Leaving the thought unresolved, he pressed onward. He instructed his companions to return with their gathered spoils, while he explored a hidden passage. Dropping down into a lower chamber, he was set upon by imp statues. These constructs, unlike the Storm Knights, bore him no allegiance. Their sole command was to slay all intruders. Lucian unleashed a gale, battering them into ruin before descending further. A hallway blocked by a flame-spewing pillar barred his way, but with a flick of wind he struck its trigger, silencing the trap. Beyond, a narrow ledge wound its way to a platform that jutted into the abyss. There, beneath a looming statue, rested a stone coffin draped in red cloth. As Lucian approached, 2 grafted scions descended upon him, warped kin of the noble line, their many limbs clutching blades. Lucian drew his 2 great swords, now reforged and sharpened beyond their prime. Both gleamed, strengthened to +12. The duel was brutal. He met their storm of blades with a whirlwind of his own, his body spinning like a tempest. The scions faltered, retreating behind their heavy shields, yet Lucian pressed on, leaping high into the air. With a thunderous lion's claw, he shattered their guard, cleaving limbs until the ground was carpeted in severed arms. The first fell, reduced to a twitching husk. The second attempted to strike from behind, but Lucian turned, severing its head in a single stroke. From their corpses he took a golden beast crest shield and their ornamental straight sword, spoils more useful to others than himself. At the base of the statue, he found a talisman, the Erd tree's favor. Once, it was said, Queen Marika herself bestowed such blessings. It strengthened vitality, endurance, and bearing. Lucian slipped it into his final empty talisman pouch, joining Radagant's scar seal and the Haladrake talisman already in his keeping. He smiled. One step closer to his grand design, a cuirass woven with talisman slots, filled with every charm of warding. The lands between's own form of armor, more enduring than steel. As for the coffin, he left it untouched. He had no wish to disturb the dead so wantonly. With the grave cleared, he ascended, rejoining his companions at the entrance. Alyssa released the icebound chariot, setting it once more to patrol the catacombs. Their work here was finished. They had buried the maiden, claimed the relics, and scoured the graveyard of its hidden treasures. Now, at last, it was time to return to Stormvale, where Lucian would seek out the sorcerer Thops. 118, Volume 2, Chapter 25, The Bluntstone Sorcerer. Lucian returned at last to Stormvale. After taking a moment to sit and catch his breath, he immediately sent a man to the sorcerer Thops, intending to have him brought to the castle. Meanwhile, within Stormvale's walls, a building had been cleared for a particular purpose. Inside were rows of small chambers, each with a bed and table, like little apartments. This place Lucian had set aside for sorcerers who had sought refuge beneath his banner. Thops was not the only one. Other sorcerers too had come, driven out when the Academy of Raya Lucaria sealed its gates, or else wandering scholars who had left long before. They had all once studied in its classrooms, but none bore the privilege of a glintstone crown. In the building's hall, a few of these mages gathered, exchanging words with one another. Though sorcerers were often aloof, each buried in their own study, for those long estranged from the academy, the fellowship of their peers was precious. Here, they could speak freely, share what little they had discovered, or at least take comfort in knowing they were not alone in their failure. For many, research had stagnated to nothing. Even the smallest glimmer of progress through such exchanges was welcome. When Thops finished recording his name at the registry, he wandered the castle for a time before coming at last to the sorcerer's dwelling. From afar, he could see them gathered in the hall, clad in their blue robes, the classic, unmistakable garb of Lucaria. 2 drops of sweat slid down Thops' brow. Facing his peers, he had little to show. His sorceries were paltry, hardly worth mention. Yet in truth, most of those gathered were no better. Some, indeed, were weaker still. When the others saw him arrive, they broke off their conversation and welcomed him warmly. Welcome. If all goes as we expect, we shall be companions here in Stormvale. Let us share what we know of sorcery. Indeed, cast out from the academy, what else is left us but to exchange what little we have? Thops forced a laugh. Ahais, of course. Only I fear my sorceries are rather meager. You may find them disappointing. The others paid no mind. None among them bore a crown. They knew their own measure well enough. Think nothing of it. What matters is the exchange itself. Why not set your things in your chamber and rest? Shall we show you the way? Thops waved them off quickly, declining the offer. He would find his room on his own. As he went, however, he overheard them whispering in the hall. I know that one, said a mage softly. The bald head is unmistakable. At the academy, they called him the Bluntstone. He had no talent, yet dabbled in strange theories of his own. In the end, he became something of a curiosity until he was expelled, much like us. Has he discovered anything, I wonder? The others glanced at each other, then shook their heads. Surely not. If he had, he would not be here in Stormvale with us. As long as he isn't like those foul ones who consorted with the Cuckoo Knights, I care not. Thops stopped in the corridor, silent. He had not meant to overhear. He clenched his fists. He had come so close to a breakthrough, so close, but during one of his journeys outside, he missed the hour when the academy gates were sealed, and was locked out forever. Yet even if he had remained within, without results, his dream was doomed. He knew how impossible the task was, especially for one like him, bereft of talent, never granted even a glintstone crown. They had mocked him, branded him Bluntstone. Still, he could not let go of his vision. The academy had rotted. Its scholars now were corrupted, allied with the detestable Cuckoo Knights. Thops loathed them. And yet he longed to return, to set foot once more in that hall of sorcery. Sighing, he slipped into his chamber. He sat on the bed, turning again and again over his theories in his mind. Each new conception rose and fell, discarded as quickly as it came. Not long after, the door opened. A Storm Knight stood at the threshold. "Which among you is Sorcerer Thops?" he asked. "The Storm King commands your presence." The mages were stunned. Thops, summoned by the king himself? Could it be to drive him out? If Stormvale judged him too weak, then all of them might soon be cast aside. They went to fetch him, and Thops emerged, pale with anxiety. He had heard the name of the Storm King, one who could strike down even a demigod. Was he about to be cast out as worthless? The knight confirmed his name with great deference, and led him away. Thops marveled at the knight's respectful bearing, but assumed it was mere courtesy. He followed in uneasy silence until they reached a great plaza beside the throne hall. "The Storm King awaits you there," said the knight, bowing before he departed. Thops swallowed and stepped forward. And there, against the wall of the plaza, hung a vast dragon's head. Its baleful gaze still seemed to burn with rage from beyond death. The thing was colossal, large enough to swallow a horse whole. The head of a Geel, slain and taken as Lucian's trophy. Here, mounted in grandeur, it served as both decoration and a symbol of might. Impressive, is it not? Lucian rose from the throne and descended to meet him. He had deliberately summoned Thops here, rather than seek him in person, to avoid drawing too much attention. Thops bowed his head. The young tarnished before him could only be the Storm King of Stormvale. "This is indeed magnificent," Thops murmured nervously. "But may I ask why you have summoned me?" Lucian's gaze fixed on him. "I have brought you here," he said, "because I wish to learn sorcery from you." Thops lifted his head in disbelief. "And me? Surely not. You must be mistaken. I am but an ordinarino, a most pitiful sorcerer. I was never granted a crown, and at the academy they mocked me as Bluntstone. I cannot even return there now." Lucian studied him carefully, then nodded. "No mistake. You are the one I seek." For Lucian knew the truth. Thops was no Bluntstone, but a hidden gem. His theories, scorned by his peers, would one day form the foundation of a new school of sorcery strong enough to bend even divine will. Yet he would die, unfulfilled, slain by envious mediocrities in a decaying academy. Lucian would not let that come to pass. "Others may wield greater power," Lucian continued, "but they have forsaken the mage's true purpose, exploration. Those who turn from that path, no matter their might, are mere hollow men. But you still carry the sorcerer's mission in your heart. And that is why you alone are fit to teach a king." He paused, then added with a small smile, "Nor do I ask only for lessons. I wish to see your research brought to light. If you need resources, I will provide them." Thops stared, his throat dry. For years he had been mocked, cast aside, forgotten. Now here stood a lord who understood him, who valued the same ideal, the ancient dream of reaching the stars. His eyes glistened. "If that is your conviction, then I will teach you what I can. My knowledge is only of the fundamentals. Beyond that, you must seek greater sorceries yourself." Lucian inclined his head. "That is enough. A true master keeps ever the heart of a student. If you will have me, I will learn." Thus Thops, humbled and moved, became the teacher of the Storm King. They retired to a chamber prepared for study, with tables, chairs, and practice targets. Lucian provided parchment and ink, and Thops began to write out all he knew: glintstone pebble, glintstone arc, starlight, and their variations. He explained their workings with care, even lending his staff for Lucian to try. At first, Lucian failed again and again. But with persistence, he wove theory and practice together, until at last a glintstone pebble leapt from the staff in a burst of light. He had taken his first step into sorcery. Soon he mastered more: the arc, the larger pebbles, and others hungry to learn, imprinting them swiftly in mind. Thops, astonished, praised his pupil's brilliance. "You are gifted beyond compare," he said. "Even sorceries reserved for the academy's elite might not elude you." Lucian only shook his head. No master should be without the humility of a learner. "I thank you, teacher, for this beginning." Thops was deeply moved. To have such a lord as his student, one who still cherished the sorcerer's true heart, was more than he had ever hoped. A knock came at the door. A Storm Knight entered. "My lord, the one you summoned has arrived." Lucian nodded. "So swiftly." Then he turned apologetically to Thops. "I must end our lesson here. But if you wish, you may have a chamber of your own prepared." Thops declined, would remain with the other mages. Lucian did not press the matter, and bid him farewell. For outside, at last, the great blacksmith Iji had come to Stormvale. 119, Volume 2, Chapter 26, War Counselor Iji. Smithying Master Iji raised his head, gazing up at the towering walls of Stormvale Castle, and let out a sigh of awe. After all these years, Stormvale remains just as magnificent. When Blad received Lucian's letter, he immediately contacted Runny. Though the promised supplies had not yet arrived, Lucian had already dispatched many Tarnished to explore the underground. Along the way, they also recaptured Fort Hate beyond the forest, securing half of the Dectus medallion that led to the Altus Plateau. Runny, seeing that Lucian had already mobilized so many hands, and not a small number at that, was quite satisfied. A partner who could act on his own initiative was rare. Thus, she instructed Blad to reply. She would send him an exceptional smith, one whose craft would not disappoint. That smithing master was none other than Iji, who also served as her war counselor. This time, Iji did not come merely to forge. He carried with him the things Runny had promised Lucian before: sorceries, incantations, and equipment. Dragging a heavy iron chain, Iggy pulled behind him a massive wagon. A thick tarp covered its contents, though its stone chassis, carved with runes that glowed faint blue, was still visible. The magic inscribed there lessened the burden of its weight. This wagon was Iggy's own creation, designed specifically for transporting supplies. Upon it lay the promised goods along with his enormous forge and anvil. As he arrived at Stormvale's gates, the Storm Knights on duty immediately approached. The castle was now open to all, yet guards still rotated shifts at the gates 4 nights at a time. Their presence served less as protection and more as a silent warning to would-be troublemakers. "Are you smithing, Master Iggy?" one knight asked. Lucian had already instructed them beforehand a trollsmith would be arriving soon, and they were to treat him with utmost respect. As agreed, Iggy produced the sigil of Kari emblazoned with sword and staff proving his identity. "In that case, please, come with me inside." "One moment," said Iggy. "Before I meet Lord Lucian, I would like to take a look around Stormvale. We already spoke of this beforehand." "Of course. Would you like to leave your supplies in the outer Bailey courtyard for now?" "That would be best." Iggy pulled the wagon through the gate, leaving it in the courtyard under a Storm Knight's guard. Another knight guided him deeper into the castle. Iggy's eyes were sharp. He examined everything carefully, for this was his own request to Runny. He wanted to gauge the true strength of this new ally. The first district they entered was where the Tarnished resided. There were many, far more than he expected. Each Tarnished was given a stall for trade, and those with special skills could apply for shops, smithies, enchanting services, and more. Judging by the number crowding the streets, Iggy estimated there were at least 2,000 Tarnished here. Deeper still lay a massive training ground. Countless Tarnished were gathered, practicing under the watch of Storm Knights. Lucian had established a system: those who swore loyalty to him could train for free as soldiers. Others could pay with runes to learn independently, though most eventually pledged service anyway, as fees were returned upon enlistment. The majority, unsurprisingly, chose the first path. They had little wealth, and more importantly, they saw in Luciana Tarnished like themselves a leader worth following. The lands between were hostile to Tarnished everywhere. Only Lucian welcomed them. And though most Tarnished knew they could never become Elden Lord themselves, they also knew this, like their forebears, they could fight beside a king who might. A smaller group chose the independent path. Many came from Round Table Hold sorcerers, ambitious dreamers unwilling to swear fealty so soon. Yet even they flocked to Stormvale's training ground, for in this world only strength guaranteed survival, and only the living could still speak of dreams. Roughly 80% of Stormvale's Tarnished trained in arms. The rest, some too timid, shifting into logistics. Others studied sorcery or faith. Iggy's brow furrowed. The potential here was staggering. After the Shattering War, every great power's armies had withered. Only Lindell still commanded legions, its numbers supported by sheer population. Raiden's Redmans in Syelid were shattered first by war, then by the Scarlet Rot. Radon himself was lost to madness. Rykard's Volcano Manor had long since dissolved into chaos, its knights scattered. As for Mikela and Malania's Halatria sealed away after Malania's battle with Radon, its state was unknown. And those soldiers that remained were often no longer men at all, but corpses. Tarnished, however, remained human-driven, hardened by their journey abroad. Stormvale, Iggy realized, had war potential greater than most. These Tarnished only needed training and steel. With proper arms, they could become a terrifying host. Unlike the common folk who required years to train, Tarnished were already warriors, descendants of those chosen by grace. And how many Tarnished wandered the lands between? None could say. Quietly, Iggy raised Lucian's importance 2 notches in his heart. Past the Tarnished quarters, they entered districts where misbegotten and demi-humans lived. To Iggy's surprise, they coexisted in relative peace. Supervision was lax, limited mainly to hygiene and order. At least they now used latrines instead of fouling the streets, though old habits, like eating insects raw, remained. Their quarter lay in a remote corner of the city, away from others. Prejudice lingered, but Lucian's order held firm. As for the trolls, their massive frames had no place within the walls. They remained on Stormilthoff. Their numbers had greatly dwindled after Godric's bloody purges. By the time Iggy completed his circuit, he had a clear picture. Lucian had indeed opened Stormvale to all races. The city was orderly, its functions well planned: smithies, markets, libraries, even chapels. For now, its strength lay more in promise than in present might. Beyond the Storm Knights, the garrison was thin, but the Tarnished given time would become an army unrivaled. At last, Iggy returned to the inner bailey. Hitching his wagon once more, he followed the knight to the plaza before the throne. There they waited, as a Storm Knight went to fetch Lucian from his lessons with Thops. While waiting, Iggy drew back the wagon's tarp, revealing the goods beneath so that Lucian might see them all at a glance. Soon Lucian arrived, striding from the halls. His eyes first fell upon Iggy's towering figure, encased in his gleaming mirror helm. Then, upon the wagon piled with supplies. "So you must be the smithing master Runny spoke of, Iggy." "That I am." Iggy bowed slightly, then offered his praise. "I toured Stormvale on my way here. Its order is admirable. I had heard much of you from Lady Runny, but the truth exceeds the telling. You surpass every rumor, Lord Lucian. Lucian chuckled, waving it away. Enough courtesy. Show me what you've brought. Very well. These are the items Lady Runny promised you. Iggy produced a list the same one Runny had shown Lucian before. Then he handed over a thick stack of scrolls, filled with copied incantations and sorceries. Lucian checked the inventory carefully. The incantations were varied, Golden Order incantations, flame rites, and more clearly gathered from many sources. The sorceries were more numerous still, Raya Lucaria's glintstone arts, as well as Carrion techniques such as the Carrion Greatsword and Carrion Phalanx. All were copies, safely transcribed. There were also weapons and staves, the Carrion Regal Scepter, the Carrion Glintblade Staff, and even arms bearing rare ashes of war, like the Ice Spear. Lucian nodded, pleased. Even if he could not wield them all himself, Stormvale's coffers now brimmed with knowledge and arms. His eyes then turned to the massive forge and anvil Iggy had brought. The goods are received. Our partnership begins well. His lips curled into a smile. Now then, I've been waiting long enough. When can you begin forging my armor? Do you need rest first? The work will be a vast undertaking. But Iggy shook his great head. I need no rest. I rest too much already. Forging is one of my few joys. Show me the design, and I shall begin at once. Lucian produced the blueprint, handing it up. Iggy studied it through his mirrored helm, nodding slowly. I understand the design. All I require now are your measurements. Then I can begin. Oh hone thing, Lucian added, almost idly. Is there a way to make armor that changes size with its wearer? He expected no more than a laugh. But after a long silence, Iggy actually nodded. Such a technique does exist. It was once used on the Grave Warden's gear enchantments that gave their bronze serpents life. Applied to armor, it would let it grow or shrink with its master's form. Few remember it now. With the arenas gone, it has all but vanished. Were you not to mention it, I might have forgotten it myself. Lucian's eyes lit up. This was more than he had hoped for. Clearly, he had chosen the right smith. For his part, Iggy felt a stir of excitement. It had been too long since he worked with such fine material. His hands ached to begin. Without hesitation, he hauled down his forge and anvil, setting them in the plaza. And there, before the throne of Stormvale, he prepared to forge. 120, Volume 2, Chapter 27, The Sorceress of the Wayward Glintstone. Iggy unloaded his massive forge and anvil from the wagon, setting them one by one in the square. He kindled the fire within the furnace, and the flames roared to life. This fire was different from ordinary flame. Its heat carried an unusual intensity. Lucian frowned in thought. Could this be the flame of the fire giants? He quickly shook his head. No, it was more likely some other special kind of fire, perhaps akin to the Redman's flame, rather than the true and forbidden fire of the giants. Though Iggy was almost certainly a survivor of the war against the giants, his cautious nature meant he would never dare to wield such flame openly. That much Lucian was sure of. In the game, if one pursued Runny's questline before the Radon festival, Castellan Jaren would remark that Iggy was a strange giant shrunken down, uncomfortable in his form, and endlessly talkative. The truth was clear. Iggy was indeed a giant, who had hidden himself by altering his appearance into that of a troll, thus surviving the slaughter of his kin. This peculiar flame of his must have been something unique, but not the true giant's flame. Iggy's deep voice broke Lucian's musings. Well then, where are the materials for the equipment? While the forge is heating, I'll inspect them and decide how best to shape the armor. He turned toward Lucian, ready to begin. Lucian immediately sent his storm knights to fetch the dragon materials from storage. Soon enough, massive dragon hide and bones were hauled forth, along with chests of gold. Iggy carefully spread the hide open, examining it with a practiced eye. In his massive hands, what seemed enormous to others looked almost modest. This is excellent material, he said with approval. It came from a mature, powerful drake. The scales are intact, and the hide is vast in area. That gives us plenty of room to work with and even spares left over. He nodded again. Uncorrupted as well. That is very important. Lucian tilted his head. Uncorrupted? That matters. In the game, many dragons bore elemental afflictions: ice, rot, magic, and more. Iggy gave a grave nod. Flying dragons are descended from the ancient dragons, whose rock-hard scales made them immutable. But unlike their ancestors, drakes are easily shaped by their environment. Perhaps because they lack stone scales, they compensate with adaptability. They can quickly attune to the land they inhabit and draw power from it. Take, for example, a drake that preys on the sorcerers of Liurnia. By consuming so much magic, it breathes sorcerous flame. Its hide and scales bear traces of that corruption. Such materials are fine for forging weapons, but for armor? Inadequate. He shook his head. Armor must be balanced. Dragonhide tainted by frost, rot, or magic is no true defense. It may even harm its wearer. Armor that corrodes the body as surely as the scarlet rot. Lucian immediately understood. So that was why the dragon Xyx, corrupted by scarlet rot, would make a dangerous source of armor. Wielding weapons from its remains would spread rot to one's enemies, but to wear its hide as protection would mean inviting that rot onto one's own flesh. The thought alone made his skin crawl, like ants biting under the skin. In that light, these particular remains were perfectly suited for armor. Pure dragon hide untouched by corruption. Then, how long will it take to craft the set? Lucian asked. Iggy rubbed his chin. That I cannot yet say, but I can assure you no more than 3 days. My hammer is not slow. Before I begin, though, I must measure your body. Show me your full size, as it will be when you wield your great rune. Lucian stripped down to a simple waistcloth, then invoked the great rune. His body surged in size, larger than ever before, for the fragments of his rune arc had become more complete. Iggy carefully took his measurements, not the precise numbers, but the proportions, the frame, the balance. For Lucian had warned that he might yet grow larger still. With measurements and Melina's sketches, Iggy drafted the design. The golden crown, cuirass, and vambraces would be forged with techniques that allowed them to expand with Lucian's body, growing alongside him when he swelled in size. The dragon hide and scales, however, required a different approach. Since the hide was so vast, Iggy would leave the scales unshrunken. At smaller size, the scales would overlap, layer upon layer, appearing as one. When the body expanded, the scales would separate, sliding apart to cover every inch, never leaving a gap. Though it meant painstaking work enchanting each scale individually, hardening them with magic, Iggy was not daunted. When he explained the plan to Lucian, the latter could only nod. He knew nothing of forging, but Iggy's reasoning was sound to his ears. With Lucian's approval, Iggy set to work. Forging was, after all, one of those things that drew the gaze of every man, young or old. Lucian lingered for a time, watching with satisfaction, before leaving to attend other matters. He had learned enough magic to take the next step. It was time to visit Selen at the Waypoint ruins. After slaying the dragon, he had not even possessed proper clothes, which was why he had delayed his visit. His encounter with Runny had been a coincidence. He had not expected her to arrive so swiftly. Now at last, dressed and prepared, he restored himself to normal size and donned his garments. From Iggy's wagon he took up a carrion glintstone staff, weighted in his hand. It was light. He tried a carrion glintblade staff, only to find it lighter still. With a small sigh, he settled on the glintstone staff. The Storm Knights were ordered to return the remaining materials to storage. Sorceries and incantations would be distributed, the common ones to his classroom and to Master Thops, while the more advanced carrion spells would be studied elsewhere. Perhaps Thops could use the simpler spells to aid his research into stances. Melina led him by grace to a site at the edge of a Geel lake. From there, it was a short ride to the ruins where Selen awaited. He mounted Torrent and rode swiftly. Soldiers along the road paused to salute. Many had never seen Lucian's face, but they recognized his spectral steed at once. Torrent's form was unique across the lands between. Soon, he reached the ruins. Once, this place had been a great way station between Stormvale and the roads beyond. Now it lay in decay, overrun with Miranda sprouts. The blossoms turned at his approach, roots squirming across the stones, spewing clouds of sickly green pollen. Lucian swept them aside with his storm, scattering their petals and stamens in a violent whirlwind. The flowers quivered, cowed, bowing before him. He spared them, deciding to let them serve as guardians for Selen's dwelling. As he moved through the ruins, a thought came to him: should he restore the way stations across the land? Most tarnished could not see grace, nor travel by it. Proper stations would make moving troops and supplies far easier. He tucked the thought away, to entrust to Lancelot before departing for Syelid. That man was capable, if troublesome. Lucian could only sigh. Lancelot was diligent in his duties, but hopelessly entangled in affairs of the heart, already courting several tarnished women, claiming it was all true love. Still, he managed Stormvale well, especially with Lucian so often away. A bit of indulgence in his personal life was forgivable. Beneath the ruins lay a basement. In the game, a mad pumpkinhead had once guarded it. But now, no such foe remained. Lucian lit the grace there, then opened the door. The room within glimmered with the glow of glintstone crystals. Books and scrolls covered every surface, stacked so high the shelves could no longer contain them. At the desk sat Selen, face hidden behind her sorceress's glintstone mask, parchment spread before her as she scribbled in constant study. She lifted her head when Lucian entered. "It's me," he said first. "The one who freed you from that prison. We agreed I would come here to learn sorcery." Though he now wore no Storm Knight armor, his voice was the same, and few others could have reached this hidden chamber, past the Miranda flowers. "Oh," she said softly, "so you've come. Apologies for keeping you waiting," Lucian said with a bow. "I should have come sooner." "It is nothing," Selen replied, voice calm. "Since I took on this body anew, there have been many matters to address. For a sorcerer, such a delay is nothing at all." Then, Lucian said with a faint smile, "Let me declare it now. From this moment, I am your student. Do we need some ceremony for this apprenticeship?" Selen rested her chin upon her hand. "Though we agreed before, I must ask again. I was exiled from the Academy of Raya Lucaria, as a reviled, apostate witch, for seeking the true origin of sorcery. I am a witch in truth. You freed me, so you know what I say is no lie. To take me as master is dangerous. The Academy would destroy not only me, but any who follow me. Once you begin, there is no turning back." Lucian's answer was immediate. "I will not regret this." The sorceress tilted her head. "You are certain? The Academy's wrath is no trifling matter." Lucian only smiled. "What can the Academy do to me? I may be a child in sorcery, but I am a lion in battle. At that, Selene gave a faint laugh and nodded. Very well. If you are so resolved, then I shall accept you as my student, and teach you the way of glintstone sorcery. Remember it well, your master's name is Selene. Her tone sharpened, almost playful. But know this, I am no gentle teacher. My methods are strict, perhaps harsh. Only now did Lucian realize he had never given her his own name. Then allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Lucian. I am honored to learn under you, Master Selene. She chuckled softly, repeating his name as though committing it to memory. Then she extended her hand. Place your hand upon mine. Let me gauge your aptitude. Do not worry, even if you are slow-witted, I shall make a sorcerer of you in time. It will only cost more effort. Lucian laid his hand upon hers, gazing at her masked face. Despite her words of severity, there was kindness in her voice, a warmth he could not ignore. My, Selene murmured in surprise. This is remarkable. Your talent for sorcery exceeds my expectations. She had expected a warrior's clumsy grasp of magic, a student requiring years of toil. Yet Lucian's potential was bright, undeniable. Lucian smiled. Then I shall not disgrace your teachings, Master. T/N The armor set worn by the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3 is called the Dragon Scale set. This set includes the Golden Crown, Dragon Scale Armor, Golden Bracelets, and Dragon Scale Waistcloth. 121 Volume 2 Chapter 28 The Legacy of the Primeval Glintstone Masters. Selene let out a soft laugh at Lucian's words. He my disciple, then listen well. Our lineage is not without prestige. Oh, and what do you mean by that? Lucian tilted his head, curious. Beneath her glintstone mask, Selene lifted her gaze slightly, as though recalling something far away. In the Academy of Raya Lucaria, there were once two sorcerers worthy of the title Master. The highest teachers of the Academy, one named Lizat, the other Azza. Every instructor and classroom within the Academy today, everything they know is but the faintest echo of what those two discovered. Master Azza was the founder of Carollo's Conspectus. He was also my first teacher. Her tone softened. So, as you claimed just now, see that you do not bring disgrace upon my teaching. Do not shame the heritage of our school. Though her expression was hidden beneath the witch's glintstone crown, behind it flickered a complex emotion. That crown masked a memory of her happiest years at the Academy, days filled not with isolation and exile, but with learning, laughter, and light. From the moment she first entered the Academy, Selene had displayed astonishing talent. She swiftly rose above the other apprentices. When her foundation was complete, she was taken as a disciple by none other than Master Azza himself. His teaching was legendarily strict, his very name synonymous with rigor. Yet Selene's gift was undeniable, and she passed each trial he set before her. Beyond lessons, however, Azza was a kind man so long as one did not disturb his research. Even before Selene was well known, he allowed her to accompany him to symposia, provoking jealousy from other tutors. Yet none dared to object, for Azza's authority was absolute. Thus she soared past her peers, diving headlong into higher mysteries. Soon she became famed as a prodigy, a genius whose name rang throughout the Academy, welcomed into every classroom and every circle of debate. Her rise was like that of a heroine from a tale. In those days, Master Azza often stood behind her, shielding her from opposition. His influence shaped her character more than she realized. Thanks to Azza, she even studied for a time under Lizat. But the golden days did not last. In time, both Lizat and Azza gazed upon their own primeval glintstone sorcereth origin of their paths. And everything changed. None knew what they saw in the distant stars. But all knew what came after. The two became terrifyingly powerful. Where once they had been revered, now they were feared. Their sorcery consumed all who opposed them. Yet such power bore a price. Their flesh warped, glintstone erupting across their bodies. Their minds grew silent and still, their thoughts cold and inhuman, like unfeeling crystal. The Academy seized the chance to brand them heretics. Both masters were exiled, confined to distant prisons. The primeval current itself was declared forbidden, its practitioners condemned. And the two masters accepted this quietly. Too quietly. Selene only learned of her master's exile that very morning, when it was already decided. She had rushed to confront him. Why? She had demanded. With such strength, why bow to the Academy's decree? But Azza only reached out, and for the last time, placed his hand upon her head. Then he set upon her brow the witch's glintstone crown, a mark of recognition. Selene, he told her, voice calm as stone, to argue with the common rabble is meaningless. No matter where we are, remember what it is we seekers of the primeval current pursue. The road ahead is yours to walk. My dearest child of the stars. And one last thing, congratulations. You have graduated from the Academy's strictest teacher. With that, Azza turned away, walking off under guard. The glintstone corruption had already begun to claim his body. His back receding into the distance was an image Selene would never forget. That was the moment she swore one day, she too would gaze upon her own origin. She would reclaim the glory of the primeval current. The Academy, bound by Carian royalty, had betrayed the true path. It was they who had turned against the stars. To restore the primeval current, that was her calling. So she donned the witch's crown, resolute and unyielding, vowing to protect all that her lineage had sought. When she returned from the memory, Selene sighed softly to herself. Ah, no matter how often the vessel is replaced, the soul and its memories weigh heavily still. Forgive me, she said aloud, I was thinking of my teacher. I was distracted. Let us begin your lessons. She shifted the subject, her tone brusque, hiding the melancholy of her reverie. To Lucian, it was clear her bond with Azza had been profound. That such deep affection still lingered, and yet, one day, she herself would choose to merge with her masters, becoming a sorcerer's sphere, in pursuit of the origin. He could only wonder with what resolve had she made that choice. The vow of the primeval sorceress to seek the origin of glintstone, to pierce the stars, was less an oath than a curse. Perhaps, Lucian thought, it is better she never learns the whereabouts of Luzat and Azza. If I can, I will find another way to aid her pursuit of the origin. He knew at least some basics of astronomy. Perhaps, someday, they would be useful. The lessons began. Glintstone sorcery, Selene said, our powers draw upon the powers embedded in glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life. And thus, the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers, these days. As Azza's disciple, her understanding was vast. She poured it out freely, teaching him not just the common sorceries of the academy, but all she knew. With his intelligence and the foundations he had learned from Master Thops, Lucian progressed quickly. When the written words proved too difficult, Selene would bring him into the open chamber outside, staff in hand, to demonstrate the flow of sorcery herself. She corrected him by touch, adjusting the angle of his grip, the motion of his arm. My disciple, she said sternly, the gesture is crucial. The smallest difference may change the spell's outcome. Most sorcerers ignore this. But you must not. Remember it well. Her strictness was no bluff. Every detail, every motion she demanded perfection. And under her sharp guidance, Lucian's grasp of sorcery advanced rapidly. Where Thops had given him solid foundations, Selene polished them, exposing flaws he had never noticed. To her, sorcery was precision, exactness, every line drawn to perfection. The lessons stretched long into the day. Lucian's mind brimmed with knowledge, his spirit strained nearly to breaking. This was unlike any incantation or skill. Sorcery demanded relentless study. Finally, Selene halted him. Enough. You've studied long enough. Rest a while, and let us talk. Her tone softened. I too am curious about you. As master and disciple, ought I not know something of your story? Grateful for the reprieve, Lucian nodded. Very well, teacher. What would you ask? She rested her chin on her hand. Since coming to Stormvale, I've heard your name on many lips, the Storm King, Lucian. That is you, isn't it? Lucian did not hide it. Yes. I slew Godric the Grafted, seized his great rune, and reclaimed Stormvale Castle. Selene inclined her head. His words matched all she had heard. Such a name was not likely to belong to another. I see. To think I would one day become the teacher of a king, she said with a quiet laugh. Lucian continued, if you wish, you could come with me to Stormvale. I would see you housed in comfort, not trapped in this dim cellar. But Selene refused. She was the Academy's hunted heretic, her hands already stained with the blood of fellow sorcerers. To appear openly in Stormvale would invite pursuit and trouble. Even with Lucian's strength, the Academy's harassment was insidious, puppets, balloons, distant eyes always watching. It would burden his rule and endanger his people. No, she said firmly. I prefer this solitude. It suits my work. Then her masked gaze turned back toward him. Tell me, before coming to me, you had already studied sorcery elsewhere, had you not? When first we met, you bore no trace of glintstone about you. Lucian blinked at her sharpness, then nodded. Yes. I learned the basics under a teacher named Thops. Selene nodded. A good thing. It saves us time. She mused aloud. I do not know this Thops. But from your foundation, I can see his grasp of basics is excellent. That is rare among sorcerers. Too many leap ahead, dreaming of greatness, but never build a true base. Such people merely learn to wield spells, not to understand them. Encouraged, Lucian shared Thops' ongoing research with her. Selene listened in silence, calculating as he spoke. At last she said, his approach is unusual, but not without merit. I cannot say whether he will succeed, his path is far from mine, but I find no flaw in his reasoning. If he does succeed, his name will endure in the history of sorcery. If he fails, even then, he will be worthy of respect. For he still remembers what it means to be a sorcerer, to seek, always. Though their paths diverged, her respect was clear. Lucian was faintly disappointed, had hoped she might aid Thops' research directly. If the theory of barriers could be realized, even common soldiers could wield protective fields. That alone would revolutionize his armies. But for now, he could only wait on Thops' progress. At least, Selene's critiques of his foundations might aid him in return. Perhaps I should also seek out Brother Corin or even Master Goldmask, Lucian thought. Their Golden Order principles may hold insights that could help. For now, though, he returned his focus to Selene's lessons. The bond between master and disciple was only just beginning. 122, Volume 2 Chapter 29, The Dragon Slayer's Armament. 122, Volume 2 Chapter 29, The Dragon Slayer's Armament. In the dim cellar, time seemed to lose all meaning. Lucian and Selene remained within, immersed in the study of sorcery. At last, Lucian could endure no longer. His mind had reached its limit. With a weary bow to his teacher, he took his leave and returned to Stormvale to rest. Only upon stepping outside did he realize the night was already deep. The following morning, Lucian recounted to Master Thops the events of the previous day, how he had formally become Selene's disciple. The news shocked Thops. What? You became a disciple of the famed Selene, the Academy's most brilliant prodigy. His face lit with relief. This is wonderful. Then I need no longer fear I've misled you, or failed to teach you properly. Lucian chuckled. Teacher Selene even praised you. Thops froze. Impossible. Don't joke with me. I am but an obscure figure, unknown beyond these walls. Why would Selene, of all people, even know my name? He looked utterly disbelieving, convinced Lucian must be teasing him. But Lucian's smile remained steady. I told her of you. She said your research is intriguing. Thops swallowed nervously, suddenly tense. And what else did she say? Lucian paused, recalling. Then he answered, she said your theory might indeed succeed. And if it does, your name will be written into the history of sorcery. Thops exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing. Yet at the same time, a fierce flame of motivation burned within him. To think even the celebrated Selene believed his work held promise. That was no small encouragement. So the days passed, filled with study. Each morning, Lucian spent a short time with Thops reviewing foundations, revisiting old lessons. There was little left Thops could teach him directly. Instead, Lucian relayed what Selene had corrected in his basics the night before, helping Thops refine his own system in turn. From midday until late into the night, Lucian went to Selene, where the true flood of higher knowledge poured forth. She sharpened every weakness, drilled every detail, and guided him deeper into the mysteries of glintstone. In between, Lucian even found time to learn Zamor Ice Storm from Ilisan art he had long coveted. Through this relentless regimen, his sorcery advanced at astonishing speed. Had he been within the academy itself, he would already be deemed worthy of a glintstone crown. Not that this meant he had become truly strong, he had only just begun. The crown merely marked one as having stepped across the threshold of advanced sorcery. Still, for a tarnished, empowered further by a great rune, such progress was remarkable. In mere days, he had risen to the level of an academy elite. At last, the day came when his new equipment was finished. Smithing Master Iji had outdone himself, working without rest, completing the set even half a day sooner than expected. Lucian donned the armor and tested it in the wide courtyard. He leapt, rolled, and sprinted, feeling its weight and movement. Unlike the weathered relic worn by the nameless king whose golden chestplate had dulled, whose scarves and cloth had frayed, this set gleamed with fresh radiance. The crown, the gauntlets, the cuirassel shone with living gold. From above, the most striking sight was the golden coronet, adorned with a mane of grey-white hair. This was not Lucian's, but a crafted adornment, woven from Aegil's draconic fur, as though the crown itself bore a stormy crest. Around his shoulders hung a great crimson scarf, wound several times about his neck and left to billow dramatically behind. Where once, on the nameless king, it had been tattered and filthy, now it was regal, befitting true majesty. The golden chestplate drew every eye. It had been forged atop Aegil's breastbone, the bone's savage ridges sealed in radiant gold. Beneath lay dragon hide and scale, then dragon bone, and above, treated gold hardened for battle. It was the strongest part of the set, a fortress upon his chest. At his wrists gleamed heavy golden bracers, likewise layered with bone and gold. The great war skirt hung in layered folds, leaving no gap unguarded, the outermost of supple dragon hide treated for resilience, adorned with hanging strips of scale beneath. Interlocking dragon scales formed the true defense, and closest to the skin, a soft leather lining for comfort. The nameless king's original garb had only simple wrappings for feet and hands. But Lucian had no wish to repeat Morgoth's mistake, charging into battle unshod. Through Boc's craft and Iji's finishing, he now bore dragon scale gauntlets and boots, able to shift with his growing form. The dragon's scales drank the light, matte and dark, while the golden armor blazed like fire. The contrast was striking, shadow and sun bound together. Breathing deep, Lucian stirred the power of his great rune. His body swelled, growing larger and larger. The armor shifted with him, alive, its scales spreading, its leather stretching, its golden plates expanding seamlessly. It fit him still, perfectly. At full size, the set seemed to exult, eager for war, yearning for blood. Lucian threw a punch and the air trembled with the faint echo of a dragon's roar. He grinned in satisfaction. This was no mere adornment. This was an emperor's armor. With the armor complete, it was time to claim his weapon. Before leaving, Lucian asked Iji to remain a while in Stormvale, to instruct the local smiths. He wished to forge equipment for the tarnished under his command. An army must have worthy arms, not only strong, but also inspiring. Distinction of gear would allow each soldier to follow a path suited to their strength, not remain forever in plain soldier's garb. Those who proved themselves might one day don knightly sets, each with their own splendor, shining silver, solemn church plate, proud Lithric armor, and for the strongest, even special regalia hovels impregnable rock, the dragon-hunting iron, the frenzied wolf pack, and more. A touch of Dark Souls aesthetics, brought into the lands between. It was not only about pride, but also practicality. Distinct armor would let allies and enemies alike distinguish them in battle. Even the city itself would gain in grandeur. Lucian smirked to himself, imagining Stormvale's throne guarded by a wall of Lithric knights, visitors forced to pass their solemn gaze. Or silver-clad guards patrolling the streets, radiating authority. Yes, this would be the kingdom's new image. Shrinking back to normal size, Lucian stepped into a sight of grace. Melina had been watching as he tested the armor. The design had been hers, and seeing it forged to perfection, she could not hide her smile. "Congratulations," she said warmly. "The armor you desired has been crafted flawlessly." Lucian inclined his head. "Thanks to you. Without your plans, it would not have gone so smoothly." They spoke for a while. Time with Melina had been scarce of late, and then she led him to the round table hold. At his arrival, all eyes turned. The newly forged armor gleamed with divine majesty, terrible and splendid, the garb of a true king. The tarnished recognized him at once. Lucian, Lord of Stormvale. Those few who did not quickly asked their neighbors, and word spread in murmurs. He strode into Hugh's forge. There, resting across the great rack behind the smith, lay a weapon immense beyond compare, the sword spear he had commissioned. The Dragon's Lair sword spear. It was 6, nearly 7 meters long, the blade broad and heavy, the haft thick as a man's torso. Seeing Lucian enter, Hugh beckoned eagerly. "Ah, you've come at last. A mighty weapon, this. Though it's not entirely obedient. It waits for you to tame it." Like the armor, it had been awakened, given life. It could shift in size, but refused all touch. Lucian stepped forward, laying a hand upon it. Lightning sparked across the blade, lashing at him in violent rejection. He did not flinch. The pain was sharp, the power fierce, yet it pleased him. Such lightning would wound even a demigod. This enchantment too had been his request. In Lindell, lightning affinities had once been common, and Hugh was well versed in such tempering. The spear had been forged from Egil's immense horn, untainted by other attributes. It was no somber weapon, needing no somber stones. Already strengthened to +12, it radiated both raw might and lightning's fury. Had he possessed such a weapon against Morgoth or Godric, their battles would have been far simpler. Gripping the shaft, Lucian poured his will into it. The spear fought back, lightning cracking in protest. But he did not let go. He held tighter, forcing his dominance upon it. Within moments, the weapon yielded, recognizing its true master. Its resistance melted, replaced by a bond of loyalty. The great spear shrank, fitting itself into his grasp. Lucian swung it once, lightning roaring down its blade. A thunderclap resounded through the hold, shaking the chamber. It was as though the weapon itself cried out in joy, celebrating its birth. Lucian smiled, satisfied. His arms were now complete. Armor of gold and scale, spear crowned in lightning, together they would stride with him into war. And next he would march to Scyllid, to meet General Radon. 123, Volume 2, Chapter 30, The Fragrance of Scarlet Rot. Lucian heft the massive Dragon's Lair sword spear as he stepped out of Hugh's forge. The other tarnished who caught sight of him were struck dumb, their eyes going wide. This appearance was not only handsome, it radiated a sovereign's majesty. The oppressive weight of his presence alone made knees grow weak, as though those who stood before him were compelled to bow. Before he had taken up the Dragon's Lair sword spear, his equipment had seemed incomplete. But with the weapon now in his grasp, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The set blazed with unrestrained arrogance, its aura fully unleashed. Lucian basked in the admiring gazes of the others, and in that moment, he suddenly understood a saying from his past life. A man cannot simultaneously possess inferiority complex and a Maybach. Yes, inner strength was important, but outward appearance mattered as well. Clothes make the man, as they say, and a steed is known by its saddle. If he had appeared today clad only in a common Storm Knight set, then even as the powerful Lord of Stormvale, the others would not look at him with such awe. Still, Lucian did not lose himself in this enjoyment. Praise and admiration were but seasoning along the road. What truly satisfied him was shaping the world with his own hands, guiding it toward the path he envisioned. That was the ultimate fulfillment. He wandered through the round table hold, not to flaunt his new equipment, but to browse for useful items before his departure. In particular, he sought out Hildegarth's eccentric perfumer. The last concoction she had provided, the Scarlet Rot perfume, had been remarkably effective, enhancing his attributes with barely any side effects. Thanks to his formidable constitution, he hadn't even needed the usual antidotal boluses to counteract its after-effects. Since she used plants grown from Scarlet Rot as ingredients, Lucian reasoned she must have a deep understanding of Scyllid. Perhaps she even operated there herself and might have special perfumes or rare remedies to offer. If possible, he wanted to secure more for his coming campaign. This time fortune favored him. Hildegard, who had been absent during his previous visits, was now at her stall with the small living jar at her side. When she caught sight of Lucian in his resplendent new armor, her eyes went wide in shock. She had heard many stories of his exploits over the past days, tales that had already astonished her. But to see him in person made her realize how false those rumors had been, far too modest compared to the truth. The Lucian before her was a world apart from the one she had once known. Indeed, rumors were never to be trusted. Still, her surprise lasted only a heartbeat before she broke into a bright smile. "Ah, it has been too long, Lord of Storms. Tell me, did the perfume I gave you last time serve you well?" Lucian smiled back at her vigor. "Yes, it has been a while. The scarlet rot perfume worked wonderfully, and the lack of after-effects pleased me greatly." He had even considered distributing the perfume among his soldiers. Its drawbacks were minimal, almost negligible for hardy warriors. But before committing to such a plan, he needed to consult her directly. As he studied her, however, his eyes narrowed. Something on her person was off. Noticing his gaze, Hildegard tilted her head, twirling a lock of hair with her finger. What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Lucian shook his head, pointing instead to her back. "Not your face. Your shoulder." She reached back and pulled off several fleshy red and white growths, mushroom-like and oozing blood-colored fluid. "Oh my, forgive me, hadn't noticed. How embarrassing." She chuckled, shaking her head. "I've been spending too much time wading in the swamp of Ionia. Perhaps I forgot to clean off some of the rot." Lucian nearly broke into a cold sweat. This girl truly was a workaholic, and her resistance to poison was downright monstrous. "As expected of you, I suppose." Hildegard only laughed awkwardly, rubbing her hat to ease the tension. "Let's not dwell on such details." Lucian nodded. "Better to let it pass. He came here with purpose. Last time, you crafted scarlet rot perfume from plants born of the rot. I intend to travel to Siled soon. I imagine you know much about that land, so I've come to ask what you can tell me. And if possible, I'd like to purchase some of your remedies." Her eyes lit up. "Business, and perhaps a very lucrative order." "Indeed, I've spent a long time in Siled. Ask whatever you wish. If I know it, I'll tell you without reservation." She had wandered since leaving Lindell, traveling across the lands between, studying local flora and customs, always chasing rare herbs and poisons. But Siled had become her true home, a land ravaged by scarlet rot where plants and animals had twisted beyond recognition. There, new species arose, never seen elsewhere in the lands between. Even plants thought lost since the age of the ancients had resurfaced. Hilbert had devoted herself to cataloging their effects. She was confident whatever Lucian sought to know, she could answer. "The first question," Lucian began, "and the one I care for most, if one enters Siled without protection, will the rot immediately infect them? I've heard the entire land is contaminated. Does the air itself carry the infection?" Hildegard nodded. "Yes, Siled is utterly polluted. But thankfully, the air poses little danger to warriors of your strength. It may cause discomfort, but unless you live there for years on end, it won't manifest severely. Simply cleanse yourself every few months. The true danger lies in the swamps. Prolonged exposure there brings swift infection. At the earliest signs, you must take neutralizing bolus. Delay will bring grave consequences." Lucian breathed easier. If Siled's air alone caused immediate, incurable infection, his journey would have been much harder. At least now, he could endure with vigilance and supplies. "Then my second question, do you know of the Festival of Combat?" Hildegard's eyes widened with realization. Of course. What else would draw a warrior like him to Siled's hellscape but that grand contest? "Yes, I know of it. I often rest near the ruins of a village by Redmayne Castle, so I hear much. The festival begins when the sky fills with stars. By my reckoning, only 2 or 3 weeks remain until it is held." Lucian nodded thoughtfully. That matched what he knew. He would have time to reach the castle, assess the situation, then roam Siled to prepare and gather what he could before the festival began. "Then my third question," he said. "What remedies or perfumes would you recommend for use in Siled?" Hildegard's face brightened. This was the moment she had been waiting for. "Oh, I have just the thing." From behind her stall, she brought out 3 perfumed bottles. They were unlike the common goods she sold, special reserves, akin to the scarlet rot perfume she had once gifted him. Lucian lifted one, even capped. It gave off a pungent, stinging aroma, sharp like volatile chemicals. Hildegard quickly warned him, not for drinking, be careful not to mistake it." "What is it?" he asked. "This is withering perfume, designed for Siled's mutated flora. The plants warped by the rot are vicious. Some were dangerous even before mutating. Now, they ambush travelers and drain them as sustenance. Scatter this perfume near their roots, and they wither swiftly. Sprinkle it on leaves or branches, and the effect is weaker." "So, essentially, a herbicide," Lucian muttered. "And it works on other plants as well." "Of course. It's even stronger on normal flora, but Siled has few of those left. Use it freely." He mused. Perhaps it might even work on Erd tree avatars. They were, after all, plant-like, though on a very different scale. He'd have to try. He gestured toward the other 2 bottles, identical in appearance. "These 2 are the same, I take it." Hildegard puffed her chest with pride. "My masterpiece neutralizing perfume. Sprinkle it on tainted ground, and it neutralizes scarlet rot there. Inhale its vapor, and it purges rot from within the body. For a time, it even lingers inside you, neutralizing further rot that enters. But once that reserve is gone, you must still take boluses if you're exposed again. And beware outside Siled, where the air is clean, inhaling it will poison you instead." Lucian's eyes widened. He hadn't expected something this groundbreaking. You never cease to surprise me. And the neutralized rot on the ground, does it stay harmless? Hildegard smirked, brimming with confidence. Yes. But the surrounding rot spreads back quickly. Otherwise, I would have cleared a whole plot for myself long ago. The potential was staggering. If mass-produced, this perfume could reshape Xylad's fate. Even if it couldn't cure the land, it could at least hold the corruption at bay. How did you make it? He pressed. The principle is simple. Scarlet rot is a poison. And every poison has an antidote, failing that, something that neutralizes it. After long trials, I discovered that the toxin of the poison bloom mushroom counteracts scarlet rot. Combining its extract with cave moss crystals produces this neutralizer. Not a cure, but a counter. Acid meeting alkali neutralization yielding harmlessness. Lucian accepted the 3 bottles solemnly. These were no ordinary tools. What of its production? With enough supply, this perfume could transform Xylad. Hildegard scratched her chin. Sadly, large-scale production is difficult. The ingredients are scarce, poison blooms especially rare, and crafting each batch is painstaking. Lucian only smiled. That's not a problem. If I provide manpower and materials, could you oversee mass production? Her breath caught. His ambition stunned her. Did he truly intend to cleanse Xylad itself, drop by drop, bottle by bottle? Her heart raced. As a perfumer, the chance to play a part in such a grand endeavor, perhaps the salvation of Xylad, was irresistible. In theory, yes. Lucian nodded. Stormvale had many hands, and the demi-humans were adept at cultivating moss and fungi. With them to grow ingredients, and mixed-blood laborers on the assembly line, large-scale production was possible. Using neutralizing perfume, they could slowly push back the scarlet rot, burning or barricading behind as they advanced. The process would be grueling, fraught with challenges. But Lucian did not fear hardship. He would change Xylad, step by step. 124, Volume 2, Chapter 31, Toward Xylad's Scourge. 124, Volume 2, Chapter 31, Toward Xylad's Scourge. With a way to cure Xylad's scarlet rot finally within reach, Lucian's spirit soared. As he left the round table hold, he was even humming a tune. It was only a possibility, not a certainty, but far better than wandering aimlessly. As for Xylad, if there was a way to heal it, Lucian would not turn away. The lives dwelling there had been struck by a disaster they should never have borne. These lives unimportant, ignored in the game, unseen by most who cared for their suffering. Who would ask on their behalf? Why? Lucian wanted to save them. He had decided as much ever since Castle Morn. Not because he thought himself a savior, nor with the arrogance of guaranteeing success, but simply because he wanted to. Because he was bold enough to think he could change the world. Not from selfless nobility, but from his own resolve. And Xylad was vast, large enough that the word sprawling was no exaggeration. If such a land could be healed, reclaimed, restored, that would be a marvel indeed. But he was not doing it for territory. Even if he stood in Xylad's heart and burned away the rot with the flame of the fell god, it would take years, decades perhaps, before the land produced life again. By then, Lucian would already be Elden Lord. He knew this. So he treated the land itself as secondary. The lives upon it were what truly mattered. Lucian was, undeniably, an idealist. But he was also one with the strength to make ideals reality. Xylad now was a mire, abandoned. No one governed it. No one would govern it. Why would they? The cost outweighed any return. Only someone like Lucian would even consider it. But someone had to. Among the other demigods, only 2 might have ever cared, Radon and Morgoth. Radon, of course, Xylad was his realm. Yet he had long since gone mad, leaving only his soldiers to fight the rot in his stead. Morgoth, perhaps, once all was settled for it, he was the grace-given lord, kind in his way. Having secured Hildegard's aid, Lucian prepared to depart for Xylad. But first, he would fetch her back. She was vital to the land's restoration. Lately, Hildegard reported strange creatures near her refuge. They resembled insects, with pallid white exoskeletons, but walked upright like men. She had not fought them, but their sickly bodies disgusted her. Their rustling, scratching movements made her skin crawl. Lucian knew at once what they were: lesser kindred of rot. Xylad was riddled with scarlet blight, and so the cultists of rot gathered there, dragging their kin to worship. Among them, the mushroom folk were almost friendly by comparison. But there were others more fanatical, more cruel. And to them, cleansing the rot was a blasphemy beyond forgiveness. Lucian frowned. He needed to reach Hildegard quickly. She could not be risked. He stepped into a sight of grace. Melina's golden right eye studied him as he gripped his weapon. His presence had sharpened, steeped in power, exuding a dangerous aura. She said softly, this armor suits you well. Handsome. Praise from her struck differently than from anyone else. Lucian scratched at the gray hair crest upon his crown, suddenly self-conscious. Only with Melina did he allow himself such unguarded gestures. She laughed lightly, lashes fluttering as she hid a smile. Lucian met her gaze, and smiled as well. And in his heart, his resolve deepened once again. He would find a way to restore Melina's body. This time, she would not endure the agony of flame. Back in Stormvale, Lucian immediately sought out Lancelot. As vice-regent, Lancelot managed the castle's affairs well, guiding Stormvale's steady growth. Lucian's departure for Xylad would last weeks, perhaps months. Orders had to be set, duties arranged. He went straight to Lancelot's office. At the sight of his lord, Lancelot leapt from his chair and bowed deeply. Lucian wasted no time. "Lancelot, I'll be leaving Stormvale. Syelid calls. I'll be gone weeks at least, perhaps longer. I trust you to keep the city running." Lancelot paled. "What? You mean to leave Stormvale for so long?" Lucian often wandered before, studying sorcery or traveling, but he was always close, always able to return quickly. This was different. Anxiety flooded Lancelot's mind, visions of sieges, disasters, calamities, even bizarre fears, like the king's army storming Stormvale's gates. But Lucian was calm. He had no such imagination. "Don't worry. I trust your hand." Still, Lancelot hesitated. "It isn't that, my lord, I fear for you. Syelid is no good place. Even with your strength, the rot holds dangers no blade can guard against." Lucian raised a brow, touched by the concern. He clapped Lancelot's shoulder. "Warriors are meant to bleed. Besides, my aim is to join the festive Alto Phase Starscourge Radon. To come away unscathed would be the stranger outcome." Yet Lancelot persisted. "Without you, Stormvale stands weakest. Even thriving, it would be but meat on another demigod's board." He was not wrong. Some might attack. Not Morgoth was bound to Lindell. But Moog, Lord of Blood. That thief knew well the art of striking unguarded homes. Still, Lucian would not turn back. To halt for fear of risk was cowardice. Stormvale and the forces he gathered were meant as strength, not shackles. If without him they collapsed, they were not worth having. He chuckled. "Enough. You'll manage. If anything urgent happens, I'll leave marks within the city. Have Tarnished watch over them touch one, and I'll return through grace at once." Then he outlined orders. Distribute the dragonblood meat among the volunteers. Train them harder. Those who consumed it had shown real gain, small on paper, but vital for ordinary soldiers. Strength, vitality, endurance raised by random degrees. For men of modest stats, even 2 points meant a gulf. The first was Håkon, bold enough to try. Others followed. Results proved reliable. These would be his Drakeblood Knights. For them, Melina had designed a new armor set, full coverage, ornate with dark engravings. At first, Lucian considered giving them Lithric armor, for its striking image. Lithric knights fought beside wyverns, after all. He could not give his soldiers dragons, but he could give them dragon flesh within. Yet in the end, the Drakeblood set was the truest fit. They would be his swiftest elite, though only for a time. In the future, properly trained armies would take their place. Also, begin trials in the training grounds, Lucian added. Record their strengths, endurance, skill. These records will guide how we shape each unit so they can complement one another in war. We will need more, stronger armies. Lancelot bowed, taking the blueprints. Lucian continued, beyond the army carry on as before. Develop the city, manage the races, drill the guard harder. Stormvale grows, and so do its needs. Patrols, construction, repair, all must advance. Send soldiers into Limegrave's caves to clear beasts and bandits. After, plant cave moss crystalline kind, as much as possible. Fill the caverns. Satisfied that nothing more was left unsaid, Lucian departed. He bade farewell to those closest to him. Alyssa and the 2 Crucible Knights wished to follow, but he refused. They were needed to guard Stormvale, should true danger strike. Thus Lucian rode out upon Torrent. The steed still bore the ceremonial garb from Lucian's coronation, stripped now of smaller ornaments. When asked if he wanted proper barding, Torrent refused. He liked his own dress better. Through Stormhill, Lucian passed several villages, Stormvale's new vassals. Their leaders had been granted symbolic titles after his coronation. This was his first time truly inspecting them. Some numbered thousands, almost towns, with crude defenses. Others were mere hamlets of dozens. Under Lucian's push for agriculture, fallow land had been reclaimed. Stormvale's swelling population required it. An army could not live by hunting alone. Deeper in the woods, he found a ruined hut beside a site of grace. Likely someone had built there because of the grace. This must have been where Bernal once lingered, the recusant who would be a lord. But now, it was empty. Perhaps he had returned to Volcano Manor. Onward, toward Syelid. The land grew barren. Settlements dwindled to scattered outposts, then vanished. Crossing a bridge near a soldier's camp, a loud voice rang out. "Hello, can you hear me? Help me, I'm stuck. Hello, anyone, save me, I'm starving." A pause. "Oh, wait, no, I'm not. I'm a pot. Pots don't starve. Ha ha ha. Still, please, someone come help." 125, Volume 2, Chapter 32, The Iron Fist in a Pit. Lucian heard the cry for help, then glanced around at where he stood. This was the Saints Bridget only road leading into Syelid. In that instant, he knew exactly who it was. Without a doubt, Alexander had gotten himself stuck in a hole again. Lucian hadn't expected that in this world, too, the great warrior Jar would still end up trapped, unable to climb out. It seemed he could never escape his fate, and judging by Alexander's words, he'd been stuck here for days already. What was this plot inertia? A forced convergence of world lines? No matter. Since they had met again, Lucian would of course lend a hand. He urged Torrent up a nearby slope. The spectral steed leapt lightly across rocks, carrying him up onto the hill. But once they reached the top, Lucian couldn't spot Alexander right away. After all, this world was far larger than the game, even one hill stretched vast. And now it was already dusk. Torrent had run all day without rest, galloping ceaselessly down the highway. Even with the mount's stamina, they had covered only a third of the road. That alone showed how vast this world truly was. The darkening light made the search harder, but eventually Lucian followed the voice to the edge of a cliff. There, half buried in the ground, loomed an enormous jar. The body was massive, its clay-yellow surface smooth and round. 2 arms of stone jutted from its sides like muscular limbs, and atop it rested a great red lid. There could be no mistake. This was the warrior jar, Iron Fist Alexander. He braced himself on both arms, posture oddly like a man leaning in thought. Since hearing news of the festival, he had rushed toward Sialid in great haste. But while pausing here on the hill to peer ahead, he had misstepped and tumbled into this pit. And for some reason, something inside the hole had caught and held him fast. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. He had tried countless times but to no effect. So, with resignation, he had resorted to calling for aid. At first, he had shouted ceaselessly, hoping someone would hear. But no one ever came. Exhaustion forced him to ration his cries to once every 10 minutes. As the festival drew nearer, his anxiety only grew. Being a jar, he neither ate nor drank, so hunger was no danger. His true fear was missing the festival entirely. The warriors inside him clamored, restless. They had waited long enough. Warrior jars were created by ritual blood and flesh of men bound into clay vessels. Their vitality was unlike anything else, not sustained by food or water, but by a kind of inner magical cycle, much like golems. They were born with choice, each jar free to take its own path. In Jarberg, some became oil jars, others medicine jars, each housing what they carried within. But for those who became warrior jars, the path was clear, to contain the remains of warriors, and inherit their will to fight toward glory. Alexander feared disappointing the warriors he bore. But at last, fortune had smiled. Lucian rode into view upon Torrent. From his vantage, Alexander saw only 4 horse hooves planted before him. "Oh my stars, I'm so happy to see you," he called. "As you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?" Lucian dismounted, approaching with curiosity. He placed a hand on the jar's rough surface, solid and coarse, like stone weathered by ages. "Of course," Lucian said. "Tell me what to do." Delight lit Alexander's booming voice. "My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear, with something nice and big. Put those doubts to rest, I'll be just fine. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say." He added, almost proudly, "And by the way, yes, you're facing the right way. That side is my face." Lucian circled him once, but could find no difference between front and back. No eyes, no mouth, nothing to distinguish. Truly, how jars perceived the world was one of life's mysteries. In the end, Lucian stood behind Alexander. He considered using the dragon's lair sword spear, but thought better of it. At this stage, Alexander was not yet the mighty warrior jar he would one day become, likely only barely at the level of a true hero. If Lucian struck even gently with his current strength, the jar might shatter. Instead, he raised his foot high, then stomped down. Magic flared beneath him, spreading through the ground and rippling into the ground around Alexander. It was a move he had practiced with the Crucible Knights, the same technique he'd used against the Knights' cavalry. This time, he tempered the force. Rather than strike Alexander, the land itself buckled and heaved, hurling the jar from its trap. "Oh-yeah!" Alexander bellowed as he tumbled free. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the ground nearby. Then he laughed a hearty, booming laugh. "Marvelous! What a strike! Never thought this heavy old body could take flight, ha ha ha." Dusting himself off, Alexander turned to study his savior. And his surprise deepened. This man was clad in resplendent armor, regal yet fearsome, with a presence like the heroes sung of in legend. Power radiated from him, power that made even Alexander's inner warriors stir. Clearly, this was no ordinary Tarnished. Lucian smiled warmly at him. He had always liked Alexander in the game, for his hearty spirit and open nature. "Your body is remarkably tough," Lucian remarked. "The same material as common cracked pots, yet far sturdier." Alexander folded his arms proudly. "Indeed, I train diligently. And besides, the warriors within me would never permit me to fall apart so easily. But your Stamfa, astonishing. Even without striking me directly, I nearly cracked from the force." "Wahahaha." Lucian chuckled at the exaggeration, recognizing a warrior's friendly banter. "You're bound for Sialid's festival of combat, aren't you?" he asked. Alexander's eyes, unseen though they were, seemed to light with delight. "Oh ho, so you too are going to the festival?" Lucian nodded. "Yes. I wish to test myself, see just how mighty the Star Scourge truly is." Alexander roared in approval. "Exactly my thought. We are of one spirit, you and I, surely we shall get along splendidly. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the warrior jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander." "And I am Lucian," he replied simply. The name stirred faint memory in Alexander, perhaps he had overheard it on the road. But no matter. "Well met indeed, Lucian. To meet such a strong warrior is fortune indeed." Here, take this, as thanks for your aid. He pried open the red lid atop his head, reached inside, and withdrew a large hunk of meat. This is an exalted flesh, a delicacy said to be savored only by champions and kings. Eating it grants strength for a time. Lucian accepted the hefty slab, turning it over in his hands. It resembled the leg of some beast. But then he paused, glancing from the meat to Alexander. Warrior jars were known to store corpses inside them, absorbing strength from fallen fighters. So this so-called exalted flesh, was it a delicacy, or the flesh of some unfortunate warrior? Lucian's expression faltered. Alexander noticed. What is it? Is the gift unsatisfactory? Too bad, I have little else to offer at the moment. Lucian shook his head. No, I was only wondering about the meat itself. Since warrior jars keep bodies within them. At first Alexander blinked, not understanding. Then, with a booming laugh, comprehension dawned. Ha ha ha, I see your concern. But worry not, this is no human flesh. It's merely preserved beast meat, something I acquired elsewhere. If you doubt me, come look within my body, and you'll see. Before Lucian could decline, Alexander lifted his lid and leaned forward, revealing his insides. What Lucian saw astounded him. The inner walls were woven with blood-like vessels and ritual sigils, remnants of the rite that birthed living jars. A net of stitched cloth divided the interior. In the upper section, nestled various trinkets, glowing stones, intact weapons, even the exalted flesh. These were trophies collected on his travels, offered as gifts to warriors he deemed worthy. Beneath the net lay heaps of mangled corpses, still clad in broken armor and clutching shattered weapons. The stench of blood hung heavy. Lucian marveled quietly at the bizarre anatomy. At least he now knew the exalted flesh was genuine and not what he had feared. Satisfied, he tied it to Torrent's pack. Then, shall we journey to Siled together? Alexander hesitated. His spirit leapt at the thought, but he knew he could not match the steed's pace. He patted his jared chest. No need, friend. I could never keep up with your mount. Go ahead, I'll see you at the festival. Ha ha ha, there, we'll fight side by side as comrades. Lucian nodded, bid him farewell, and spurred Torrent onward. Alexander watched as the knight crossed the Saint's Bridge. His direction seems a bit off. Well, perhaps just a wrong turn. I only hope he makes it in time. With that, he too rolled on, knowing that his chosen path would lead him astray, toward the Gale Tunnel side gate, nearly barring him from Siled altogether. Lucian pressed forward into the night. Rest could wait. He meant to reach Siled as soon as possible. Torrent did not slow. Suddenly, a large wooden sign caught Lucian's eye, planted beside the road. Upon its face, scrawled in crooked letters, "Treasure ahead." Lucian froze, baffled. What in the world? This looked entirely out of place, like something dropped in from another realm. He followed the sign's arrow with his gaze. In the darkness, faint torchlight flickered. People at work, perhaps, among ruins surrounded by graves. Treasure was possible there, yes. But in the lands between, graveyards far more often meant deathbirds and restless corpses. Lucian sighed, pressing a hand to his brow. If he had to guess, this was yet another marker left behind by a certain familiar someone. 126, Volume 2, Chapter 33, The False Savior. Lucian followed the wooden sign's arrow with his eyes. From the ruins shrouded in night, strange noises drifted out. Torches swayed back and forth, as if those who carried them were locked in combat. He urged Torrent a little closer, careful but curious. If his guess was right, this place was none other than Summonwater Village. And Summonwater meant danger, for here lurked the Tibia Mariner, summoner of spectral revenants, and on the outskirts, their physical kin, the Deathbird's twisted spawn. For a tarnished or anyone else wandering too close meant peril. As Lucian drew near, the scene grew clear. A band of tarnished, each holding a torch in one hand and a weapon in the other, were fighting desperately against an endless tide of skeletal revenants. The enemies were frail, mere skeleton militias and bandit bones, easily cut down in 2 strikes. But no matter how many were shattered, they rose again. A few blows, a clatter of bones, and yet the fallen began to knit themselves back together. Their numbers only grew. Before long, the tarnished were surrounded, their formation splintered apart. Why won't these things stay dead? A young fighter's voice cracked with terror. An older one barked back, "Stay calm. Find an opening to break through. Close ranks. Fall in on me, we'll push out together." But the others were too green, too panicked. They failed to regroup, leaving gaps that the revenants exploited mercilessly. Lucian had already steered Torrent forward, ready to intervene, when something unexpected happened. A band of men appeared suddenly from the darkness, dressed in matching mercenary garb. From their midst stepped a bald man with a sly grin, his laughter sharp and grating. "Ha ha, your savior has arrived. The one and only Patches the Untethered." Lucian nearly sighed aloud. Of course. Patches' men rushed forward, hurling jars with wild abandon. They smashed against the skeletons, spilling glowing liquid that splashed across their bodies. Holy water pots. Wherever the water touched, revenants collapsed and stayed down, their cursed bodies unable to revive. The rest shrank back, hissing, recoiling instinctively from the holy substance. Soon, shards of shattered pots littered the ground. "We're saved! We're saved!" The tarnished cried out, breaking through the crumbling encirclement to join Patch's group. "Thank you. Incredible. You saved our lives. Patches flashed a crooked smile, his voice dripping with pride. Waha, but of course. Who else but I, the great savior Patches. He puffed out his chest, then leaned closer as though sharing a secret. Oh, and by the way, did you know? I happen to be sworn brothers with none other than the Lord of Stormvale's Storm King, Lucian. The Tarnished gasped. They'd never heard of a savior before, but Stormvale's King and Storm King were names whispered far and wide. Many of them had even set out intending to seek refuge at Stormvale. If this man truly counted the King of Storms as a brother, then his words carried weight. And had he not just demonstrated immense generosity, expending so many rare and precious holy water pots? Who wouldn't believe him? The rescued Tarnished were instantly won over. Patches the savior is too kind. A true hero. None of them noticed the sinister grin tugging at Patches' lips as he turned away. All right, that's enough for tonight. Don't throw your lives away pointlessly. We'll come back another day to settle the score. He jabbed a finger at the retreating revenants. If not for the need to protect you greenhorns, I'd have wiped out the lot of you already. Mark my words, I, the savior Patches, will drive every last revenant from the lands between. With that declaration, he led his troop and the rescued Tarnished away from the cursed village. Lucian, watching from the shadows, pinched the bridge of his nose. He had expected those treasure ahead signs to be Patches' handiwork. But this self-staged rescue routine, that was new. Is he really trying to play the hero now? The old trick had always been to lure victims into deadly spots with promises of treasure, then kick them off cliffs or leave them to monsters. But now, bait, ambush, heroic rescue, and extortion. Lucian shook his head with a helpless sigh, spurring Torrent after them. Worse still, Patches had dared to drag his own name into the scam-claiming brotherhood. Lucian couldn't remember ever sharing so much as a drink with the man, let alone calling him brother. Farther down the road, the rescued Tarnished were still brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Savior Patches. We owe you our lives. We don't know how we could ever repay you. Patches waved them off with mock modesty. Heh, no need, no need. I ask no reward, for I am your savior, after all. But then he extended his hand with a sly grin. The Tarnished blinked, confused. Was this a demand for payment? But hadn't he just said otherwise? The seasoned Tarnished in their group cleared his throat cautiously. Lord Patches, what do you mean? What do I mean? Patches scoffed. Isn't it obvious? Those holy water pots I used to save you weren't free. Each one is precious. We had prepared them for tomorrow's battle against the revenants. And now, spent, for your sake. He leaned in, voice rising. You think such items just appear out of thin air? We were commanded by the Two Fingers themselves to purge the revenants from this land. And yet, because of you, our grand mission has been delayed, our resources depleted. He slapped his chest dramatically. No, I won't demand a reward for saving you. But surely you don't expect us to shoulder the cost of the pots as well. The Tarnished faltered. His speech tumbled over them, fast and heavy, until they found themselves nodding. It was true they had seen the pots used with their own eyes. And if the mission truly came from the Two Fingers, then failing to replenish them might doom the effort. The seasoned Tarnished bowed his head. Very well, Lord Patches, how much did the holy water pots cost? Patches smirked inwardly. Hook, line, and sinker. With exaggerated seriousness, he held up one finger and then another, forming the number 8. One pot, 80 runes. The Tarnished asked hopefully. No, 800. Each. Patches' grin split wide, unable to contain itself. The Tarnished paled. 800. That was no small sum, but survivable, if it were just one or two. But hadn't he thrown dozens? How many did you use? Someone whispered, dread creeping in. Patches scratched his bald head, pretending to count. Oh, 20 or so. But I'll be generous, let's call it exactly 20. The Tarnished despaired. 20 pots at 800 runes each, nearly ruinous. Still, could they deny him? Patches folded his arms, satisfied. Ah, truly I am a genius. But before he could relish the moment, a cold, steady voice cut through the night. Lies. The Tarnished spun around. A warrior stood there in strange armor, half gold, half silver, as though two figures had been fused into one. Reliefs of entwined forms ran across his breastplate, and from it extended a silver helm, crowned by a golden hand cradling its head. It was none other than Hunter of the Dead, or rather, the elder brother, Darian. Drawn by the tremor of the beast eye and the stench of deathroot, he had come to cleanse the land, only to find fraud instead. Holy water pots, Darian said evenly, cost 100 runes to make, materials included. With labor, perhaps a little more. But not much. And this man, he pointed a gauntlet finger at Patches, is no savior. There has never been such a title. He seeks only to exploit your desperation. The Tarnished gaped, realization dawning. Patches' mask slipped. His face twisted with rage as he hefted his great shield and spear. Damn you, meddling bastard. You'll regret spoiling Patches' business. Darian drew his own blade, the twin-hued inseparable sword of gold and silver. If you tarnish the name of those who truly fight for the Golden Order, then I'll teach you a lesson myself. The mercenaries behind Patches drew their weapons. The Tarnished hesitated, torn between gratitude and doubt. But before blades could cross, the ground itself shuddered. A low, mournful horn echoed through the air, dirge-like, accompanied by an eerie crimson glow rising from the marsh. Revenants clawed their way up in droves. From the heart of the waters drifted a pale, spectral boat. A red-robed skeleton sat aboard, blowing a massive brass horn. The Tibia mariner had come. Damn it. Patches spat. This is your fault, you cursed meddler. If not for your greed, Darian shot back, we wouldn't be in this mess. He raised his blade, gold and silver light sparking. Stay out of my way if you value your skin. With that, he plunged into the revenants, his holy blade cutting cleanly through. Unlike ordinary strikes, his blows left the dead unable to rise again. The mercenaries hurled the last of their holy water pots. The rescued Tarnished followed, weapons drawn, desperate not to be left behind. The mariner vanished, only to reappear across the marsh, summoning spectral warriors with each blast of his horn. The battle thickened, the dead pressing in. Darian grimly tightened his grip. This would be no easy fight. And then, lightning split the sky. Thunder roared. A single thunderbolt crashed down, illuminating the marsh. It struck a mighty sword spear planted in the land, its length alive with crackling light. In the brilliance of storm and steel stood Lucian, armor gleaming. I've enjoyed the show long enough, he called. Now, let me join the stage. The true savior of Stormvale had arrived. Patches, seeing that familiar armor, felt his heart seize. 127, Volume 2 Chapter 34, The Storm King's Judgment. 127, Volume 2 Chapter 34, The Storm King's Judgment. Patches swallowed hard, too shaken to speak. When he saw that set of armor, his mind was thrown into utter chaos. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right. Why would this armor appear here, in the lands between? No, Nuthat's not it. Why am I even thinking this way? I shouldn't recognize it at all. But that voice, that steed, it really is Lucian. Then why does his armor feel so familiar to me, as if I've seen it somewhere before? As he stared at the resplendent, awe-inspiring armor, a vision surged unbidden into Patch's mind. He saw an age long past, a dynasty at the very height of its power. A king who commanded world-shaking might, and is considered the most powerful being when at his peak. 4 knights, each unmatched, each of unique style. An army, undefeated across the world. And a prince equally mighty revered as the dragon-slaying god of war. The armor Lucian now wore should have belonged to that prince. Patches didn't understand what he had just seen. These fragments of memory came from nowhere like echoes of a self he had never known. He only knew one thing for certain, he had found himself in the lands between without memory, without roots. This place was foreign to him, and he felt more like an intruder than a native. Of course, most Tarnished might have said the same. Their homeland lay beyond these borders, the lands between was not their birthplace. Feeling estranged here was only natural. But for Patches, the sensation ran deeper. It wasn't the dislocation of leaving home. It felt instead like a constant state of being gassed, though he had already wandered through countless worlds in this same way. Perhaps he had crossed over from another realm. Perhaps fragments of another self, from another world, clung to him. But there was no proof. No one knew, not even Patches himself, what had truly happened to him. Yes, Patches was a strange man indeed. Lucian, oblivious to Patches' turmoil, swung his storm-wreathed sword spear in a wide arc. Lightning surged forth in a tempest, tearing through the revenants. Their skeletal frames burst apart under the force, reduced to shattered fragments that could never reassemble. Bolts of thunder danced along the lake, scorching bone black wherever they struck. With just a single strike, the revenants fell like wheat before the scythe. Yet Lucian frowned. The power wasn't quite what he desired. The innate lightning of the dragon's lair sword spear was impressive, yes, but not overwhelming. And Lucian himself knew no incantations like lightning spear or ancient dragon's lightning strike. This bolt, drawn down from the heavens, came from a ash of war he had unearthed in Stormvale's vaults, one he had affixed to his weapon. The skill was called Lightning Slash. It summoned a thunderbolt from the sky, sheathing the blade in lightning, then loosed that power in a single explosive strike. The remaining currents lingered on the weapon, enhancing further attacks. Flashy, stylish, but for now, the damage was underwhelming. Still, Lucian thought, once he fully mastered lightning techniques, the results might be much greater. The ash had likely once been carried by Godric and his knights, relics from when they still rode out from Lindell. Now, it belonged to Lucian. He hadn't used ashes of war in some time. Their power might be middling, but their spectacle was undeniable. This was also the first time he had unleashed his new weapon in battle, partly to rescue Patches and the others from danger, partly to punish Patches for daring to impersonate him, but mostly, to test out his new toy. What kind of man gets a new weapon and doesn't swing it around? In the game, he could try things freely. There were always enemies conveniently placed before boss arenas. But here, in reality, he couldn't practice on his own people. And revenants? They were perfect targets. The survivors watched in awe as half the horde fell instantly. From the moment lightning struck, Dee and the others had already retreated to solid ground. They weren't foolish enough to think Lucian would call down thunder just for dramatic flair. Of course, only Patches recognized him immediately. The conman's shock slowly ebbed. He smoothed his features, burying his confusion. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Forget it ever happened. With that, he slipped back into his familiar smarmy grin, cupping his hands and shouting, Ha! Behold it, everyone. Witness the might of none other than Lord Lucian, the Storm King himself. A moment ago he had bragged about being Lucian's sworn brother. Now, without missing a beat, he proclaimed reverence as if he had always been a loyal retainer. The Tarnished didn't question the inconsistency. They only gaped in awe. What? This is Lord Lucian himself. Unbelievable, his strength is unmatched. What power. Dee, however, remained silent, studying Lucian with sharp eyes. Even in the Round Table hold, where he cared little for politics, Dee had heard the tales of Stormvale's king. He had dismissed them as exaggerated. But now seeing the man in person he realized the rumors understated the truth. He finally spoke, voice measured. These revenants cannot be truly destroyed without holy power. Strike them as you will, but they will rise again before long. Only weapons of sanctity or utterly pulverizing their bones will prevent their return. Lucian nodded. He had no weapon imbued with holy power. That left only one option: grind the revenants to dust until not a fragment remained. With Torrent beneath him, he charged straight toward the Tibia Mariner. Driving his sword spear deep into the lake, he channeled currents of lightning into the waters. The revenants, trying once more to reform, spasmed helplessly under the unrelenting charge, unable to knit themselves together again. Torrent's legs stood half-submerged, yet the lightning spared the steed entirely under Lucian's control. Watching carefully, Lucian noted the difference. These revenants were not like those in the game, harder to put down, more resistant. And yet, they remained nothing more than practice dummies for him. The Tibia Mariner, sensing danger, attempted to vanish again. But Lucian was faster. With a thrust, his sword spear pierced the spectral boat, tearing a gaping hole in its hull. The vessel wavered, though it did not sink. It was never fully of this world. The skeleton helmsman flared with crimson light, fury made manifest. Raising his horn, he blew a deep, mournful note. The lake surged with purple radiance. Water geysered upward, lifting the boat high into the air. Then, with the horn leveled at Lucian, the mariner unleashed a wave like a tsunami, surging toward him. Lucian met it head-on. He swept his sword spear, unleashing a storm of wind and thunder so fierce that even the onlookers felt its gust. The wave shattered instantly, cleaved down the middle. The purple waters, caught in the storm's grip, hurtled backward faster than they had come, tracing the very shape of the tempest. The boat, robbed of its watery throne, plummeted like a crashing plane. The skeleton flailed, unsettled. Lucian raised his weapon high, then brought it down in a devastating cleave. The blow landed squarely, shattering half the mariner's body into fragments. And yet, revenants never died so easily. Even half destroyed, it slipped away, teleporting far from the lake onto solid ground. There, impossibly, the spectral boat continued to glide as though it floated still. It only needed a few moments more to vanish entirely. But fate denied it. From behind streaked blazing trails of starlight glintstone comet shards, fired in a volley. They struck the boat in rapid succession, reducing it to ruin. In Lucian's left hand gleamed a staff inlaid with glintstone. At some point, he had drawn it forth, and now wielded sorcery at a level near the peak of what he could currently master. Glintstone Comet's Hard demanded 36 intelligence, the same as the spell Zamor Ice Storm. For now, this was the very limit of his ability. Beyond that lay spells reserved for true prodigies. But Lucian was not far. Just a few more runes stood between him and that realm. The mariner collapsed into fragments, unable to revive. In its place lay a writhing object like a blackened root, steeped in death. All across the battlefield, the revenants ceased their movements. For now, death had been banished. Lucian approached atop Torrent, eyeing the sinister item. Black thorns sprouted around it, the stench of rot heavy in the air. He had no intention of touching it. Dee hurried forward, clutching a sacred seal. With a prayer, golden light wrapped the root, sealing away its corruption. He lifted it carefully, presenting it to Lucian. This is a deathwrath, very source of these revenants. Do not touch it. It brings defilement and taboo. It must be sealed in holy light. If you wish, I can take it in your stead. His tone carried unease, as though fearful Lucian might underestimate its danger. Lucian waved it off. I've no use for it, nor the means to contain it. What do you usually do with such things? Dee pointed toward the distant horizon. There are several ways to destroy them, but the most certain is to deliver them to the beast clergyman, Gurunk, who dwells at the end of the Dragon Barrow. He devours them. I have known him for some time and often bring death roots to him. Should you wish, I can arrange your meeting. He keeps treasures in his shrine, perhaps some would interest you. Lucian nodded. In time, he would go. After the Festival of Combat, after Syalad's troubles were finished, he would make for Dragon Barrow. Then I'll leave it with you. I'm curious to meet this clergyman myself, but that can wait. For now. He turned, his voice sharp. Patches. Take another step, and it will be your last. The bald rogue froze mid-creep, caught red-handed as he tried to slink away. Ahaha, run, me, ha, of course not. He rubbed his shining scalp, grinning awkwardly. Lucian dismounted Torrent, his smile turning cold. Well, isn't this the great savior Patches? Why run from your sworn brother? In the game, Patches' treacheries were endless. But punishing him had always been limited, some beatings, perhaps forcing him to grovel. Nothing more. Here, though, Lucian finally had the chance. Patches, realizing excuses wouldn't work, sighed and stood still. Oddly enough, once cornered, he seemed calm like a pig resigned to slaughter. Ah, yes, yes. My apologies, truly. Well then how do you wish to deal with me? I'll accept it, whatever it is. Lucian blinked in surprise. He had expected slippery lies, evasions, bargaining. Instead, Patches confessed at once. But thinking again that, too, was his nature. Triumphant when schemes succeeded, craven when faced with strength. Caught red-handed, he would grovel and submit, swallowing his punishment whole. And in time, he'd bounce back as though nothing happened. Yes, that was Patches through and through. Well, well, confessing so quickly. Lucian chuckled. Patches shrugged, grinning. What can I say? You caught me fair and square. I used your name without leave. I'll accept any punishment you see fit. I'll do whatever you ask. Then we can call it even. That's my way, bygones be bygones, life goes on, Lucian laughed softly, clapping him on the shoulder. Good. I was wondering what to do if you denied it. Since you admit it, here's your punishment. His hand pressed down heavier. You'll dig in the Limgrave tunnels. 3 years of mining. My army needs forged stones, and the great savior Patches will, of course, lend his strength. After all, you just said you'd do anything. Patches' smile froze, his face twisting. Mining. That's right, Lucian said brightly. Mining. For the good of the realm. And for the Storm King you claim as your brother. His eyes narrowed. You won't refuse me, will you, Patches? You are a man of your word, aren't you? Patches chuckled hollowly, accepting his fate. Ah, of course, of course. I, Patches, the very model of chivalry and honor. I'll serve faithfully, dig diligently, and, absolutely never do such a thing again. Next time, he thought silently, I just won't let you catch me. T/N about Patches, the recurring trickster character for those who have not played the other games. He appears in multiple From Software games beyond Elden Ring, serving as a consistent and beloved figure across the studio's titles. He is a central character in the Soulsborne series, including Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3, and also appears in the earlier Armored Core. His appearances are notable for his cowardly personality, use of a spear, and signature tactic of luring players into traps before pleading for mercy. Armored Core, Patches first appeared as Patch the Good Luck. Demon's Souls, 2009 and 2020, he was known as Patches the Hyena. Dark Souls, 2011, known as Trusty Patches. Bloodborne, 2015, he took the form of Patches the Spider, a giant spider with a bald human head. Dark Souls 3, 2013, he was named Unbreakable Patches, and later reappeared as Lap in the game's DLC, a knight who lost his memory. He does not appear in Dark Souls 2, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, or Drisen. Patches is considered a self-insert character for Miyazaki and is believed to be a recurring figure across the Soulsborne universe, with fans theorizing he transcends dimensions. 128, Volume 2 Chapter 35, The Ashes of Oaths. In the end, once Patches had been disarmed, Lucian handed him over to Dee, entrusting him to be escorted back to Stormvale. As for those tarnished who had been lured to the Revenant's lair by Patches' false signs, they too had suffered misfortune. Patches' scam may not have succeeded, but to be caught up in such calamity by sheer bad luck was still bitter. Lucian, however, chose to grant them compensation. When they reached Stormvale, they would be given small privileges whether in trade or in joining the army, they would enjoy a measure of leniency. But only a measure. Not enough to transform their lives, nor to make kings of them. Whether they achieved greatness or perished forgotten would depend, as ever, on their own strength. As for Dee, he and Lucian made a pact. When Lucian had time, he would seek him out at the Round Table Hold. Until then, the collected death roots would remain sealed under Dee's care. At that meeting, Dee promised, he would introduce Lucian to the beast clergyman, Gurunk. The gifts Gurunk granted in exchange for Deathroot were valuable, indeed powerful incantations and blessings of the beast. But the truth mattered more. The beast clergyman was none other than the legendary Malekith, the Black Blade, a figure steeped in fearsome renown. Malekith, Queen Marika's sworn brother, entrusted with the rune of death itself, which he bound within his great blade. By his hand, the demigods learned fear, and by his shadow, heroes were measured. He was also Marika's shadow beast, a twin born to serve and guard her. Yet when the queen vanished from history, her sworn shadow too disappeared, never once emerging even when the shattering war raged at its fiercest. And small wonder. Even Malekith, loyal as he was, never understood why Marika had shattered the Elden Ring. She had betrayed her consort Radagon, her children, and even her shadow. Lost and bewildered, Malekith consumed Deathroot endlessly, as though to atone for his failure to guard the Rune of Death, whose theft had led to the assassination of Godwine the Golden. From Godwine's half-dead body, Deathroot spread through the roots of the Erd tree, corrupting the lands between. Left unchecked, it would devour all, until the realm became a paradise of the dead. And death itself was forbidden by the Golden Order, for only by removing destined death had the Order ever come to be. Thus, only Malekith, bound to the stolen rune, could devour Deathroot. Lucian intended to meet him sooner rather than later. Others knew Gurunk only as the beast clergyman, but Lucian knew the truth. That alone was leverage. Perhaps, with this secret knowledge, he could draw forth old truths. Though Melikthe's lips were sealed, the endless death root gnawed at him, bringing bouts of madness, weakening his mind. In those moments, perhaps fragments of the ancient age could be pried free. Even your sworn brother was kept ignorant, Marika. Why did you shatter the ring? This small episode with Patches had cost only half an hour. Lucian mounted Torrent again, pressing on toward his true destination Siled. They rode deep into the night. At last, when the night was darkest and even the Erd tree's light dimmed to an ember, Lucian reached the outskirts of the smoldering walls. From afar, he saw it, a thin red line burning against the horizon. The border between Limgrave and Siled. Torrent slowed before the barrier. The wall was built of rough stone, yet upon its surface fire burned unceasingly, though no fuel remained. The flames were not fierce, but steady, eternal, never quenched. No matter how the scarlet rot sought to creep forward, it could not pass the smoldering walls. Lucian stretched out a hand, feeling its heat. Even this faint touch carried the weight of the indomitable spirit of the red-maned soldiers who built it. He stood in silence for a time. They remain in Siled, a soft voice whispered at his ear, and build such walls to hold back the scarlet rot. They are true warriors. It was Melina. Even she, who rarely spoke, was moved by the sight of this endless, burning line. Since leaving Stormvale, they had resumed their wandering journey together. Melina sat sideways against his back as he rode, her one remaining eye fixed quietly on the passing lands. Normally, she kept her words few, unwilling to distract him. But after their night of honest conversation, they had grown close. Now, whenever thoughts stirred her heart, she shared them freely. Lucian, if others were near, would not reply aloud, only remember, to answer later at the sites of grace they shared. Such was their pact. Yes, Lucian murmured at last. They are worthy of respect. Even after their commander, General Radon, had fallen to madness, the Redmans never abandoned Siled. Day after day they stood against the scarlet rot, enduring what no ordinary man could. They fought, they cleansed, they burned, yet the rot always returned, and so they fought again. In this endless struggle, they raised the smoldering wall, sealing Siled from the rest of the lands between. If Lucian had to name the soldiers he most respected, it would be these. In the Redman's ranks, there are no cowards. The words rang true. Were it not for the curse of the game's world that Tarnished were forever treated as enemy, Ashe would have gladly called them allies. A sudden barking broke his thoughts. In the distance, two wild dogs slunk from the shadows. Gaunt, riddled with tumors, their skin split and bleeding, flies buzzing around the wounds. They crouched over a mangled corpse, gnawing until Lucian's approach disturbed them. The dogs bared their teeth, growling low. Ordinary beasts would have fled before the draconic aura that lingered about him. But touched by scarlet rot, these creatures knew no fear. The rot changes even instinct itself, Lucian sighed. He raised his hand, shaping his fingers into a mimicry of a gun. With a flick, compressed wind bullets flew. In an instant, both beasts were corpses. He turned to leave, but a coppery scent lingered in the air. Blood. Fresh blood. Frowning, he glanced back at the half-devoured body. That was strange. In Siled, few normal folk dared tread, and those who came now on the eve of the festival of combat would hardly fall prey to mere dogs. He knelt to examine the corpse. Its head had been shattered like a melon, fragments scattered and chewed. Only a ruined jaw clung to the neck. The robe upon the body was unmistakable, the garb of a finger maiden. Lucian froze. Why a maiden? The festival of combat did feature one finger maiden Thirolina, but no. Thirolina was safe in Stormvale now, running her little shop, helping Tarnished channel grace. She no longer obsessed over finding a champion. As long as Lucian claimed the Elden throne, it mattered little to her who did. So whose body was this? Unless not a finger maiden at all, merely wearing the robes. Could it be Anastasia, Tarnished Eater? But no, her weapon was a massive cleaver, not the bloody dagger lying nearby. Lucian checked again. The body was male. The Adam's apple still faintly visible. The frame was slender, feminine yet not female. A cross-dresser. A boy disguised as a maiden. Lucian searched further, but found nothing of value. No name, no clue. After a moment's thought, he abandoned the corpse. The lands between devoured lives by the thousand each day. One more changed nothing. Better to rest for the night. He sought shelter and soon found it, the ruins of the smoldering church. To his surprise, someone was already there. The figure was swathed in filthy, blood-soaked bandages, even the head wrapped tight, leaving only two clouded eyes exposed. The body beneath was clad in a finger maiden's robe. Hearing him enter, the figure turned. Melina's spectral form appeared at Lucian's side. With her one eye she gazed upon the woman and felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Strange sorrow, heavy and inexplicable. A sadness that felt like prophecy. Her body is covered in burns, Melina whispered. Lucian nodded. The bandaged woman raised her gaze, searching clumsily for his outline. Her voice rasped, hoarse and broken, as though smoke had scarred her throat. You there, good sir, are you Tarnished? Her vision was poor, she could only approximate his shape. Yes, Lucian answered. Ah, thank goodness, relief softened her ruined voice. Then, timidly, I was long ago separated from my lord, a Tarnished I once served. I have waited for him ever since. Have you perchance seen him? A man clad in bright silver armor. His name is Bernal, a true hero among Tarnished. Not long ago, I felt him near. But my sight is failing. My body broken. I searched as best I could, yet never found him. Lucian's eyes widened. Bernal's maiden. Yes. He should have realized sooner. This was her. 129, Volume 2 Chapter 36, The Maiden Who Burned in Vain. After hearing the woman's words, Lucian swiftly recalled her story. She was Bernal's Maidina woman who had once offered herself to the flame, but had never been granted the right to become kindling. So she lingered here, endlessly searching for a way to burn. Even when her flesh split and peeled under fire, she did not falter, waiting for the day she might sacrifice herself for Bernal. Bernal. Back when Lucian first entered this world, Bernal was the very first battle arts master he had hoped to seek out. Though a recusant, he still bore the dignity of a knight and the pride of a hero. Unlike most recusants, who slew any tarnished without mercy, Bernal patiently taught those who sought to learn the art of war. Unfortunately, Lucian had yet to meet him in person. Among all the near kings of this age, Lucian respected Bernal and Vike the most. His feelings toward them were not affection but respect-admiration reserved for those who bore themselves with unyielding will. Their stories in the game were few, but from those brief threads, one could glimpse lives vast and tumultuous. Both had walked closest to kingship. And both, for the sake of their maidens, strayed upon forbidden paths. Vike, branded by the frenzied flame, sought to burn the Erd tree itself. Bernal, standard raised, defied the Golden Order outright. Right or wrong, such judgments mattered little. What was undeniable was their resolve. This was not the tale of heroes. Yet such choices would, inevitably, forge heroes. As for Bernal's maiden, she existed only in abandoned drafts of history. Lucian knew little of her. For now, he had not yet found Bernal. But he knew where to. If he journeyed to Volcano Manor, he would meet the knight without fail. Should he tell her? Lucian hesitated, then shook his head. No, sorry. I haven't seen any other tarnished nearby. He chose not to reveal Bernal's location. If the future allowed, he would aid them both. But not yet. Not now. The maiden lowered her head, disappointment shadowing her bandaged face. I see then Bernal does not wish to see me. Her voice faltered, bitter. And why would he? I am useless. I cannot aid him in battle. I could not even become kindling. To be abandoned by one so noble is only natural. Lucian fell silent. This was not his place. This was between the knight and his maiden. At last, he asked gently, will you leave this place? It's dangerous here, you shouldn't stay. But she shook her head, resolute. No, not until I have burned. If I cannot become kindling, I cannot leave. This way, when Bernal returns, he will find me. There would be no persuading her. Lucian's gaze lingered on her bandages. The cloth was scorched black, stained with dried blood. Her hands still oozed fresh, searing blood flame. Are your wounds serious? He had only meant to keep the conversation going, but regretted the words as soon as they left his lips, for he knew what they meant. Bernal's maiden sought to ignite herself with flame of the Redman's, to kindle the cauldron of fire. If she spoke of it here before Melanathin, Melina was still at his side. She had yet to reclaim her purpose, yet to remember her role. If she heard of the flame too soon, would her memories stir? Would she realize the truth of her existence? But the maiden did not speak further. She only offered a small, broken smile. Thank you for your concern. These burns come from the fire itself. As long as I do not quench the flame, healing incantations can mend the flesh. But forgive me, I cannot say why I must endure them. Her silence was telling. The Elden Lord she dreamed of was Bernal alone. If she spoke more, she risked revealing secrets. Another tarnished might covet them. And so she fell silent. Lucian exhaled softly. She had revealed nothing dangerous. Good. He wasn't ready for Melina to know. Not yet. I should be going, he said at last. He had thought to rest within the smoldering church. But the air was too heavy, the atmosphere too suffocating. So Lucian took Torrent and departed, choosing instead to camp just before the smoldering wall. There, still in Limgrave, he sat down to rest. Better here, where the air was free of scarlet rot. Torrent lay upon the ground, belly up, utterly relaxed. Horses were supposed to sleep standing when alert. But Torrent, being Torrent, trusted enough to rest without care. Lucian smiled faintly, leaning against the spectral steed's warm belly as though it were a cushion. Not long after, Melina too sat beside him. Lately, her presence felt stronger. Perhaps his heightened arcane was to blame. Once his arcane had been 7. Now, with a great rune, it had doubled. What did arcane truly mean in this world? It was not like in the game where it raised item discovery or status buildup. In reality, those were decided by keen eyes and dexterity, not a number. Perhaps arcane was more like spiritual vision, like a measure of the soul. Lucian, Melina said softly, may I take your hand? He removed his gauntlet and offered his right hand. Warmth stirred through his soul. She was thinking of the maiden. Her burns, Melina whispered. They are the same as mine. She looked down at her own hand, her spirit form marred by old burns. When I saw her, I felt a strange foreboding, as though it were a sign. If she burns for her tarnished, then perhaps it is of great aid to him. Yet she failed. Her voice trembled. I do not know why she must burn, nor what it would accomplish. But strangely, her words did not shock me. Instead it felt natural. As if I, too, enough. Lucian interrupted firmly. No, there is no such fate. They must have strayed, that is all. There is no need for anyone to burn. There never will be. Melina squeezed his hand. Yes, I believe you. The Erd tree's light flared anew, cascading across the lands between. Torrent leapt, clearing the smoldering wall. At last, they entered Siled. The land reeked. The faintly sweet stench of scarlet rot. The rot of corpses. The bitter smoke of fire. All blended into one nauseating miasmon odor that matched Siled's ruined state. Everywhere his eyes turned, scarlet rot devoured the lands. Ahead rose a crude wooden platform and several ramshackle huts. Beyond them, a minor Erd tree, vast despite its name. Yet beneath Siled's crimson sky, even that golden giant looked lonely. Lucian recalled the tomb below that tree. Worthless. Not worth the detour. So he pressed onward along the great road. He lacked a map of Siled, and Hilbert, though long familiar with the region, had never cared to draw one. So she had simply given him directions: follow the road. Better this way than risking shortcuts. Siled was no place for wandering blind. As he passed the huts, the stench grew heavier. He glanced inside. Within the broken houses, heaps of flesh pulsed and crawled, bones writhing within. Wild dogs with glowing red eyes feasted on the meat. These were once undying wanderers. Once blessed with immortality, now cursed to linger without end. The system of death had collapsed, leaving them without release. Beasts tore them apart, ground them into slurry, devoured and excreted the man still they lived. Fused into grotesque heaps of flesh, they shuffled on. Pitiful. None wished this fate. Yet their immortality forced it upon them. Further on, he met more. Rotten wandering nobles, naked as their garments had long decayed. Scarlet rot clung to their flesh, blooming into tumors and strange growths. Still they marched, aimless yet following a leader, one who carried a decayed staff, once a banner, and fragments of golden ornament. Perhaps they had tried to die in the swamp of Ionia, only to fail. Now they drifted toward the smoldering wall, seeking death elsewhere. Lucian frowned but did not intervene. Until death returned properly to the lands between, there was nothing he could do. And then the road itself struck back. Torrent nearly fell as a vast maw gaped beneath his hooves. The spirit horse leapt clear, just as a monstrous hound burst from the side. Its forelimbs were stunted, its skull grotesquely large, bounding on hind legs like some nightmarish tyrannosaur. A T-Rex dog, monstrous dog. It lunged. But Torrent was no common steed. With a second jump, he vaulted upon its head. Lucian drove his sword spear straight through its skull. The beast collapsed, twitching. Joint hunting. Lucian muttered. He glanced aside. The road shimmered strangely. A flower. Not like the usual Miranda blooms. This one was flat, its petals pressed wide like a snare. When disturbed, it spread further, blending seamlessly with the stones. A perfect mimicry. So plants too have learned deceit, Lucian murmured. And without a trace of killing intent. As expected of vegetation. The scarlet rot had not only warped the undead but the very ecology of Siled. Lucian opened his pack, withdrawing a vile withering perfume, a concoction Hildegard had given him. He scattered a few grains, then summoned wind to carry them to the lurking flower. Within moments, the plant shuddered. Its leaves blackened, shriveled, until only a husk remained. Effective, Lucian noted. A tool worth remembering. Plants were weak alone, but in numbers they became troublesome. Better to cull them swiftly. Stowing the perfume, Lucian pressed onward. Hildegard's home lay near the swamp of Ionia, within the ruins close by. A place where the scarlet rot flowed at her doorstep. Convenient for experiments, she had said. Lucian could scarcely imagine how she endured it. But soon, he would find out. 130, Volume 2, Chapter 37, The Ecological Bloom of Scarlet Rot. Lucian followed the great road onward. Before long, the way was blocked by a grim sight-erect carriage coffin, collapsed across the path. All its escorts and horses lay dead, their bodies now being torn apart by monstrous dogs. The beasts devoured without pause, even though the corpses were steeped in scarlet rot. Lucian dispatched them easily. He remembered this place. Within that carriage coffin, a weapon awaited. Prying open the hidden compartment, he found it an oversized greatsword of iron, massive and brutal in form. It was enormous, wide, heavy, and crude. To call it a sword seemed absurd. It was closer to an iron slab than a weapon. Yet to call it a gravestone would be wrong as well, for it was too thin, incapable of holding the life story of the warrior who once swung it. Handling it likely requires the wielder to have surpassed the realm of the merely human. It is precisely for this reason the weapon is used to slaughter even inhuman foes. Lucian lifted it in one hand and rested it upon his shoulder. With his strength now, it was not difficult to swing. Silently, he felt the emotions carved into the steel, seeking the echoes of the warrior who had once raised it. But unlike other weapons, no fragments of memory, no battle arts, came forth. Only pain. Pain lifted this sword. Suffering swung it. And now, nothing remained. Its wielder was gone. The cause he had fought for gone. All consumed, mercilessly, by scarlet rot. When the rot invaded, life became a nightmare. He swung and swung, yet it was useless. His blade could not cut down the true enemy. And so, he fought on anyway. Again and again, until blood ran dry, until all things withered. like a wild hound, running headlong until his body rotted away. Lucian lowered his gaze, then sheathed the colossal sword away for safekeeping. It reminded him of an old acquaintance. When the time came, he would draw it once more, and settle what remained unfinished. Soon, ruins came into view. This was the forsaken ruins of Silent ruins. Unlike the silent, empty ruins he had passed before, these were alive with activity. Flame chariots prowled the streets, belching fire to burn away the scarlet rot. Lucian chose not to disturb them. He simply lit the nearby site of grace and moved on. From here, he could see it clearly at last, the swamp of Ionia. A vast inland lake, yet filled not with water but with scarlet rot. The mire surged like a living tide, swelling and ebbing as though it breathed. A wall of fire once encircled its earliest defense. When the rot first descended, soldiers had set the barricades alight, hoping to hold back the corruption. But the wall had long since been broken. The charred remnants bore scars of beasts that had rammed and battered it down. Around them lay the corpses of Redmane knights, silent testament that they had not yielded easily. Lucian looked along the swamp's edge. A broad road wound around Ionia's mire. Once, it must have been a peaceful riverside path. Now it was only a highway of decay. Mounting torrent, Lucian followed the ring road, the stench of the swamp ever at his side. As the rot surged like a tide, he found himself wondering, how could this place ever be healed? Time passed swiftly as he pondered. Soon he had crossed a long distance, fending off more hounds and grotesquely large crows, both creatures vile enough to sicken even the hardiest soul. Their filthy feathers reeked, their wounds swarmed with flies, their very presence intolerable, like cockroaches that made the skin crawl. At last, Lucian found the mark he sought. On the trunk of a great dead tree, a crude sigil had been carved with a small knife. Hilbert's sign. Their agreed signal. He looked around, confirming the place. From here, as Hilbert had once told him, one had only to descend along the left of the dead tree, facing the scarlet lake below. And there, by the ruins, stood a wooden house. Hilbert's dwelling. Torrent carried him swiftly down. Lucian dismounted, strode to the door, and knocked. Thump thump. Thud thud thud. Hurried footsteps approached. The door swung open. You came far faster than I expected. Hildegard's eyes widened at the sight of him. Indeed, Torrent's speed was unmatched. Except for his detour to aid Alexander and tangle briefly with Patches, Lucian had ridden hard without pause. What might take most travelers 3 or 4 days, or a month on foot, he had done in barely over a day. Hildegard herself had changed. More fungi sprouted from her flesh, scarlet rot dripped like dew from her body, and her hands were still slick with the slime of some strange creature. You're a key player in curing Siled, Lucian said simply. I wanted to arrive early, before anything went wrong. And your body? He frowned. Hildegard merely shrugged, wiping her face clean with a towel and rubbing away the slime from her hands. Oh, this? I just returned from the swamp. Some wandering nobles wandered into Ionia, seeking death. I collected samples for my research. Tossing the towel aside, she beckoned him in. Then her eyes lit up with sudden excitement. By the way, you haven't seen it yet, have you? The phenomenon. You're just in time. It's happening now. You must come and see. It's magnificent. Once you've witnessed it, you'll understand Siled's ecology in a whole new light. Lucian hesitated. But the swamp's rot is overwhelming. You may be immune, but shouldn't I have some protection? Hildegard laughed. True enough. But don't worry. We won't go and we'll only watch from afar. That much won't harm you. Her enthusiasm was contagious. At last, Lucian nodded. Led by Hildegard, he came to the edge of the lake. From behind a massive withered branch, they gazed upon Ionia's depths. This is astonishing. The swamp seethed with life. The creatures born from rot, immersed in the mire, raised hands in prayer, or else staggered in patrols with rusted weapons in hand. Countless immortals trudged into the swamp's heart toward the battlefield where Radon and Malnia had once clashed. There, they sought the demigod's lingering power to kill themselves. Yet unseen creatures lurked below. Some of the wanderers were dragged under, only to resurface mangled, missing limbs, yet still alive. Their flesh sloughed away, leaving bare bone. Then fungi bloomed upon them, new grotesqueries taking root in living hosts. Servant of rot gathered on the branches, bowing toward the lake in worship. Giant crows and hounds labored beside them, dragging corpses into the swamp. Flesh peeled from the cadavers, sinking as offerings to the rot. Above it all, great crimson buds swelled fat with nourishment. At last, one bloomed. Scarlet petals burst wide, shedding a storm of glowing pollen. The lake's denizens writhed with ecstasy. The rot-born raised insect eggs high, letting their young drink deep of the blessing. Eggs split open, spilling fluid as larvae wriggled forth. The fungus folk collapsed in rapture, soaking their mushrooms in pollen. The crows and hounds inhaled greedily, swelling larger with every breath. Some weaker beasts collapsed, dead. Yet the survivors ignored them, hungrier still, desperate for more. One crow took flight, trying to reach the pollen clouds above. But a spray of silk and venom dragged it down. The bloom closed. Its gift was gone. And immediately, the survivors turned upon the fallen, tearing at their flesh. A final chance to claim whatever pollen lingered in meat. The servant of rot paid no mind. Already, they were dispersing, their ritual complete. Hildegard turned to Lucian. This is Silid. Welcome to the ecosystem of scarlet rot. Lucian's eyes fixed on the crimson flower. That pollen, what is it? Do these blooms follow a cycle? Hildegard nodded. They do. Each blossom sheds pollen once per cycle. Their timings vary, but they always cluster within a day or two. The creatures here devote themselves to feeding the swamp. Corpses, carrion everything becomes nourishment. The more they feed it, the more pollen will fall. The pollen infects, of course. But it also heightens emotion, driving creatures into frenzy. Remember the rot incense I gave you? Its base material was this pollen. Weak in poison, but far stronger in stimulus. As for the nobles, they strayed here by chance. Fortune, or misfortune, depending how you see it. Lucian studied the blooms in silence. So even without a master, the scarlet rot expanded with instinctive will. Its branches and flowers grew vast, its followers multiplied. It would not stop until all was claimed. This was its law. This was its paradise. Those who received its blessing became both beneficiaries and sacrifices, always returning to nourish the rot in the end. And still, the beasts flocked, eager for more. Back in Hildegard's hut, she busied herself preparing supplies. Lucian sat in a simple chair, eyeing the jars and vials scattered about. He had questions, but she was too absorbed in her work for him to ask. In one corner, Jar Bairn peeked timidly at him. A wooden post beside the little jar bore dents and cracks from fist straining marks. All seemed orderly. Yet fate rarely allowed peace to last. Torrent's ears flicked. He snorted toward Lucian. At once, Lucian quieted, listening. The faint rasp of countless limbs brushed against the walls. The house was surrounded. He rose, stepping to the door, hand on his weapon. The lesser kindred of rot had come. Before he could open it, white strands punched through the wood. Crack. Two pallid bone spears stabbed through, lancing for his chest. But Lucian's sword spear was faster. Stormwind surged around him, breaking the silk threads, and his weapon struck in return. The rotten door exploded outward. His sweeping strike cleaved through the ambushers, bodies splitting, leaking foul fluid across the ground. And beyond the man, endless swarm. Pale limbs, countless, weaving together in grotesque mass. Lucian's eyes narrowed. That stench, that slime. He had seen it before. When Hildegard first greeted him, her hands had been slick with a strange secretion. She had said it was fresh research material. Now, it was all too clear where it had come from. 131, Volume 2, Chapter 38, Fireworks for the Dead. No matter the reason they had come, Lucian had no intention of speaking with them. If his opponents had been human, he would have sought to weigh right and wrong, to separate accident from conspiracy. For humans, there were ways to resolve things without blood. But for the rot-born creatures, there was only one answer: kill them all. Once, Lucian had preached peace among the races. But that was for normal races. The rot-born, who thrived within the scarlet rot, were not a people who could coexist. They sought to blanket the lands between in corruption, to twist it into their paradise. Terrorists of rot, nothing more. Unless the day came when they cast off scarlet rot itself and lived as ordinary beings of the world, Lucian would never treat them as anything but enemies. His thoughts lasted only an instant. Already, the lesser kindred of rot, pests, attacked. The creatures in the back rows raised their arms, organs within their chests pulsing as they fired strands of silken thread like missiles, homing in on Lucian. Those in the front, wielding crude pests glaive, surged forward, their many tiny limbs carrying them across the ground in a skittering glide. In moments, Lucian was surrounded. Blades slashed in from every direction, a perfect storm of melee and ranged. Against an ordinary foe, there would have been no escape. But to Lucian, this wasn't even a warm-up. His storms surged forth. Threads never reached him, they were torn away, scattered before they even drew near. And because Hilbert's hut was just behind him, Lucian held the gale back to a controlled barrier, ensuring the house was spared. His sword spear whirled, steel tracing a seamless lattice that caught and shattered every halberd. The weapons crafted of shell and bone were brittle, the lowest of arms. Each one snapped on contact with his blade. Their weapons broken, the pests did not falter. They burst silk from their bodies at close range, spraying Lucian in a desperate ambush. But it was useless. Lucian was master of the storm. Any tangible projectile, especially something as light as silk, was intercepted, twisted, and turned. The wind dragged the threads off course, sending them lancing into the pests themselves. Screams rose as holes were punched through their ranks. Lucian pressed his attack, sword spear cleaving bodies apart with effortless sweeps. One pest tried to strike from the flank. Without turning, Lucian swung a fist, its shell cracked like pottery, the corpse flung backward in pieces. Those in the rear wavered. Seeing their vanguard cut down, they lost their nerve. They began to retreat. But Lucian would not permit it. They were far enough from the hut now. There was no risk of damaging Hildegard's shelter. He swept his weapon in wide arcs. Blades of wind burst outward, cutting down the fleeing pests as easily as grass. Their ichor splattered across the ground, thick and foul. When it was done, Lucian returned to his chair as though nothing had happened, calmly waiting for Hildegard to finish packing. The lesser kindred of rot were weak. At best, equal to common foot soldiers of men. Their shells were softer than iron armor, but they had their silk-arranged weapon with advantages over arrows. Their mobility was greater too, skittering across the ground with unnerving speed. One-on-one, a soldier could win easily. In equal numbers, a trained human unit would still triumph, despite the nuisance of silk. But the danger was not in their strength, it was in their numbers. Their breeding was endless. Should humans ever fight them in earnest, the pests' swarms would dwarf any army. Hildegard descended at last, disturbed by the noise. She found the door gone, and corpses strewn across the ground. So, they actually came to the door. She sighed, then gave a wry smile. My apologies. You've come such a long way, only to be dragged into this. Lucian shook his head. A stretch of the limbs, nothing more. They're too weak. Then he fixed her with a look. When I first saw you, your hands were covered in some kind of slime. Now that I've seen their bodies, it looked the same. Tell me, was it from them? Hildegard answered honestly. You guessed right. I stole some of their eggs and larvae. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity as she spoke. They're fascinating creatures, truly. Look closely at their limbs at first glance, they're like tendrils. But if you study them carefully, they're hands. Tiny, pale human-like hands, with 5 distinct fingers. Lucian stepped outside and looked for himself. Just as she said, their bodies bristled with doll-like arms, pale and limp, dangling like obscene tentacles. He frowned. Disgusting. And you still dared to touch them. The pests repulsed him. In his mind, they were vermin cockroaches of scarlet rot, thriving wherever corruption spread. Hildegard only smiled. To kill an enemy, you must understand it. For someone like you, with such overwhelming strength, knowledge hardly matters, force alone is enough. But for someone like me, a maker of tools, every material is precious. Every weakness matters. She licked her lips, eyes bright with zeal. During the shattering, perfumers were invaluable. Their aromatics filled giant arrows, which the colossi then listed poison clouds that broke whole armies. If I can, I'd like to craft weapons just as effective. If not, then at least I'll learn what these vermin fear most. Her tone darkened. They are devoted to scarlet rot. Fanatical. Where they thrive, no other life can endure. They force all beings to submit to rot, killing any that refuse. I've fought them many times already, though my home's location has stayed hidden until now. Hildegard propped her chin on one hand, thoughtful. Strange, though. Why today? Why did they come straight here? Perhaps they have some link with their larvae. A kind of resonance? Fascinating. I wonder how they communicate. Her thoughts wandered aloud, lost in speculation. Lucian listened, half convinced she was trying to invent an insecticide. But against the rotborn beings inseparable from the scarlet rot itself, ordinary poison seemed laughably useless. He cut her off. Enough. Are you packed? She blinked, then nodded. Almost. Just a little more. She vanished upstairs, then returned with 2 massive bundles, dragging them down the stairs. Lucian raised a brow. That much? You don't expect Torrent to carry all this. He won't. Hildegard tilted her head, curious at the name. Torrent. So that's the horse's name. A good one. But don't worry. I have my own way. She stepped outside, pulling a bone flute from her pocket. With a sharp blow, its note echoed across the barren plains. Soon, a shadow thundered. Closera, monstrous dog. Its fur gleamed strangely clean, with little sign of rot. Only one eye was missing, the right side of its face torn and scarred. A saddle was strapped to its back. The beast knelt obediently before Hildegard. She stroked its head fondly. Monstrous dog and monstrous crows are native to Siled. They adapted to scarlet rot faster than most. The rot-born use them as beasts of burden. But I found this one injured. After treatment, I managed to tame it easily enough. Its rot sickness is stubborn, but I've managed to hold it at bay. Lucian nodded. Indeed, the creatures were not rot-born mutations. He had seen them in distant, snowy mountains as well. Perhaps they had once been companions of giants. Hildegard strapped the bundles to the hound, cradled Jar Baron in one arm, and mounted up. Lucian climbed onto Torrent. He gestured at the hut. What of your house? There are still things inside. Hildegard shook her head, smiling faintly. Don't worry. I left those pests a gift. She chuckled at the thought, then quickly stifled it. Lucian only shrugged. If she didn't care, then neither would he. Then let's go. I'll lead. I know Siled better than most. Hildegard rode ahead on her hound. Torrent followed easily. Meanwhile, the lesser kindred of rot returned. They found their kin butchered, corpses piled before the ruined door. Though they were insectoid, their minds were keen, their society complex. They gathered the fallen carefully, intending to carry them home. Then they followed the pheromones left behind, climbing to the hut's second floor. There, they found the remains of their unhatched eggs and larvae. Their stolen young. They embraced them tenderly, only to trigger the trap. The bodies were wired to spark aromatics. The instant air touched them, the concoctions ignited. The first explosions triggered more, lighting every jar Hildegard had left behind. Flame, smoke, poison. The room became a hell of alchemy. Hilbert had taken little with her. What remained was her life's hoard, abandoned without regret. The house became a roiling fireball. Even far down the road, Lucian and Hildegard heard the blast. Ha! It worked! Hildegard exclaimed, eyes glittering as she turned. Look, isn't it beautiful? Lucian normally lived by the rule that a true man never looked back at explosions. But curiosity won. He turned. The hut blazed, colors writhing in green and violet flames, smoke staining the sky like painted fireworks. "It really does look like fireworks," he muttered. "Fireworks?" Hildegard tilted her head. Lucian caught himself. "Something from my homeland. Powder bursts in the sky, painting colors for all to see. Not meant to harm, only to be admired." Hildegard's eyes widened with wonder. "Not for war but for joy. I like that. If I ever have the chance, I'll make one. Your firework." 132, Volume 2 Chapter 39, Arrival at Redmane Castle. Hildegard rode at the front, mounted on her great hound. Though the beast's pace was steady and fast for most, to Lucian and Torrent accustomed to true speed it felt sluggish. Fortunately, no more rot-born creatures came to trouble them along the way. Hildegard had left every larva and egg behind in her hut. Whatever faint trace of pheromones clung to her body had long since faded. The pests could no longer track them. They kept to the road skirting the great expanse of swamp of Ionia. Yet even riding hard, night fell before they reached Redmane Castle. Lucian and Torrent had set out from dawn. By the time they found Hildegard's hut, the sun was already high. After watching the scarlet bloom release its poisonous pollen, and waiting for Hildegard to pack her mountain of belongings, it was afternoon when they finally departed. Now, at this hour, even if they pushed on, the castle gates would already be shut. So the two decided to rest for the night and continue at first light. On the roadside, they spotted a fire. A traveling merchant sat by the flames, roasting his supper. When his eyes lifted to Hildegard's hound, he started in surprise. Monstrous dogs were not rare in Sciollad, but for that very reason, he knew well how vicious they were. To tame such a beast meant its rider was no ordinary person. And in Sciollad, meeting extraordinary people was not always a blessing. The merchant rose to his feet, seizing his donkey's reins, wary and ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. In these lands, one encountered all kinsbrigands, lunatics, and worse. Only the soldiers of Redmane were truly reliable. "Do you want to trade?" Hildegard called out. Her voice was calm, disarming. She dismounted and ordered her hound to lie down at a distance. She knew well the fear it inspired in ordinary folk. Seeing her gesture, the merchant hesitated, then slowly nodded. He remained cautious, but at least agreed to talk business. "You don't look the sort to cut me down," he muttered. "All right then, come see my wares." For a wandering merchant, hesitation meant starvation. Danger was part of the trade, and Sciollad offered both risk and profit in equal measure. Lucian studied him with faint nostalgia. This place, this merchant remembered them. Long ago, when he was still a fresh-faced adventurer, he had stumbled through Sciollad searching for map fragments, and here he had found a merchant selling flaming bolts. They were powerful, bursting into flame on impact, useful for breaking tough enemies. As a beginner, Lucian had delighted in buying stacks of them, using his black key crossbow to rain fiery shots across the land. Strong consumables were always hoarded, too precious to use. Weak items were ignored outright. But the bolts, sold in limitless supply, were perfect, cheap, fun, and deadly enough. He chuckled inwardly, remembering how he had stockpiled dozens, only to waste them later in the blood-soaked rune farming spot near Mogwine Palace. The old habits of a hoarder never died. The merchant handed over a list rather than laying out goods, a wise precaution in Sciollad. Better to lose paper than a life. Few sane folk came here willingly, and only rumors of the coming festival had drawn him. Still, he had found little profit. The land was vast, barren, and full of horrors. Now, by chance, he had customers before ever reaching the castle. Lucian scanned the list. No flame bolts. Perhaps this was not the same merchant as the one he remembered. Still, there were other items: a rough hand-drawn map of southern Sciollad, ritual pots, stone's word keys, scraps of intelligence. Even a few mismatched armor sets, loot stripped from nameless corpses. Lucian bought a stone's word key and the map. Crude as it was, even a sketch of ruins and Redmane's location was better than nothing. Hildegard, on the other hand, purchased a ritual pot, rarer and far more valuable than the cracked ones that littered the land. Both sides were satisfied. The dog kept silent watch through the night, and nothing disturbed their camp. By noon the next day, they finally glimpsed Redmane Castle. It loomed upon a distant cliff, towering and impregnable. Smaller than Stormvale, perhaps, but just as grand. Like Stormvale, it was built upon sheer precipice, its walls unassailable save for a single bridge. The approach bristled with war engines, towers armed with ballistae, trebuchets loaded with stone, archers with crossbows at the ready. Soldiers patrolled ceaselessly. Beyond the campfires, the corpses of monstrous dogs and crows were burned in great piles, their flesh attracting yet more beasts, only to be cut down in turn. A grim but effective strategy: deny the rot its fuel, and use carrion to lure the predators. Though, by now, even the animals had learned to keep away. Lucian and Hildegard halted before the forward camp. A knight on horseback rode out to meet them, flanked by wary soldiers. All eyes went to Hildegard's mount. Even the white lion guardian of Redmane padded closer, its body scarred, its claws bound in steel, its omen horns brutally severed. "Stop where you are." The knight barked. "State your names." "I've come to join the festival of combat," Lucian replied evenly. "And beside me a maker of tools." The knight nodded curtly, but did not lower his guard. "The dog will not pass the gates. Tamed or not, it carries scarlet rot." Hildegard only shrugged. Of course. I'll send it away for now, and call it back when this is over. She dismounted, unstrapped her luggage, and clapped the beast's flank. Obediently, it loped into the distance. Satisfied, the knight waved them through. Cross the bridge ahead. Take care not to stir trouble, our soldiers are not forgiving. They crossed the scarred span of the impassable Great Bridge, its stones still bearing the marks of countless battles. Siege engines glared down at them from the far end, but none loosed a shot. Participants of the festival were granted safe passage. Beyond the gates, Redmane Castle revealed itself. The courtyard was littered with white lion guardians, scarred and exhausted, resting between hunts. Soldiers sprawled along the walls, wounded yet unbroken, cleaning weapons or sleeping where they fell. It was the same layout as Stormvale's outer ward, a killing ground, ready to be sealed off in case the gates were breached. Now, it was a place for warriors to rest. One soldier rose to meet them. His armor was bitten through in places, his face gaunt, caked with blood and dust. Yet his eyes blazed, fierce and unyielding fire that burned against despair. "You come for the festival of combat?" he asked, gaze locked on Lucian. "Yes," Lucian answered. "I have come for that alone." The soldier inclined his head, then beckoned. "Follow me. I'll take you to your quarters. Rest well, warrior. When the day comes, may you grant General Radon a death worthy of his legend." He led them to the residential quarters, a row of small, spare chambers. Keys were handed over. "Use them as you will. Redmane stands open for all festival warriors. 13 days remain until the battle. Do not miss it." With that, the soldier departed. Lucian carried Hildegard's bundles to her door before opening his own. The room was tiny, lit by a single shaft of light from the window. A bed, a table, a weapon rack with simple tools for care and repair. Spartan, but enough. He sat briefly on the hard cot, smiling faintly. Military style. "I don't mind it." Redmane's soldiers earned his respect. In this land of corruption, they fought on, resting only when duty allowed. To them, comfort was nothing, only the fight against scarlet rot mattered. Lucian stood. His rest could wait. He had someone to meet. The acting lord of Redmane Castle, Jaren. 133, Volume 2, Chapter 40, The Trial of Redmane. Lucian stepped out of his chamber and glanced around. Only then did he realize that he had no idea where to go. He thought for a moment, recalling the rough layout of Redmane Castle. From memory, the fortress was shaped like an L. The place he sought was at the far end, the deepest part of the castle reached only by passing through the central plaza. But barging about on his own was unwise. Redmane was still under order, unlike Stormvale. If a stranger wandered unannounced through Stormvale's halls, Lucian himself would not have been pleased. No matter who you were, to intrude upon a lord's castle without leave was simply excessive. So instead, he retraced his steps toward the area where the soldier had earlier brought him. There, the quarters steward received him. "I'm sorry," the man said with a bow. "Master Jaren is not seeing anyone at this time." Lucian frowned in disappointment, though it was not unexpected. After all, there was no urgent business. The festival of combat would soon begin, and Jaren would surely appear then. But just as Lucian turned to leave, the steward hesitated, then called out to him. Though not a warrior himself, he could tell at a glance that Lucian's equipment was far from ordinary. Yet strength was not measured by armor alone. "If you are confident in your own power," the steward ventured, "there may be a way." Lucian looked back. "Oh, and what way would that be?" The steward recalled Jaren's instructions and repeated them carefully. Master Jaren once sighed, "If a mighty warrior can pass the trial, it proves his strength. Such a warrior he will meet in person, for only such a one might have the power to slay General Radon. But the trial is no simple matter. No common man could ever pass it." Lucian's interest stirred. The hesitation on the steward's face only sharpened his curiosity. "What sort of trial?" he pressed. "Do not worry, I have confidence enough in myself." Seeing his resolve, the steward relented. "From here, you must go to the plaza. 2 great champions of the Redmane army await challengers there. Defeat them, or win their recognition, and you may be granted audience with Master Jaren. Understand this, many have tried. None have succeeded. Many left only in ruin, carried from the ground in agony. If you still wish it, I will take you." At those words, Lucian all but confirmed his suspicion, the Leonine misbegotten and the Crucible Knight. "Then I'll trouble you for the path," Lucian agreed. "But what of your duties, if someone else comes while you are away?" The steward shook his head. "It is no matter. Others will stand watch in my stead. Far more important is this, our hope for a warrior who can give General Radon peace." The Redmane Knights longed above all for Raiden's release. It was their oath and their sorrow. And though they had fought the Scarlet Rot for years beyond counting, they knew bitterly they could never purge it. If nothing else, then at least their lord deserved an honorable end. Following the steward, Lucian walked the length of Redmane Castle. The once crowded stronghold held no townsfolk, now only militiamen in battered armor. Something caught his eye, halting his steps. "What is that?" The steward turned to see what he pointed at. A hulking abductor virgin, also known as iron virgins, shaped like a vast iron coffin, its head capped with a pale mask of a weeping woman. From its sides extended thick chains, dragging twin sides that scraped across the ground. "That is a war automaton," the steward explained awkwardly. "Forgive me, I know little, but they are useful on the battlefield. Some say they were gifts from Lord Rykard, General Raiden's brother, though whether that is true, I cannot say. The machine was rusted, its iron hide stained with old blood. As Lucian's gaze lingered, the abductor virgin turned with a screech of metal to face him, but it made no hostile move. After a moment, it simply wandered off again. The automatons of the lands between were strange indeed. Past the ruined blocks of the city, they came at last to the plaza. In a side chamber, Lucian found a site of grace, and touched it to claim its blessing. Within its light, he stowed away his dragon slayer sword spear, drawing instead the colossal greatsword he had recovered earlier. The sword spear was too deadly, too easily able to maim in a duel meant only as trial. Better to wield the sword crude, heavy as iron itself, enough to bruise rather than kill. With it slung upon his shoulder, Lucian stepped into the open square. The plaza was festooned with banners of the Red Mane army. From ropes strung overhead hung weapons and shields, spoils of countless battles past. And there, waiting, two figures. In one corner crouched the leonine misbegotten, rising to its feet as Lucian entered, scarred body tensing. Above, upon the high wall, stood a crucible knight, silent and watchful. Another challenger, the lion beast seemed to think. The leonine misbegotten lifted its greatsword and strode forward. Its eyes fell on the colossal blade in Lucian's hands. When it spoke, its voice was a guttural snarl, yet clear. That sword does not belong here. Lucian blinked. So it could speak. In the Battle of Castle Morn, Sing the leonine misbegotten had never uttered a word enchanted by the bewitching branch, perhaps, or too far gone in death. But Hyatta's guardian, the old misbegotten warrior, had spoken well enough. Yes, Lucian replied evenly. The coffin that bore this blade was torn apart by monstrous dogs and crows. I was there. I slew them, and in doing so avenged the escorts who fell. The leonine misbegotten considered this, then nodded slowly. So it refuses to lie silent. Very well. You know why you are here. Lucian lowered the blade from his shoulder, gripping it in both hands, the point aimed forward. The leonine misbegotten roared and leapt, sword raised high. Steel met steel with a thunderous crash. The beast's weight and blade fell like a mountain, but Lucian caught it cleanly, his strength hurling the lion-bodied warrior back through the air. The leonine misbegotten landed with a twist, scarred lips pulling into a grim smile. Its mane bristled, battle-lust rising. Ah, it has been long since I met such strength. Yes, you are worthy of that sword. He dragged a claw across his blade, and fire burst along its edge, the Redman's signature flame of the Redman's. Once more he charged. Lucian's own strike fell simple and straight, but the leonine misbegotten twisted aside, flame trailing in its wake as it spun, blade sweeping in a wide arc. Fire and steel crashed against the whirlwind Lucian raised with his own greatsword, the wind wall smothering flame. Then, bursting through the blaze, Lucian drove a boot into the leonine misbegotten's chest, sending it skidding back in a storm of shattered stone. He pressed forward, blows heavy and relentless, each one plain yet unstoppable. The beast caught his blade, but was driven into the land, tiles cracking beneath them. Even with its wings, its tail, its perfected frame, the leonine misbegotten could not match such brute force. At last, staggering back, the lion beast laughed. Strong, strong indeed. Warrior, you have earned my recognition. But forgive me cannot end the battle here. Show us all you have. With a crash, the crucible knight vaulted from the wall, shield and spear gleaming. Great warrior, the knight declared, now face us both. This is not dishonor, it is need. We must know your full strength, for only that strength may grant Lord Radon his release. Side by side they stood, gazes burning with hope. Lucian lifted his blade and grinned. No matter. I came here for that very purposito, give General Radon a worthy end. You will see. My strength will not fail you. The knight surged forward, shield first, while the leonine misbegotten's blade swept from the flank. Their teamwork was seamless, suffocating. Yet Lucian met them blow for blow, one hand against shield, the other deflecting steel with a gauntlet fist, retreating only to gather himself for the next strike. And then, enough. An old, commanding voice rang across the plaza. Do not be discourteous to a warrior of the festival. I know your hearts, but he is a guest and far beyond your measure. You will not test him so. The three turned upward. On the high dais stood an aged knight, clad in strange attire. Forgive me for not welcoming you at the gate, he said, voice rich with weary gravitas. Storm King of Stormveildo, accept my apology. 134, Volume 2, Chapter 41, The Story of Jaren and Radon. The Crucible Knight and the leonine misbegotten lowered their weapons, though confusion lingered in their eyes. They could not quite grasp Jaren's words. From their own perspective, the duel had revealed much. Lucian's strength was immense, his skill refined, and even under their coordinated assault he had suffered no injury. Yet he had never gone on the offensive, merely withstood their blows. If this was not his full strength, then the truth was staggering. Had they watched from afar, they might have realized the same. Lucian had fought them with ease, not strained in the least, and that alone spoke volumes. But in the heat of battle, perception dulled. It was Jaren, the observer, who saw clearly. As if reading their doubt, Jaren explained. Though your clash was brief, I saw enough. That wall of wind he conjured casually, no less, is no feat of ordinary men. Had he turned that storm to offense instead of mere defense, it would have been far more than a shield against flame. He withheld the storm. He withheld his true weapon. And still, he fought you as if it were nothing. Step by step, Jaren descended the stairs and came to stand before Lucian. Such arms, such mastery of storm no common warrior commands them. So I must ask, are you not the Lord of Stormvale, the new Storm King? The Crucible Knight and the Leonine Misbegotten froze, realization dawning. The storm that had split sky and earth that day when all of Siled had seen the heavens torn apart, yes, it could only have been him. The three of them turned their gazes upon Lucian. He met their eyes and gave a simple nod. That's right. I am. At his answer, the Leonine Misbegotten and the Crucible Knight exchanged a look. There was no anger at the battle's interruption, only relief, even joy. If this warrior truly was the Storm King, then surely he could grant their lord, General Radon, a glorious and honorable end. Radon had wandered lost for far too long. The thought pained them beyond words. Jaren laughed, a deep, gravelly sound. Ha, so it is true. Even old age has not robbed me of my sight, it seems. Since the Storm King himself has come to me, you must have business. Speak your purpose. Lucian inclined his head. I do. Then let us not linger here, Jaren said, turning. This is no place for such talk. The Leonine Misbegotten and the Crucible Knight stepped aside, clearing the path. Lucian followed Jaren up the staircase, emerging onto a wide platform where an old chapel stood. Inside, Jaren dragged a sturdy chair, one of the few not yet broken, and set it before a small table. He himself sat behind it upon a rickety seat of his own. My apologies, Jaren said with a weary chuckle. You've seen Siled's state. It has been long since we had guests, long since these halls saw any need for repair. A table that holds together is luxury enough. Lucian tested the chair, found it sound, and sat without complaint. I don't concern myself with trifles. What matters is the talk itself, not the room around it. He remembered speaking with Runny under little more than a cloth drape setting hardly mattered when the stakes were high. So then, Storm King, Jaren said, what brings you here? I've come to challenge General Radon, Lucian replied openly, and to claim his great rune. Jaren chuckled again. Indeed, that is the very purpose of the festival. Yet why come to me beforehand? If impatience drives you, I will tell you now I will not permit it. The festival will not begin early, for General Radon deserves an honorable end, not a desperate ambush. Lucian shook his head. Not at all. I hold order in high regard, and I would not trample another's ground with disrespect. My reason is simpler, I seek your help. Jaren leaned back slightly, then nodded. Ah, forgive me. The festival means much to us, and perhaps I grow oversensitive. Speak, then. What is it you ask? I brought with me a perfumer. She is here in Redmane Castle even now. I intend to travel Siled before the festival begins, so I ask that you keep her safe while I am away. Jaren raised an eyebrow. For such a small matter, was it worth a special audience? Still, yes, she will be safe in this fortress. But Lucian shook his head. Not enough. She needs the protection of true champions such as the Crucible Knight and the Leonine Misbegotten. Jaren frowned, puzzled. Why such insistence? Lucian answered plainly, because she is important. Not only to me but to all of you. To Siled itself. The old knight stilled. A thought rose unbidden in his mind. Wait, do you mean the Scarlet Rot? Lucian gave a thin smile. Correct. She is a perfumer who has long worked in Siled. Recently, she crafted an aromatic capable of cleansing the rot from an entire area. Jaren's breath caught. His hand clenched tight upon the table. To the Redmane army, such a thing was priceless beyond compare. They had long sought ways to stem the rot, by flame, by steel, by experiment and sacrifice. But nothing was lasting. At best, they could burn it back for a time. If what Lucian said was true, even a fraction of a chance to purge the Scarlet Rot, Jaren could not ignore it. He bowed his head solemnly. Then with my life, I swear it, she will be kept safe. The Redmans will guard her as if she were General Radon himself. Satisfied, Lucian nodded. The truth was, Hildegard's danger was not so great. The Scarlet Rot bore no will, no mind, it would not conspire to strike her down. Few even knew of her discovery. But caution was never wasted. Good, Lucian said. Then that is settled. Beyond that, I have only curiosity. You seem deeply bound to General Radon, and I would hear your story if you are willing. Jaren leaned back, arms folded. The iron mask hid his expression, but his posture betrayed the weight of memory. If you wish it, I will tell you. Better my tale be spoken than rot in my grave. Where to begin? With how I first met him, perhaps. I was a wanderer in my youth, unbound as drifting weed. I lived as a guest knight, selling my sword, settling wherever roads took me. It was at Caria that I first crossed paths with General Radon, a chance for which I remain grateful. He was yet young then, long before the name, Star Scourge. But already he brimmed with ambition. He dreamed of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and of building an army mighty as his. In those days, General Radon, Aga, and Ithoth, worlds apart in station, stood as brothers. We trusted one another. We fought as one. As he grew, his body swelled massive, so much that his horse could no longer bear him. Yet General Radon would not abandon the steed. With Aga beside him, he sought a teacher in Celia, to learn the carrion art they lacked, the sorcery of gravity. It was there he met the white-haired master from the stars. From him General Radon learned the sorceries that let him challenge the very firmament. And challenge them he did wrested the stars themselves into stillness, sealing the night sky above the lands between. Thus he became Radon the Star Scourge, his twin blades etched forever with the mark of gravity. After that, he forged his army. The tail of his feet spread, and men flocked to him by the thousands. The Redmane host was born, our sigil the lion wielding greatswords, an image of General Radon himself. Jaren sighed, voice heavy. The memories beyond were darker. Later I left Caria for good, taking service beneath General Radon's banner. Again as a guest knight, but in truth, his man through and through. And then the shattering war began. This was no contest of turns. The demigods fought to the bitter end, for only one might claim victory. Only one could be Elden Lord. General Radon sought the throne, as was his right. But to enter Lindell, he had to break its walls. We tried twice. Twice we failed. Its bulwarks turned us back in ruin. We retreated to Siled. But then she came Malenia, blade of Mikela. She came swiftly, with only her clean-wrought knights at her side. No army, no supply lines. She sought only Radon. We tried to speak, but she would not answer, demanding only battle. And so they fought. He did not fear her. He never feared. But at the last she loosed the scarlet Ionia. The rot drowned Siled. Aga fell. And General Radon was undone. The knight's voice faltered. I always claimed to be free, unbound by cause or king. But for Radon, for Aga I remain here still. Bound, at last, by grief. Silence hung in the chapel. At length, Lucian spoke softly. The Redmane army has no cowards. You are true heroes. Jaren waved the words aside. Perhaps once he had cared for such titles. No longer. Old men talk too much, he muttered. Forgive me. I meant only to share a little, and ended spilling all. I've kept you long. You said you planned to explore Siled. Shall I have men guide you? Lucian shook his head. A map will suffice. Where I go, no escort could follow. He sought the edge of Ionia's swamp, where the veteran O'Neill lurked. Dangerous, yes, but necessary. For the needle was the very heart of his purpose here. Soon Jaren returned with a map. Though rough, it bore careful notes, every rot-blighted nest marked, each erased, each resurgent. The Redmans had fought tirelessly, never yielding a single day. Lucian accepted it and took his leave. Jaren lingered in the chapel, pulling forth a small contraption, a clockwork bird, given long ago by his friend, the blacksmith Iji. He had never used it. Until now. Thinking back stirs memory. Caria's fate lies with the stars, and though he is wise, he must not forget that truth. Best to send him word, just in case. T/N Redmane Knight Aga. Redmane Knight Aga is a summonable spirit in the game. Legendary Ashen remains. Used to summon the spirit of Aga, the Redmane Knight. Spirit of a mighty knight versed in the use of a great bow. A valiant warrior who will attack immediately after being summoned. The longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, Aga studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radon. May use a rain of gravitational arrows in response to a war cry, but only once. Where to find Redmane Knight Aga? Dropped by the putrid tree spirit in the war-dead catacombs located in eastern Siled. To find the entrance of the catacombs, travel to the site of grace that appears after defeating Star Scourge Radon and proceed to head north by northeast until you have reached the uppermost corner of the area, where the watershore meets the cliffside. You'll be able to see the small door along the cliffside. Facts about Aga in-game. If the player uses the War Cry skill, he will roar in response, gain a temporary damage buff, and then fire a rain of arrows that travels in a line. They will only use this rain of arrows attack once per summon period. However, the player can use the War Cry skill again at any time to have him roar in response and gain a temporary damage buff, provided the buff is not currently active. This ability is also triggered by using the skills Barbaric Roar, Braggart's Roar, Beast's Roar, Troll's Roar, and Shriek of Milos, etc. Unlike most Spirit Ashes, Aga does not follow you around after being summoned. He will instead patrol in a small area around his point of summoning. He can be made to move out of his patrol zone, if an enemy gets close enough to cause him to switch out his great bow for a sword and pursue them. If his target then dies, the area he immediately occupies will become his new patrol zone. Given this peculiar trait, he is better used for boss fights and not as an escort through a zone. He can be manually directed using thrown cursed blood pots either at the ground or enemies. 135, Volume 2 Chapter 42 The Scarlet Bloom's Secret. 135, Volume 2 Chapter 42 The Scarlet Bloom's Secret. After bidding farewell to Jaren, Lucian first returned to the living quarters. He exchanged a few words with Hildegard, then departed Redmane Castle to begin his exploration of Siled. Earlier, Jaren had tried to hand him the ruin's greatsword, hoping Lucian would wield it himself. Lucian did not refuse. Whether or not he needed the weapon's power was irrelevant. He sought to collect all the legendary armaments, to complete that achievement in full. At present, his Wind Spirit Moon Shadow counter sat at 4 uses. Though not yet capped at the maximum of 5, it was already more than enough. He had consumed one charge of fivefold experience and super damage when defeating both the Fell Omen and Godric. Yet slaying each had also unlocked an achievement, replenishing his uses, leaving him in balance. Later, after reactivating a Great Rune, another achievement was fulfilled: Great Rune, restore any Great Rune. But unlike clear-cut feats such as defeating a foe, the collection-based achievements legendary armaments, legendary talismans are more ambiguous. In the game, golden grade weapons often stood at the same tier as those deemed legendary, but only some were recorded in tale and legend. Others, equally potent, remained uncelebrated. If the achievement demanded only those few true legendary weapons, Lucian was confident he could recall and collect them all. But if it demanded every golden grade weapon, that would be far trickier. And what, precisely, counted as collected? For example, Castle Morn already lay under his dominion. Did that mean the grafted blade greatsword, kept there, counted as part of his collection? There was no way to know. Perhaps only when he had unified the lands between would the system's logic become clear. For now, the ruin's greatsword was unnecessary. He left it in Redmane Castle. When Lucian departed, he took little with him, only some mask-like items from Hildegard. These were standard tools of the perfumers, used much like face masks, filtering the air, replaced regularly. Hildegard had packed many into her luggage. So long as the scarlet rot did not enter the body directly, it could be dealt with. But soak too long in rot, even with only skin contact, and infection was just as dire. He also carried some preserving boluses to stave off rot's advance. As for equipment cleansing tools, he brought none. If rot clung to his gear, he could simply purge it with the winds of the storm. Following the directions marked on Jaren's map, Lucian rode toward the region near Celia, town of sorcery. After some travel, he came upon a great wall set against the mountain slopey massive gate leading into Celia. But Lucian had no plans to enter the town yet. Instead, he skirted the gate, descending toward the swamp of Ionia. He remembered the veteran commander O'Neill dwelled in the swamp's eastern reaches, beneath a stand of massive scarlet branches. Keeping to the shore, he began his search. Along the way, he encountered marionette soldiers and bird-like automata. Lucian, these are the same as before, Melina spoke within him. They seem to be constructs of the academy. You mean those soldiers we saw when we rescued Master Selenth ones at that outpost? Yes. The workmanship is identical. Lucian recalled the battle. He had not fought, but he remembered their distinct forms. Such marionettes were unique to Raya Lucaria. Radon, Rykard, and Rana siblings who had stood together during the shattering. That Redmane Castle hosted even the abductor virgin automata from Mt. Gelmir meant the alliance had indeed been close. Marionettes here, too, were no surprise. Even in the counterattack against Mt. Gelmir, marionettes had been deployed academy aid, surely. Here, the puppets patrolled in groups, their sole targets the rot-born creatures. Whenever they found a corrupted beast, they hurled themselves upon it. At the cost of shattered limbs, they cut the rot-born down. Afterward, they scavenged usable pieces from the wreckage, arms, legs, torsos, grafting them to their own broken frames before resuming patrol. Crude, cheap, disposable soldiers. Yet effective, and perhaps produced in Redmane Castle itself, given their numbers here. Lucian pressed deeper. Eventually the shoreline ended in sheer cliff, the rot lake surging at its base like a tide. He dismounted, crouching by the water. Removing the gauntlet from his left hand, he dipped it into the crimson mire. It was not water at all, but thick, putrid sludge. It squirmed against his skin, evoking the image of rotted flesh dissolved into mud. The rot clung to him, writhing, seeking entry into his body. Within seconds his skin itched fiercely. He withdrew his hand, a film of rot still clung to it. With a flick, he cast it off, and the sensation faded. The lake's edge was weak. How much stronger must the center be? He turned to Torrent, gauging. The spectral steed pawed the ground untroubled. Lucian nodded and mounted. They pressed onward, deeper into the swamp. Scarlet branches rose thicker and thicker, towering as if marking his path. He was close. Soon, grotesque forms emerged. Land squirts spewing scarlet filth. Land octopi sprouting crimson fungi. And unseen things below, bubbling the mire with their breath. None attacked, and Lucian ignored them. At last he met a squad of cleanrot knights. He tried to speak. They gave no reply. The rot had claimed their minds. They charged him at once. The cleanrot knights had once sworn to Maelnia, following her even knowing the fate that awaited them. They had embraced corruption willingly, unafraid of death. Now, even their sacred incantations of protection had long since failed. The commander raised a halo scythe, flinging golden rings of light. Another knight struck his spear to the ground, summoning a forest of radiant spears. Two more leveled lances, rushing in from left and right. Their golden brilliance clashed violently with the rot-blighted land around them. Lucian only lifted his dragon slayer sword spear. Torrent leapt forward, evading the halos and spears. He parried the lances, then swept his weapon wide, impaling one knight, lifting him from the ground, tearing him apart against the branches. The commander hurled more halos. Lucian thrust, the storm bursting forth, shredding both rings and man alike. The last two knights fell swiftly thereafter. Among the corpses, Lucian retrieved a talisman, the winged sword insignia. Its design bore a prosthetic blade between unfurled wings. When striking relentlessly, it bestowed strength upon its bearer. Leaving the dead behind, Lucian continued. And then he saw it. A massive scarlet branch, thick as a causeway, stretched across the swamp, forming a small island. At its root clustered 5 scarlet buds unlike any he had seen. Ordinary rot blossoms clung to high places, and never in such neat, parallel rows. These were deliberate, cultivated, like vats in which clones were grown. Lucian approached. 4 of the buds had split open cleanly, as if opened from without and emptied. But the 5th, its shell was torn, ripped from within by something struggling free. He dismounted, masked himself, and drew near. The bud stood almost man-high, but inside was cramped only enough space for a curled child. He parted the torn petals. Rot's liquid writhed within. A severed right arm, bloodied, half-consumed, lay trapped in its tendrils. Crimson filaments bound it tight, feeding on it. Lucian tugged once. It would not yield. To force it free would shatter it to pieces. He let go. The wound was no clean cutie, had been sliced bit by bit. Someone had hacked away their own limb, trapped inside this prison, to crawl free. Lucian knew. This had been Millicent's bud. If so, then these 5 were indeed the work of Sage Gowry. The devotees of Rot had gathered Malenia's shed children, infants born when she unleashed her scarlet Ionia, nurturing them as vessels. Fed on flower pollen, maddened and reshaped by Rot, they were molded into would-be valiant sisters of Rot, brides to their goddess-to-be. And they had succeeded. At least, with 4. Only Millicent had resisted. In the game's telling, her sisters embraced the Rot fully, opposing her and even clashing with her. But here, Lucian saw the truth. Gowry had underestimated Millicent's will. Each sister embodied a part of Malenia's heart, their arms and incantations reflections of her. Millicent alone represented Malenia's pride, her defiance, her iron will against the Rot. Where Malenia herself fought the outer god of Rot, Millicent too resisted. But will alone was not enough. She survived, but changed. Her memory fractured. Rot surged within her, and she lost her right arm, becoming maimed like her sisters. Yet if she had not severed that arm, she alone would have stood whole. For her sisters bore far worse disfigurements between them. Only 2 whole eyes remained. Lucian rubbed his chin. Was she now in the Church of the Plague? If so, then she had not truly escaped, only to be reclaimed again by the Rot's followers. 136, Volume 2, Chapter 43, The Battle of the 4 Sisters. Lucian put thoughts of Millicent aside for now. If she was already confined in the Church of the Plague, guarded by the Rot's followers, then matters could proceed much like the game's path. He would repair the unalloyed gold needle first, then bring it to her. But if Millicent had not yet been found, if she still wandered the swamp of Ionia, endlessly drifting through its mists, then Lucian had no way of helping her. He had no means of searching such a vast swamp. To hope for a chance encounter would be mere wishful thinking. For now, his task was clear: find Commander O'Neill. Without claiming the unalloyed gold needle from him, all else was empty talk. Though he carried Hildegard's neutralizing perfume, Lucian knew its limits. For one like Millicent's very body was fused with the scarlet Rot through Malenia's bloom. Its effects were uncertain. At best, it might suppress the Rot for a time. At worst, it might paralyze her organs, which depended on the Rot merely to function. That risk was too great. The safest method was still to rely on the unalloyed gold needle. Even so, Lucian was wary. To leave the needle's repair in the hands of Sage Gowry was no wise choice. In the game, Gowry mended the broken needle. But the repaired seam bore the same crimson hue as the scarlet Rot itself. Surely it had been tampered with. Gowry was no savior. He sought Millicent's bloom, and even directed the player to kill her, so she might flower in despair. Whether he was himself a servant of Rot, or merely a parasite dwelling in one, it was certain Gowry was a disciple of the scarlet Rot. To entrust Millicent's fate to him once more would be folly. If possible, Lucian wished to find another way to mend the needler, even, perhaps, an unbroken one. That would be the safest path of all, though far harder to achieve. He pressed onward through the swamp. The dead branches here grew ever thicker, and Torrent no longer needed to set hooves in the Rot. The spectral steed leapt branch to branch as though across solid ground. Soon, a towering knot of branches rose before them, twisted and massive, reaching into the sky. As Lucian approached, he began to hear the sounds of battle. Fighting. He murmured. Who could it be? He urged Torrent faster, following the cries. The clamor rose, war cries, shouted in waves, as though not a skirmish but an entire army struggle. Climbing the branches, Lucian soon had a vantage of the battlefield. Below lay a plateau of fungal growth, coral-like in its form. Upon it, hundreds of spirit soldiers clashed with 4 young women. The spectral soldiers were unmistakable exiled warriors of Stormveiled storm soldiers. Armed with swords and shields, or with bows and crossbows, they pressed their attack in formation. Their war cries rolled like thunder, their morale high. Yet the 4 women they besieged were no victims. Each bore a similar face, each clearly sisters. They cut through the army as though it were air itself, their blades and bodies a storm of slaughter. At the rear stood Commander O'Neill. But strangely, he made no move to advance with his troops. It was not cowardice. O'Neill was proud, and so long as he still drew breath, he would always fight beside his men. No, he hesitated, conflicted. These 4 girls, though armed differently, bore strikingly similar faces. Their hair, their features, even their garb all marked them as kin. Their visages stirred O'Neill's memory, for they resembled none other than Lady Maelnia. Even their afflictions matched: missing limbs, scarred eyes, traces of rot. Coincidence could not explain it. These four were surely connected to Maelnia. O'Neill confirmed it now. Not only their appearance, but their powers revealed their nature. Some wielded weapons steeped in scarlet rot. One even radiated Miquella's aura. They must be tied to Maelnia. Of that there could be no doubt. Yet what were they? And what did they seek? They had attacked without a word. If not for his spectral soldiers, O'Neill would already have fallen. Still, he would not yield his life merely because of their resemblance to his lady. That would be shameful. And unlike Maelnia, these girls did not resist the rot. They embraced it. We wielded it. Already, their strength had cut down half his troops. Grimly, O'Neill raised his standard, summoning fresh spirits from the ashes. More soldiers appeared, filling the field. Though age had weakened him, his command of magic and battle had not faded. But the sisters adapted. Without words, they shifted tactics in perfect harmony. The eldest, Mary, blind in both eyes, wielded a halo scythe. Golden rings flared as she cleaved a path through the ranks, not to escape, but to strike straight for O'Neill. Surprised, he braced himself. He had thought fresh soldiers would drive them back. Instead, they charged him directly. Reckless, but determined. So be it. O'Neill had followed Maelnia from the Hala tree to Siled, fighting in the Battle of Ionia itself. He was no stranger to peril. He would not flee now. The second sister, Maureen, bearing only one eye, leveled her tree's pair and charged, golden law blazing around her. The third, Amy, also blind, danced close behind, dual flowing curved swords flashing in fluid arcs. From afar, the youngest, Pollyanna, raised a short blade and spread her arms wide. From her body spewed white filaments, pest threads. O'Neill's eyes widened. That's the attack of the pests. How can you use it? He knew it well, the foul strike of the rot's insect servants, spewed from organs in their chests. He had seen them in Siled, and even in the Hala tree itself, where such creatures had come to worship Maelnia as their goddess. But Maelnia had never yielded. She fought the rot, always. She had never embraced the adoration of the pests. Their dream of a goddess of scarlet rot meant Malenia's death, her soul consumed by rot. The people of the Hala tree would never wish such a fate. And yet here, one of these sisters wielded their power. Either they were pests in disguise or such organs had been implanted within them. Either way, it was the corruption of the rot's vermin. Damnable pests, O'Neill growled, gripping his banner pole. So this is your work. The three eldest struck him in close quarters. His standard whirled, both banner and halberd, parrying blow after blow. For a time he held, aided by the press of spirit soldiers. But O'Neill was old, weaker than he once was. His strength waned, and when Pollyanna joined the fray, his defenses buckled. The sisters were powerful fragments of a demigod, wielding rot without hesitation. Each strike they landed made the scarlet rot surge within him, even with the needle suppressing it. At last, Mary hooked his standard with her scythe, pulling it wide. The others struck him down, grievously wounding him. Only his soldier's sacrifice saved him from death. Still, he was finished. Surrounded, pressed close, he could no longer summon more troops. The soldiers already on the field could not hold the sisters back. Yet O'Neill did not tremble. His heart burned with anger. Why? He roared. If you are tied to Lady Maleniahi, would you embrace the rot? Where is your pride? Your resistance? Your will to defy it? The sisters gave no answer. Their faces did not so much as flicker. Why resist? Why defy? The scarlet rot was not corruption, it was law. A new law, to supplant the Erd tree. A radiant, resplendent decay. That was their truth. Or perhaps, the truth imposed upon them. Seeing words were futile, O'Neill gritted his teeth and raised his banner once more. So be it. Then I fall to the rot's brood. How bitter, Lord Miquella, Lady Maelnia. The sisters closed in for the kill. But death did not come. Lightning exploded at their feet, forcing them back. Lucian strode into the battlefield, stepping between O'Neill and the four. His dragon slayer sword spear crackled with thunder. The soldiers have served you well, he said. From the high ground, he had watched long. He had debated whether to intervene. Saving O'Neill might complicate matters with the needle. But to let him die was wasteful. The needle's presence here meant O'Neill might yet be bargained with. Perhaps even the Hala tree still had ways to repair one or more. These sisters were clearly Gowry's pawns. If they succeeded, the needle would return to him regardless. Lucian could not allow that. Gowry was the true hand behind their tragedy. Yes. If he wished to save Millicent, Gowry was the one to be opposed. Who are you? O'Neill asked, bewildered. I am the Storm King, Lucian replied. But the sisters gave him no time to finish. They charged. Lucian swung his sword spear, summoning a howling gale that forced them back. Amy darted through the storm's edge, leaping to strike. Lucian met her with a sweep, the shaft of his sword spear slamming her aside, hurling her broken body into the branches. Mary lunged, hooking his spear with her scythe. But before the others could join her, lightning surged across the weapon, blasting her where she stood. She fell, charred and writhing. In a single exchange, half their number was broken. Maureen and Pollyanna glanced at one another. To fight further was death. Without hesitation, they each seized a sister's body and retreated, vanishing into the swamp. Neither Lucian nor O'Neill gave chase. Even the spectral soldiers loosed only a few arrows before halting. O'Neill staggered forward, breathing hard. "My thanks for your aid." Lucian waved him off. "Think nothing of it." He looked O'Neill in the eye. "I have come for a reason. They say you hold the unalloyed gold needle." 137, Volume 2 Chapter 44, Unalloyed Gold Needle. When Lucian mentioned the gold needle, Commander O'Neill's aged face showed clear shock. You actually know about the needle?" The unalloyed gold needle was a treasure unique to the Halatry. Only Lord Miquella, master of unalloyed gold, had the skill to craft such a thing. Later, a few master artisans of the Halatry also learned the craft under Miquella's guidance. Even so, the number of needles remained exceedingly scarce. Though the gold needle could suppress the scarlet rot, the common folk should not even know it existed. Lucian nodded calmly. "Of course I know. And more than that, I know those four just now were also here for your needle." "So that's how it is," O'Neill muttered. That explained the sisters' assault. They had come seeking the gold needle. But why? He was not surprised they knew of its existence. Anyone with deep knowledge of the Halatry would know of Miquella's golden art. Though the needles were rare, the Halatry's most trusted commanders each possessed one. And indeed, O'Neill himself bore a needle. Yet his concern was not the needle. What weighed heavier on him was the matter of those four girls. "Those four young women, tell me, do you know anything of them?" Lucian met O'Neill's burning gaze, gathered his words, and replied. "They are sisters, true siblings. I do know something of them. What I say next is only conjecture based on what I know. Believe it or not, that is up to you." He continued, "If I am not mistaken, they are fragments born from Lady Malenia's Scarlet Ionia, when she first unleashed the scarlet rot upon Sialid." O'Neill's eyes widened. He had suspected something of the sort, but to hear it said aloud was staggering. Lucian pressed on before he could speak. "I do not know the exact method. I cannot say whether they are avatars, or separate bodies given form. But what is certain is this: they are tied to Malenia. In a sense they are Malenia." O'Neill shuddered. Such a truth was almost unthinkable. "But why?" he cried. "Why would they use the rot so freely, even consort with the pests? The Lady Malenia I served, she would never wield the scarlet rot so carelessly, never embrace it as if it were her own." He had seen them in battle. The four sisters wielded the rot without hesitation, without resistance, as if it were natural to them. "Because they have been remade," Lucian said flatly. "Remade," O'Neill repeated, chewing the word, but not grasping it. "Corrupted or dead, those were truer words. For remaking brought to mind crude surgeries. But in truth, the lands between knew many such transformations: grafted limbs, the Albanorics, the Serpent Men, the spectral royalty. None were wholly natural." Lucian nodded. "Yes. After Malenia and Radon destroyed each other, at the end of the Battle of Ionia these sisters were gathered up. Infants still in swaddling cloth, seized by the rot's followers, raised in their care. When their bodies grew strong enough to endure the rot's corrosion without immediate death, they were brought together and transformed." He pointed upward. Following his gesture, O'Neill lifted his eyes. Above, in the tangle of dead branches, bloomed the crimson buds of the scarlet rot. "They used the blossoms," Lucian said, "placed the girls in the pollen. You know what that means. Their bodies, their very minds, were corrupted in that process. The pest's purpose was simple: to bring forth their so-called goddess of rot. These daughters of Malenia would be her handmaidens, her valkyries of rot." O'Neill roared, slamming his banner into a dead branch. The blade cleaved through wood, but the gesture could not bleed out his fury. "Cursed vermin!" he spat. "To profane Our Lady so." He coughed violently, blood laced with scarlet rot spilling from his lips, and dropped to his knees. Lucian caught him, eased him down, and sprinkled healing perfume over his wounds. "My apologies," O'Neill rasped. "I lost control. But to see Lady Malenia's defiance twisted into this mockery, it is unbearable." As Miquella and Malenia's loyal vassal, O'Neill felt nothing but helplessness. Lucian spoke quietly. "I understand your rage, but it is not yet without hope." O'Neill's gaze sharpened instantly. "There's still a chance." He swallowed hard. "But how? The rot cannot be reversed. Not even Lord Miquella could." "That is why I need the gold needle," Lucian interrupted. "You carry one, don't you?" O'Neill's heart sank at the reply. "If it were as simple as that," he muttered, "then we would never have feared for Lady Malenia. Yes, I bear a needle fixed in me even now, holding the rot at bay. I do not fear death. I could remove it, give it to them. But there are four of them, and they no longer think as mortals do. Even if the needle worked, they would cast it out themselves." Lucian fell silent, thinking. That O'Neill's needle was whole was excellent, no need to depend on Gowry's meddling. At last, he looked up. "I am not seeking the needle for them. Those four are lost. At least for now. Perhaps someday, I'll find a way to save them. But not yet. What I wish to save is their fifth sister. Of the five, four have already surrendered to the rot. But one still resists. One still holds to herself. If the needle has any use left, then it is with her." O'Neill blinked, then slowly smiled, relief softening his lined face. "Is that so? Then all is not lost." Yes, that is good news indeed. Please take me to her." If I can see her with my own eyes, see her will unbroken, then I will gladly draw out my needle and entrust it to her. Lucian hesitated. O'Neill was already prepared to sacrifice himself, yet Lucian had not even found Millicent. He could not lie. Not yet, Lucian admitted. You cannot die now. I still need you and your soldiers. I have not yet found the last sister, but I can show you a place. Once you see it, you will know her resolve. O'Neill accepted at once. For a man wandering without purpose, hope was enough. And above all, this concerned Lady Maelnia. Whatever she had planned, it was his duty to defend it. After dressing his wounds, O'Neill followed Lucian. They retraced their path to where the scarlet buds bloomed. He moved slowly, lacking a steed, wading the rot lake on foot. Lucian frowned. Is it the needle's power that shields you? You seem untroubled by the rot. Yes, O'Neill replied between steps. That is Lord Miquella's gift. Every commander who marched beside Lady Maelnia bore a needle, to suppress the rot. Its power is strong, the rot without cannot pierce it. Wounds are another matter. And the rot within may held down, but never gone. Still, the needle binds it. As for Lady Maelnia herself, she bore a needle of another kind. I do not know its nature, but it was stronger. Strong enough for her. They soon reached the 5 blossoms. 4 buds were sealed tight, their captives twisted beyond saving. But one bore a ragged tear, a broken right arm left behind as proof. A girl had chosen amputation rather than let herself be consumed. O'Neill's heart trembled. You were right. Her will is unyielding. Then I can rest easy. I will dispatch soldiers to search for her. Once we find her, my needle will be hers. Lucian asked quietly, if you pull it free will you die? O'Neill chuckled bitterly. Most likely. The needle only suppresses. The rot in me is not gonna eat weights. Remove the needle, and it will surge forth with fury. For one like me, who has dwelled in the rot so long, it would be death beyond doubt. And I am old now. I lack the strength to resist. But if it aids Lady Maelnia, then what is my death? In the lands between, there are fates weightier than death. For the first time, O'Neill smiled. Truth be told, I have long wished for death. Best of all, I would have perished in Ionia's war. Instead I linger, a ghost of the battlefield. I have no reason to live, but no reason to die, either. Until now, you have given me that reason. For that, I thank you. Lucian said nothing. Inwardly, he considered whether neutralizing perfume might keep O'Neill alive, if paired with rot moss. Perhaps it could by time, spare him death. Perhaps not. But he would not promise what he could not deliver. Better no hope, than false hope. Then it is settled, Lucian said at last. When you find her, do not hastily part with the needle. Leave it to me to judge her condition. O'Neill agreed. Having set their meeting place, Lucian took his leave. The sisters had been wounded, too gravely. They would need at least a month to recover, leaving only 2 fit to move. They would not be able to threaten O'Neill again for now. Thus, both commander and needle were safe. Next came the search. Through the ruins of Celia, Lucian would make for the Church of the Plague. If Millicent was there, he would free her from the pest's grasp. If not, then he would scour the swamp itself. 138, Volume 2, Chapter 45, The Deathbird and the Sage. Lucian retraced his steps, following the same path back until he reached the grace he had passed earlier. According to the map, it was possible to reach Celia, town of sorcery, by continuing forward from where Commander O'Neill had lingered. But now, night had already fallen across the swamp, and in the darkness the marshes were treacherous and disorienting. To avoid losing his way, Lucian chose the safer route back. Exploring the swamp of Ionia had already cost him much time. Though the return journey was quicker, it was still long, and by the time he saw the sight of Grace again, the sky was black. Yet Lucian did not plan to rest. He pressed on without pause. He needed to confirm Millicent's whereabouts as soon as possible before anything happened to her. The pests themselves were weak, but to Millicent, already maimed, unable to wield her sword with a missing right arm, they posed real danger. Millicent did not know that the pests would never truly harm her. If, out of fear or shame, she were to end her life, that would be a disaster. Just then, as Lucian neared the grace, he noticed something strange. A monstrous creature stood ahead. It looked somewhat like a bird, but its form was twisted and horrifying. It bore a huge, shattered skull for a head. A short, hooked beak jutted from the broken bone, marking it as avian. The fractured cranium glowed faintly with a blue phantasmal light. Its neck was grotesquely elongated, longer even than its body, crooked and serpentine. Its torso was almost the same width as the neck, making it appear all the more unnatural, as though the entire creature were one long, contorted strip of flesh. Its body was naked, stripped of both feathers and skin, shriveled like a desiccated corpse, with gaping slits along its form. Yet no blood flowed from those wounds. In truth, the creature's body resembled nothing so much as an impossibly long, grotesque duck's neck. Closer inspection revealed that its wings bore not feathers but glowing azure spirits. These souls clutched forked spears as they dangled from the wings, chanting in eerie chorus like a spectral choir singing unknown hymns. This was a deathbird, a herald of death. The spirits that hung from its wings were ancient priests, permitted to join its retinue after undergoing a ritual of death. They served thereafter as the guardians of the deathbird, bound by a covenant that promised a distant rebirth in some other age. Lucian recognized it immediately and racked his memory for what he knew. In the distance, the deathbird scavenged corpses from the roadside. It had not noticed him. Lucian remained still, watching quietly. In the age before the Erd tree was born, death was sanctified through the baptism of ghost flame, meaning the deathbirds were keepers of that flame. As for the ghost flame of the graveyards, the game revealed little. Lucian only knew it resembled the burning of bodies in the funeral pyres. He did know this: the deathbird's hooked staff, its signature weapon, was used to rake charred remains from the ghost flame's furnaces. Was it now gathering corpses to return them to those sacred flames? Perhaps. If the ghost flame was truly a fire of the soul, burning the lingering essence in corpses might feed its power. Or perhaps the deathbird's actions were mere instinct, an echo of rituals long past, repeated endlessly without purpose. After the shattering, the Erd tree's power had waned, and old faiths once banished were beginning to stir again. But had the twin bird, mother of all deathbirds, also returned to the lands between? The twin bird was not only their progenitor, but also the emissary of an outer god. Lucian's gaze lingered on the twisted neck. It was too striking to ignore. And then he remembered. This deformity was not unique to the deathbirds. There was another who bore such a neck, the usher of death, Rhosus. The name was obscure, unfamiliar to most, yet his statues were everywhere. They were the very figures that pointed the way to the catacombs, scattered throughout the lands between. The statues, too, bore the same long, crooked neck. Both served death. Both shared that uncanny trait. How could Lucian not draw the connection between Rhosus and the deathbirds? And yet, a contradiction: if Rhosus and the deathbirds were linked, why were the deathbirds driven out by the Erd tree, while Rhosus's statues guided the way to the Erd tree's own catacombs? The Erd tree system of Erd tree burial grounds was its exclusive cycle of death. Thus, Rhosus's statues must have been erected later, after the Erd tree's order was established. In some catacombs, Rhosus's light even manifested incorporeal shadows into tangible forms. But then why were deathbirds weak to holy damage, the mark of Erd tree-sanctioned punishment? A bold thought struck Lucian. Could it be that, though deathbirds and those who live in death were not the same, they nonetheless shared a similar state of existence? The deathroot-spawned beings born of Godwine's corpse were accident souls that lingered without returning to the Erd tree. They were abominations, neither truly dead nor alive. The Erd tree's order developed holy incantations precisely to purge such anomalies. But deathbirds were different. They were not corpses made anew. They were born in death. From the very start, they embodied the same abnormal conditions. Which was why they, too, were vulnerable to holy incantations. Perhaps, Lucian mused, those forces who wished for Godwine's true death had already reached out to the deathbirds. The signs were there: the black feathers of the mausoleum soldiers, their persistence as headless spirits after death, the purification of souls through ghost flame. Suddenly, the deathbird seemed to notice him. It turned its grotesque skull toward Lucian. Then, unnervingly, it tilted its head sideways, bending its twisted neck at a perfect 90 degrees. The eerie gesture sent a chill down Lucian's spine. He braced himself, certain battle was about to erupt. But instead, the deathbird simply spread its wings and flew away, vanishing into the night. Lucian exhaled slowly, puzzled. Still, it was better this way. There was no need to clash with such a creature now. Behind the deathbirds lay an entire faction of death. And Lucian, who sought to restore death to its rightful, equal place in the lands between, knew he could not ignore them. To reintegrate death into the order of law, there were many possible paths: the sealed rune of death bound by Malike and the Black Blade, the mending rune of the Death Prince, nurtured within Fia, or even the deathbirds themselves. Since this one had not attacked, perhaps one day he could approach them. For now, Lucian pressed forward under the cover of night, passing through the towering checkpoint. Unlike Stormvale, this gatehouse was abandoned, unguarded. No surprise Godric the Grafted was ever a coward. He had crowded his soldiers along the road to Stormvale, but here in Siled, nothing remained worth defending. After the checkpoint and a short walk, Lucian spotted a dilapidated shack with a chained monstrous dog outside. The beast wore a crude collar, proof it had been kept. But its fur was patchy, its frame emaciated, and its body bloomed with grotesque fungal growths of scarlet rot. Compared to Hildegard's monstrous dog, this was a wretched, sickly sight, yet such diseased dogs were common in Siled. Snarling, the beast lunged the moment it saw Lucian. With a swift slash of his sword spear, Lucian beheaded it. He stepped into the shack. Inside, there was nothing but a chair. The sage Garioo should have been here was nowhere to be found. Finding no clue, Lucian left, and pressed on toward the hazy silhouette of the town ahead. Celia, town of sorcery, was near. Not long after Lucian departed, the so-called sage Gowry returned. His mood was foul. Lately, everything had gone wrong. First, his daughters had finally reached the age where they could receive the Scarlet Rot's gift. This was a momentous occasion. He had labored to coax them into the Scarlet Blossoms and at last, they obeyed. They were older now, grown rebellious, pitiful. But once they accepted the Rot's blessing, that disobedience would vanish. As flowers, they would bloom gloriously, and when the goddess of Rot descended, they would be reborn as Valkyries of the Scarlet Bloom. In time, they would spread her gospel across the lands between. But the problem was Millicent. She had fled. She had resisted the scarlet rot, even cutting off her own arm to do so. Strangely, Gowry did not hate her for it. In fact, it made her more like her mother, Lady Maelnia, who had also resisted. Surely Millicent was the finest of all the buds, destined to blossom most brilliantly. But her disappearance was intolerable. If she had merely resisted, it mattered little, there was time to reclaim her. But if she perished alone in the swamp without that radiant bloom, Gowry's heart would shatter. Even aside from her resistance, the rot would gnaw her like any other mortal. And with her arm lost, untreated, she could well die. Worse, the smell of blood would draw the swamp's beasts, many of them dreadful and near impossible to fight. So he had dispatched her 4 sisters to scour the swamp and also to find Commander O'Neill. He was certain O'Neill bore a gold needle, able to suppress the rot. In Millicent's state, forcing her to accept the rot further was unwise. Survival came first. And letting her struggle, like Lady Maelnia herself, against the rot, that was no bad thing. With such will, when despair struck, she would bloom all the more brightly. But then came the second calamity. The sisters had failed. Victory had been in hand until a mysterious man interfered. His strength was terrifying. In mere moments, 2 of the sisters were gravely wounded. Were it not for his mercy in sparing them, none would have escaped. No ordinary warrior could match such might. Even against a demigod's offspring, he would not falter. He had called himself the Storm King. Gowry knew the name. In their intelligence gathering across Limgrave, they had heard whispers. This Storm King had slain Godric the Grafted, seizing his great rune. Godric, for all his weakness compared to the other demigod scions, was still a true shardbearer, lord of his domain. For one to defeat him, the Storm King was not to be underestimated. And now, that very man had come silently into Sialad. Gowry did not know his purpose, but it had already disrupted his designs. Without the needle, if Millicent's strength gave out, her broken body might soon succumb to the scarlet rot. How laughable, Gowry thought, that the faithful of the rot, who cast Millicent into its embrace, must now pray it spares her. With a bitter sigh, he trudged toward his shack. But before he reached it, the stench of blood stopped him. His hound, his companion for so long, lay slain. Its great head had been hacked clean off, its blood soaking into the rot-tainted soil. From that crimson feast, strange plants were already sprouting. Gowry said nothing. He entered the shack, sat heavily on the chair, his heart sinking under the weight of all that had gone wrong. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. A bad omen again, he murmured. Meanwhile, Lucian had reached the outskirts of Celia, town of sorcery. The town's architecture stood apart from the lands between's usual style, its spires sharp and foreign. Without hesitation, Lucian stepped into its streets. And immediately, from every direction, a barrage of sorcery bolts rained down upon him. 139, Volume 2 Chapter 46, The Moonlit Negotiation. The moment Lucian set foot within the bounds of Celia, town of sorcery, countless spells were unleashed upon him. Shrouded in night, these specialized assassination sorceries blended seamlessly into the darkness, making them nearly impossible to detect. At first, Lucian neither saw nor heard anything. Only when the spells closed in on him did he finally spot the faint glimmers of invisible glintstone shards. Fortunately, his reaction was swift. He summoned a storm around himself, the wind scattering the barrage into fragments of black motes that dissolved harmlessly into the air. Exhaling in relief, Lucian slid the carrion glintstone staff from Torrent's side. It was time for his counterattack. This was his first true battle against sorcerers, and he intended to test the strength of these so-called sorcerer assassins who hunt their fellow sorcerers. He targeted the spectral noble sorcerers drifting in the distance. Canceling the storm for a heartbeat, he loosed a comet glintstone before regathering the winds. His spell struck true, shattering the nobles one by one. Repeating the tactic, he soon erased every spectral noble from the field. But the true sorcerers remained hidden. Unbeknownst to Lucian, a glinting shard formed directly behind him and shot forward at blinding speed. This time, it struck home. The blow would have been fatal were it not for his armor. The dragon-scale armor absorbed the impact, leaving only scratches across its surface. This was Ambush Shard, one of Celia's ambush sorcery, silent, swift, and deadly. Unlike ordinary spells, it manifested behind the target, bypassing ordinary defenses. It had even formed within Lucian's storm. He had grown complacent, thinking himself untouchable within the gale. That lapse had allowed the strike to land. His eyes narrowed. These sorcerers of Celia truly lived up to their reputation as sorcerer killers. Lucian's mastery over storm magic allowed him to block nearly any projectile. Only massive spells like Comet Azza or meteorites could force through by sheer weight, or intangible spells that passed unhindered through the winds. But these sorcerers did not rely on such grandiose arts. Their magic was practical, lethal in its simplicity. Even basic spells could fell the strongest mage, if cast from the right angle. Had Lucian truly been only a sorcerer, that last ambush shard might have killed him. But he was not. He was a warrior clad in steel and scales. The attack had been wasted. Another volley of ambush shards formed around him, but this time his vigilance was high, and the storm scattered them all. Shifting tactics, Lucian dismissed the storm and instead formed a wind-forged armor about his body. He opened his senses, feeling for traces of magic in the air. Spells could never appear from nothing. The flow of sorcery left behind faint trails of mana, FP. Weak though Celia's concealment was, it was not perfect. He located one presence and fired 3 comet glintstones. The spell struck, and a hidden figure collapsed. But Lucian soon gave up this duel at range. There were too many enemies, and his magical training was not deep enough to maintain precision while moving. Standing still, he was little more than a siege engine, trading spells across the dark streets. Though he could outlast them, his reserves of FP vast, his flask of cerulean tears full. He found the method tiresome. Why fight as a mage, when he was no mage at all? He had seen enough of their strength. It was time to fight as himself. He sensed their hidden presences. Celia's sorcerers had cloaked themselves in unseen form, their silhouettes erased. But when they raised their staffs, when their mana stirred, they betrayed themselves. Lucian mapped their positions in his mind, plotted a path, and launched forward. The storm erupted outward, clearing the nearby spells, and he charged. One sorcerer, cloaked in invisibility, had hidden in a house, thinking himself clever. Through a window, he fired spells in rapid succession. But the house was a trap of his own making. There was no escape once Lucian came. Wind armor shielding him, Lucian crashed straight through the wall, seized the mage's glintstone crown, and slammed his head into the stone. Both helm and skull shattered, the body embedding itself into the wall. In only seconds, Lucian was already moving again. Black night shards and night comets struck his armor as he ran, but none pierced the scaled plates. He cut through a spirit sorcerer with a single pass of his sword spear, reducing it to ash, then closed on another sorcerer wielding a small iron shield. The sorcerer hid his right hand, pretending to defend with only the shield. Lucian knew the trick. An unseen blade waited there, ready to strike once his blow was blocked. The spear drove through the shield's center, splitting both iron and arm, then skewered his neck in the same thrust. Without pausing, Lucian spun, his weapon releasing a raging arc of wind that tore apart a mage perched on a rooftop. Celia's assassins prided themselves on speed and subtlety, but brute strength ripped through their artistry all the same. Yet suddenly, the sorceries stopped. The silence made Lucian wary. He tightened his storm, bracing for some great spell. But instead, a voice called out from the town. "TCH Great One, may we speak of peace?" Lucian raised a brow. Peace. Now. Silence. Even the speaker knew how absurd the request sounded. But Lucian relented slightly. Unless it is surrender. Why yes. I can speak for all of Celia, the voice hurried. But almost at once, another voice protested. Who gave you the right? The words ended with the sound of steel piercing flesh, a body crumpling to the ground. Silence returned. Forgive the interruption. We may continue. Lucian blinked, faintly amused at Celia's ruthlessness. Then show yourself, he called. Negotiation demands courtesy. And you are the ones begging peace. After a pause, a figure emerged. She wore black armor and a dark hood. Lucian recognized the set at once, the garb of the Night Maiden, though lacking its signature silken cloak and cat-eared crown. As she drew near, her face came into view, a youthful girl, petite, her features strikingly delicate. Her skin gleamed silver in the dark, radiant even beneath the moonlight. Not pale but truly silver. Her eyes were stranger still, sclera and pupils black, irises shining silver. Lucian's mind supplied the answer. You're of the Nox. The girl froze, surprised. Few outsiders even knew of her kind. But she inclined her head. Yes. I am of the Eternal City's blood, descendant of the Night Folk, born of cold silver. It was Lucian's first meeting with one of her race. The silver glow of her skin was like moonlight incarnate. Thank you for staying your hand, she said softly. I have revealed myself as you demanded. Will you now grant us parley? Lucian nodded. Why did you strike me on sight? The girl's expression darkened. My apologies. The order came from the Academy of Raya Lucaria. At that name, Lucian's frown deepened. The Academy? Explain. She gathered her thoughts and began. Long ago, Raya Lucaria infiltrated Celia. Our own sorcerers, who once went to study there, betrayed us. They gave away our hidden night sorceries. Many returned already bought, feeding our secrets to the Academy. In time, Celia became their shadow vassal, forced to do their dirty work, hunting defectors and rivals. That is how the name, Sorcerer Killers, spread. Recently, though the Academy sealed itself away, they reached out to us again. They sent your likeness. They ordered us to kill you. Her voice lowered. No reason given. We were tools. Tools do not ask reasons. But when we saw your strength, we began to wonder. Why obey the Academy at all? To resist them would bring reprisal, but to oppose you would mean our destruction. So, Lucian said coldly, you intend to betray Raya Lucaria? She nodded firmly. Yes. For the survival of Celia. Lucian's gaze sharpened. Even if I forgive your ambush, what can you offer me? The girl lifted her chin, voice steady. Our allegiance. A host of seasoned sorcerers. And she hesitated, then spoke with finality. The true secret of Celia. 140, Volume 2, Chapter 47, The Hidden Legacy of Celia. Lucian thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with the girl's plea for peace. Very well. If that is your request, then I will accept. At his words, the Night Folk girl let out a long breath of relief. Her heart had been pounding with a speed unnatural for her kind. To beg for peace from one who could destroy them all in moments, such desperation weighed heavily on her. all the more so because they had just attacked him. If negotiations had failed, she would surely have died where she stood. Thankfully, it seemed Celia's secrets and its sorcerership had proven valuable enough. This man had agreed. Yet the future remained a shrouded darkness. Would Celia even survive under his command? He was the Academy's sworn enemy. Could he truly withstand their vengeance? Even if he could, and even if Raya Lucaria could not lay a hand on him, Celia was far weaker. If he turned a blind eye to the Academy's retaliation, they would still be annihilated. The truth was bitter. The terms they offered could not buy protection, only temporary reprieve. They had provoked a foe they could never defeat. If they pressed further, Celia would simply be wiped out by this one man alone. So, they had chosen to submit, to become his vassal, causing slow death over swift annihilation. At least slow death offered a chance to struggle. The girl still did not know what manner of man Lucian truly was. One day, when she looked back on this night, she would be glad she had entrusted Celia to him. For Lucian, the ambush had been little more than an annoyance. Like being nipped by a giant dragonfly, painless, but insulting. Still, what he gained in return was worthwhile. A cadre of powerful sorcerers. Stormvale was sorely lacking in long-range firepower. Lucian intended to scatter Celia's sorcerers among his squads, using them as surprise support against his enemies. Masters of assassination, their sudden strikes would turn battles in his favor. Even if they never ventured out as killers, they could serve as teachers training his own mages in Stormvale. At present, his fortress had no true magical elite. Lancelot was competent, but busy managing affairs and courting women in his rare free time. Lucian couldn't very well demand he spend his remaining hours as an instructor. The rest were but low-level magicians, hardly worthy of note. Even the eccentric sorcerer Thops, though brilliant, was better left to his research on the Thops barrier. That breakthrough was worth more than a dozen new apprentices. Celia's magicians, however, could fill this void. Most importantly, the girl had promised him Celia's true secret. Celia bore another name, the heirs of eternity. Beneath their feet lay Nokron, the eternal city, and with it, fragments of the lost knowledge of the Nox dynasty. The Nox left behind wonders. Raya Lucaria and Caria's royal house had already seized parts of this heritage research into spirits, mysteries, and artificial life. From their studies had come the Albinorics, their silver blood a cold echo of the night folk. Their origins lay in the silver tier mimics, their blood silver and unfeeling, like the Nox before them. The dynasty had also birthed dragonkin soldiers, living lightning orbs, and the mimic tier. Caria inherited much, yet even they had not unraveled every secret of Celia. Whatever the girl intended to reveal, it was something not even Caria possessed. Otherwise, it would be no bargaining chip. Lucian's anticipation grew. What could the heirs of eternity guard so closely? It would not be mere sorceries or battle arts. Had they such weapons, they would already wield them in defiance. Perhaps it was something useless to Celia's survival, yet priceless in another's hands. Something like the Fingers Layer blade sought by Ranni, a relic that could slay the two fingers themselves. The Nox had indeed forged such blasphemies. Such items could not save Celia, but they might serve Lucian well. Since you are now my vassals, he said firmly, I will not abandon you, provided you remain loyal. The girl lowered her head. So long as you do not cast us aside. He studied her, then asked, what is your name? Stella. His brows lifted. Like Nuxtalath, eternal city itself. Yes, she said, her silver eyes glinting. It means, star. You are well versed in the Nox. Lucian gave her a long look. Names such as hers were not chosen lightly. Still, a servant with such lineage was no bad thing. Stella hesitated, then asked softly, my lord, what should we call you? Lucian, he replied simply. Then, after a moment, Storm King of Stormvale. Shardbearer of Limgrave. Those are my titles. It was important for new subjects to understand the power of the one they served. Stella only looked on with wide eyes, awed though uncertain. Thus did the Storm King claim Celia as his own. Stella soon gathered the town's remaining sorcerers. Together, they presented Lucian with treasures long hidden among them, a stone's word key and the legendary Lizat's glintstone staff. He took the key first. Unlike ordinary keys, this one glimmered faintly with starlight. It could unlock the portals of the four belfries, gateways to distant lands, the Chapel of Anticipation, Nokron's eternal night, and the crumbling ruins of Firm Azula. Though the realms lay beyond easy reach, the key would grant him passage when the time came. Next, he lifted Lizat's staff. Crude in form, like a rough stone pillar sprouting with raw glintstone, yet heavy, almost like a greatsword. When Lucian grasped it, no power flowed. For him, it was but a stick of stone. His intelligence was far too low to comprehend its wisdom. The true glintstone masters had touched the primeval current within the stone. Lucian could not even glimpse its edge. Even so, he marveled at the gulf between himself and a true master. Stella then led him to a grand structure at Celia's rear, the Church of the Chairs. It was built by our ancestors of Nuxtala, when they first walked the surface, she explained. And here lies Celia's true legacy. Inside, a colossal throne dominated the hall. Its size was so vast that even if Lucian magnified his form with a great rune, he would look like a child in a giant seat. At its base, a knight maiden and a Nox swordstress knelt in greeting, already aware of the pact made. Within the hall rested two stone chests. Lucian's pulse quickened. What secrets had Caria never stolen? The first contained a long, curved blade. The second, a scroll. Lifting the katana, Lucian frowned. Its patterns resembled those of the finger's layer blade, etched like human bones. Words shimmered faintly before his eyes. Shadow of the stars, sealed. Stella spoke. This is the shadow of the stars. And this, the spell of eternal darkness. The eternal city knows no true sky. Magic is born from the stars, and stars are born from darkness. To seek that source, the Nox forged false moons, false heavens and false darkness. From their efforts, this sorcery was discovered, and magic was carried further still. The blade, forged as the shadow of the stars themselves, is its sibling. Eternal darkness, a sorcery of great renown, and this blade a weapon of equal rarity. Yet Stella was not finished. She guided Lucian to the rear wall of the temple, revealing a hidden passage. It led down into a vast cavern. Above, a false starry sky shone with soft light. Along the walls, like a hive, countless alcoves housed sleeping creatures. They had the heads of dragons, but their skin was smooth, silver, and scaleless. What are these? Lucian asked. Relics of the Nox, Stella replied. The dragon is the king's fortress. The Nox sought to make their own, to guard their king of night. They failed. These are what remain. She whistled. One creature stirred, crawling out. It was no true dragon, more a vast lizard with skeletal wings, long tail, and hooked claws that let it cling to the stone. Its body was larger than a horse, its head undeniably draconic. They obey completely, Stella assured him. They are no wild beasts. Their strength is no greater than any beast their size, but as mounts, they excel. Lucian mounted one to test it. The saddle was rough, the gait uncomfortable, but its speed shocked him. Slower than torrent, but far faster than any horse. It could even run along walls as if they were flat ground. Endurance was lacking, but its carrying strength was formidable. A versatile steed, better than most. And you still hold the method to create them? Lucian asked. Stella nodded. Yes, but they have little use for Celia. That is why we never bred more. Lucian dismounted, satisfied. Good. My Drakeblood knights shall have their steeds. For now, keep them safe. I will send men to claim them. 141, Volume 2, Chapter 48, The Road to Dragonbarrow. Lucian spent the night in Celia, choosing not to travel further under the cover of darkness. After his battle with the town's sorcerers, the hard-won truce, and the treasure-taking that followed, dawn had nearly broken. There had been no time to sleep at all. So he settled himself at the grace by the illusory tree, resting briefly in its blessing's embrace. Though Lucian always kept to a good habit of sleeping when he could, missing a night or two mattered little. Grace would restore his body to full strength regardless. He now studied the blade in his hand, the shadow of the stars. The weapon's appearance was strange, its surface bearing the texture of bone. It was hard not to connect it with the finger's layer blade or the sword of night and flame. Yet unlike those relics, this weapon demanded no special fate to wield. Lucian could use it even now. He swung it lightly. The weight and balance were good. This weapon, he murmured, must be the work of a master smith, and the material is no common steel. I hadn't expected Celia to preserve such a relic of the Nox dynasty. Still, the blade was sealed. Its name bore the mark, sealed. Its true power, the battle skill bound within, was locked away. Perhaps only within the eternal cities would it reveal its full nature. For now, Lucian set the weapon aside. Without its art, it was no more than a magic-forged katana. Better to wait until he acquired Moonveil, and perhaps wield the two together in twin style. Nearby, Melina bent over a small table, carefully redrawing Silad's map. Lucian had asked Stella to find one for her. No longer did she need to kneel on the floor as before. Piece by piece, Melina copied the markings from the chart taken from Jaren, transferring them to the map she and Lucian shared. Each time they obtained a new map, she repeated this ritual, marking graces, redrawing landscapes, making the journey their own. It gave her the feeling of truly exploring these lands between. Hearing Lucian's musing about Celia's relic, she paused, glanced up, and smiled faintly. The lost eternal cities Nuxtala, Nokron, and the Nox dynasty itself. Such brilliant civilizations beneath the lands, they stir the heart. I wonder, she added, what those false moons and false stars Stella spoke of truly look like. Lucian recalled the game's memory of that mysterious false night sky. Even through pixels and mist, it had been beautiful. From the Seofra River well in Limegrav's forest, one could descend to that underground expanse. Though not to Nokron itself, the view there was unforgettable. Every time he had gone down, the sight had stunned him. Perhaps when he returned to Limgrave, he could take Melina to see it. Surely she would smile at such a vision. It must be beautiful, he agreed softly. But no matter whether sky above or depths below, we will see them all. Our journey will be remembered as legend in the lands between. Melina tilted her head, puzzled at his mention of the sky, but then nodded gently. Then, as if reminded of something, she asked, and what of Lizath, primeval sorcerer? Do you intend to release him from his seal? When Stella had presented Lizath's glintstone staff, she had also revealed the truth. Lizath himself lay sealed in a hidden cave behind Celia, guarded by Academy sorcerers. To Melina, such a figure could surely aid Lucian's cause. But she did not know the truth that Lizat's body had already begun to crystallize, transforming into inert glintstone. Speech and motion were beyond him. "No need to rush," Lucian replied. "We know where he is. Later, perhaps. For now, he had no key to free the sorcerer, and besides, he preferred not to let Selen learn of Lizat's location. He lacked the means to aid her research into primeval current. If she knew too soon, she might fall back on her traditional method of creating sorcerer balls, efficient, but brutal. "What concerns me more," Lucian continued, "is Celia's crystal tunnel. It's overrun by the kindred of rot. We'll need to clear it. That mine, the one reachable by the transport trap in Dragonburnt Ruins, was infamous. In the game, many players used that hidden path to reach Caelid early, snatching the meteorite staff and rock sling spell, treasures for any young mage. Now that Celia was his, those crystals and all resources within belonged to Lucian. He would not leave them in the hands of vermin." Before he could dwell further, Melina suggested, "Why not send the knights you've been training? You said yourself you wished to give them the Nox Drakes as mounts. Let them ride into the tunnels, battle the kindred, gain runes, and hone their strength." Lucian thought on it, then nodded. She was right. The knights had trained long enough. It was time to test them. The kindred of rot were no mere pests. Though weaker than elite soldiers, they fought in swarms, their coordination formidable. But that was all the more reason to pit his knights against them. Casualties were inevitable, but knights were bred for war. Those who joined had chosen this path willingly, seeking strength through blood and rune. With the maidens of Stormvale empowering them, they would only grow stronger through battle. When Melina finished her map, the two lingered in quiet conversation before Lucian rose. He left the Grace at dawn, riding Torrent through the Grace behind Celia, climbing steadily along the winding mountain road. Then he suddenly smacked his forehead. He forgot. "What is it?" Melina asked, puzzled. "Stella said the Academy contacted them. But Raya Lucaria is sealed, no messengers can leave its walls. That means they must be using some long-distance method of communication. I should have asked her what it was. If I can master such a system, managing our affairs would be far easier." Indeed, Lucian's communication methods were crude. In Limgrave, his Stormhawks carried messages swiftly, but they could not fly to Caelid without risk of scarlet rot. Outside his domain, his only fallback was the furl-calling finger remedy, crude signals between tarnished. A golden mark at Stormvale would summon him in emergencies, but for complex matters it was useless. An Elden Lord-in-waiting needed something more. To rally troops, issue orders, and coordinate distant fronts required true communication. If he could harness magical networks, with sorcerers as nodes and relays, his command would reach far and wide. Yes, Melina mused, if the Academy communicates with Celia, then such arts must exist. "You should ask when next we return." Lucian nodded and let the thought rest, guiding Torrent up the zigzagging slope. "Lucian, look." Melina's sudden cry drew his gaze upward. A colossal skull jutted from the cliffside, its surface overgrown with scarlet fungus and gnarled roots sprouting from its hollow eyes. "At first I thought it just strange rock," Melina whispered, "but it's a skull. And earlier we passed another like it. Such giants, are they real?" Her awe made Lucian smile. Melina was changing. She laughed more, marveled more. She felt alive. Yes. If all giants were this size, the war against them must have been a spectacle beyond imagining. Erd Tree warriors against titans. He shook his head, half in wonder. Their musings were cut short by a deep rumble. Something was rolling closer. An iron ball thundered down the path, huge and smooth, crashing with the force to pulverize all before it. Lucian swung his sword spear, knocking it aside into the rock wall, then pressed forward. Soon, gravestones lined the path, from which skeletons clawed their way out. Slow and shambling, they were easily outrun by Torrent's speed. Another iron ball appeared, but this time Lucian saw its origin, a glowing white summoning circle upon the ground. So this was the Academy's work, summoning constructs to block the way, just as he had once suffered against their sorcerer spheres. A trap, laid to guard Lizat's prison. At last, Lucian reached the Church of the Plague. The scarlet rot had not yet claimed it. No lesser kindred infested the site. Inside, only a great statue of Marika loomed. Millicent was not here. She must still linger in the swamp of Ionia. Likely, O'Neill would be the first to find her. Lucian picked up the sacred tear resting there, lighting the grace and placing the relic beside it. Unlike others, this tear was untouched by decay. Even lying amidst the rot, no fungus clung to it. What strange power preserved it so? Leaving the church, Lucian paused by the sealed cave where Lizat lay entombed, marking its location in his mind. Then he pressed onward. His destination was the cliffs beyond. There, a spirit spring would hurl him upward, straight to the Dragon Barrow. And above that spring stood Fort Faroth, where the relic he sought awaited. It was quicker than circling from Celia's outskirts. Through graveyards and skeletal dead he rode, until the vast spirit spring roared before him. Torrent leapt without hesitation. Spirit Spring's wind caught them, launching horse and rider nearly 100 meters skyward, placing them gently upon the plateau where Fort Faroth loomed. But danger was immediate. Two young dragons spotted him, their scales pale and unformed, their size smaller even than Aegil's brood. Sensing the aura of Dragon's Lair clinging to his gear, they faltered, turned, and fled. Lucian let them go, turning instead toward the burning walls ahead. Beyond lay Fort Faroth. 142, Volume 2 Chapter 49, The Rot-Burnt Fortress. Having located his destination, Lucian pressed forward until he reached the blackened barricade of the smoldering wall. From a distance, he could already see her elder dragon Grial, the mother of dragons. This was, without question, the most colossal living being Lucian had ever laid eyes on since arriving in this world. Her body stretched like a mountain range, vast beyond comprehension. He could hardly imagine a life form of such scale existing at all. Yet without a true reference, he could not be sure whether even Grial matched the titanic skulls he had seen jutting from the Sylid cliffs. Around her loitered countless lesser dragons, guarding her flank. Each of these wyverns was enormous in its own right, formidable beasts capable of dominating a battlefield. And yet, compared to Grial, they looked like hatchlings. One dragon was barely the size of Grial's claw. Even flying dragon Aegil, whom Lucian had slain earlier and who had been considered mighty among wyverns, would have seemed no more than a runt beside her. Grial lay sprawled upon the rotting fungal ground, her mountain-like body rising and falling with each ponderous breath. In the game, Lucian had slain her countless times, turning her death into a trove of runts, a starter fortune for many tarnished. But here, in reality, he felt no urge to harm her. If given the chance, Lucian hoped to forge an alliance with the dragons. The ancient dragons had all but vanished. Most, he knew, dwelled far away in the crumbling sky city of Furum Azula. Beyond the solitary figure of Lanch Ciex in Altus Plateau, Lucian had no way to reach them. Wyverns, however, were different. As descendants of the ancient race, they bred far more prolifically. Their kind roamed every corner of the lands between. And Grial had remained here, unmoving, for ages. She was no phantom, no fleeting encounter. She could be found whenever one sought her. Times had changed, there was no swift path back to renewing the old pacts with the ancient dragons. Whether they would even consent to such an alliance again was uncertain. But the wyverns were numerous, and an accord with them might prove just as powerful. Could Grial be reasoned with? In theory, yes. And if not, well, Lucian could always ask Runni. The Carian royal family had once forged bonds with dragons. If they had found a way, so could he. After a long, thoughtful glance, Lucian turned away. He crossed the smoldering wall and soon stood before the dark gates of Fort Faroth. From within came the sound of a song. It was soft and strangely beautiful, a lilting melody that stirred images of a fair maiden singing in the dark, waiting for listeners to draw near. But to Lucian, it was nothing but unsettling, for he knew the truth. The singers within were no maidens, but chanting winged dame hideous, wizened creatures with the faces of crones. Their voices were like those of sirens from legend, luring the unwary into death's embrace. Only here, the sirens were not beauties but leathery winged monstrosities with elderly faces stretched taut by age. A true siren might have been welcomed. But these things, horrors best silenced. Lucian let Torrent roam free and stepped inside alone. The welcome was immediate. Shrill screeches echoed from the dark as enormous bats swooped down upon him. Normal bats were common enough across the lands between, attacking travelers at night, but they were weak mere beasts. The bats of Fort Faroth, however, were changed by the scarlet rot. Their bodies had grown grotesquely large, their wings torn and ragged, yet somehow still able to fly. Even so, they were nothing but overgrown vermin. Lucian summoned the storm. A whirlwind tore through the swarm, shredding wings and bodies, until the bats lay broken on the stone. Under the storm's relentless pressure, their corpses withered to bare white bone. The singing had stopped. Around the next corner, Lucian found the songstress. She had the face of a kindly grandmother, with soft wrinkles and hair white as snow, but her body was a twisted bat's frame, wings leathery and gaunt, claws sharp enough to rend flesh. With a screech, she filled the chamber with poison mist. Lucian swept his hand, and the storm carried the fumes away. But another chanting winged dame had lain in wait behind him. It dove silently, talons aimed for his spine. So they were capable of coordination. One feigned, the other ambushed. Even when their kin had been slaughtered, this one had not uttered a sound, biding its chance. Unlike mere beasts, these creatures possessed cunning. But cunning availed them nothing. Lucian's left hand snapped backward, catching a claw mid-strike. He gripped tight and flung the bat forward with crushing force. Its leg dislocated with a snap, then tore away entirely as its frail body slammed the ground. Flattened, broken, the creature screamed in agony, its beautiful voice now reduced to a hideous wail. He silenced it with a single thrust of his sword spear, cleaving its skull in two. The others dared not approach. They remained at a distance, sending out sound waves as weapons, hoping to batter him from afar. But such attacks were laughable compared to the sorceries of Celia's mages. Lucian easily dispersed them with a sweep of his spear. For practice, he summoned a ice storm Zammer's blizzard. The blinding snow devoured the chamber. The bats froze, their wings cracking apart as they fell one by one. When all lay dead, Lucian found a stash of golden runes among their roosts. 5 or 6 golden rune, 10, a surprising hoard for such creatures. Perhaps they had scavenged them from fallen travelers. By rights, the path through the fort required one to ascend its stairs, claim the hidden Dectus medallion, right, then circle down through its interior to retrieve Radagon's sore seal. But reality was not so bound by game design. Lucian smashed through a wooden barrier with his sword spear and went directly to the talisman's resting place. He picked up Radagon's Soar Seal. The eye-shaped charm pulsed with power. Would it work alongside the Scar Seal? If so, the combined boost to attributes would be staggering, far outweighing the drawback of increased damage taken. He tested it. But once the Soar Seal bound itself to his talisman pouch, the Scar Seal's strength was drained away, falling inert. The two would not coexist. Figures, Lucian muttered. Even the name Soar Seal suggests corruption, something that drives out its lesser counterpart. The Soar Seal's power was greater, but its curse more vicious. He had already felt the Scar Seal's invasive toll on his body. This was worse still. Yet unlike in the game, equipment here did not suffer from armor break. As long as his gear held, the increased damage mattered little. Against common beasts and soldiers, the drawback was negligible. And in battles against demigods, greater attributes meant greater control of the fight. For now, it was worth the trade. He slotted 3 talismans: Radagon's Soar Seal, Winged Sword Insignia, and Erdtree's Favor. The Scar Seal he would return to Elissa after all, it had been hers to begin with. As for the Haladrake talisman, useless for now. Its paltry holy resistance was not needed. He had yet to meet another foe of sacred power since Margit. Perhaps its +1 or +2 forms would prove worthwhile later. Tucking away his spare charms, Lucian climbed to the fort's roof. But there was no treasure chest waiting where the medallion should have been. He searched the rooftop carefully, scanning every corner. No trace of the Dectus medallion lay in plain sight, so he would have to explore the fort fully after all. Reality did not guarantee convenient placements. Sure enough, after fighting through phantoms of the Redmane army, spirit soldiers still bound to defend the further uncovered a hidden chest tucked away in a shadowed corner. Inside lay the right half of the Dectus medallion. The left half, he had already dispatched a fellow tarnished to retrieve from Fort Hate. Now, united, the two halves would allow him passage upon the grand lift of Dectus to the Altus Plateau. But Lucian had no intention of ascending yet. Too much remained unfinished in Siled. The festival of combat was still some time away. Millicent's fate had yet to be resolved. O'Neill's phantom soldiers were still scouring the swamp of Ionia for her. And Lucian had no wish to step into Altus before he was ready. When he did, it would be at the head of an army, striking straight for Lindell, the royal capital. To become Elden Lord, Lindell had to fall. Of course, Morgott would not simply watch and allow him to march. Surely, the lift was already fortified, and Lindell's gates defended. Perhaps Lucian would first slip in alone, after claiming 2 great runes, through the old mines, past the magma WIRM. Or perhaps by trap teleport from the Weeping Peninsula, straight into Lindell's high towers. With storm winds to soften his fall, even such a mad descent might be possible. For now, though, he left Fort far off behind. Pausing at its gate, he cast one last look at Grial, vast as a mountain in the distance. Then he turned away, pondering his next path. Most graces in Siled were now unlocked, the Dragon Barrow explored. Millicent's trail remained uncertain, but there was little he could do but wait. Should he spend the coming days scouring Siled further, or prepare for the greater wars ahead? The choice lay before him. 143, Volume 2, Chapter 50, The War-Mad Sorcerer of Celia. Lucian galloped along the direction of the smoldering wall. On the map Jaren had given him, the Dragon Barrow was not marked. The parchment merely hinted at a route to reach it. Unlike in the game, there was no need to leap across cliffs. The regions were connected by land. But for Jaren and his Redmane soldiers, this was territory they seldom entered. The Dragon Barrow was home to many dragons, and sending men here was little better than sending them to their deaths. Perhaps due to the terrain, the spread of scarlet rot was less severe in this region. From where Lucian rode, he could still see healthy trees and thriving vegetation. With less corruption to cleanse, Jaren and Redmane Castle had no reason to send frequent expeditions here. As a result, their knowledge of the Dragon Barrow was limited. Thus Lucian now rode without a proper map. Still, he had a general impression of the land's layout. Using Fort Far Off as his center, the Bestial Sanctum lay to the east, the Divine Tower of Siled to the west. Clear and simple. So long as he kept to these bearings, he would not be lost. He chose the west, spurring Torrent forward. There should be a site of grace nearby, best to claim it first. The path ran straight along the continuation of the smoldering wall. Yet before long, Lucian discovered he had underestimated how troublesome it was to travel without a map. Though he kept to the general direction in his memory, he found himself wandering to an isolated Evergaol. He circled it once, pausing at the cliff's edge to gaze down into the swamp of Ionia. How did I end up here? He muttered. Melina, sitting side-saddle behind him, cast her gaze across the land. It can't be helped, she replied calmly. We have no map. But judging from the surroundings, this should be north of Ionia's center. We're close to the road marked toward the Dragon Barrow. Lucian nodded. Close enough. Once he headed toward the Divine Tower, he would surely find the right way. But since he was here, he turned back toward the Evergaol. Melina sighed, already sensing his intent. You mean to release whoever is imprisoned here as well? Lucian grinned and nodded. Of course. Can't come all this way for nothing. Melina gave him a long, helpless glance. For some reason, Lucian had developed a strange fondness for these Evergaols, like a collector's habit. The truth was that everyone sealed inside was guilty of grave crimes. Dangerous individuals, by any measure. The wise would avoid them altogether. Yet so far, the two he had freed Alyssa, leader of the ancient hero Zamers, and Red, a mighty knight of the Crucible had proven not only sane but deeply loyal. Through Red, Lucian had even drawn another Crucible knight, Andrew, to his banner. How could Melina complain when every blind box Lucian opened yielded another formidable ally? Still, the way he stopped at every Evergy, intent on cracking it open, felt less like recruitment and more like indulging a guilty pleasure. What was the word he once used? Gotcha pulls. Even so, she felt compelled to caution him. You've been lucky so far. But should a madman feign loyalty only to betray you later, it could bring disaster. Many in the lands between are broken in mind. They'll swear allegiance one moment and drive a blade into your back the next. Your army is young, unsteadied, wary of inner strife. She spoke out of concern, unaware that Lucian already had insight into each prisoner's background through their drops. He chuckled. Relax. I have ways of making them obey. A teacher once told me, if someone refuses discipline, beat them until they submit. Beyond brute force, he knew each Evergy inmate's history and temperament. That gave him leverage in negotiations. For instance, this one should hold the battlemage Hughes. Born in Celia, trained in the Haima Conspectus, Hughes had once been a battlemage who wielded both punishment and artillery. But he grew addicted to war itself, consumed by bloodlust. And Lucian could offer him war in abundance. The new Stormvale he was raising burned with ambition, recruiting warriors, drilling armies, preparing to march toward the throne of Elden Lord. Compared to the stagnant factions of the lands between, his Stormvale thirsted most for conquest. Syalad's Redmane army was crippled, both by the rot and their lord, General Radon, now a mindless husk. The academy had sealed itself away, even imprisoning its own queen, Renala. The Carian royal family was but a shadow, left only with Runny the witch, whose designs lay far from war. Rykard had forsaken soldiers for serpents. Mikela and Maelnia were both lost, one abducted, the other dreaming. The Halatry was too distant, too unreachable. Only Lindell retained strength, yet Morgoth never left his throne, even shunning the chance to reap fellow demigods. As for his twin brother, Moog, his Mogwine dynasty brimmed with ambition but not the manpower to sustain it. In truth, Lucian saw only those two brothers as his true obstacles. All others he would absorb. Stormvale would march to countless wars against the Rot Spawn, the sorcerers of the Academy, the Mogwine dynasty, even the Erd Tree's capital itself. Compared to such foes, what was one war-hungry sorcerer? Still, Hughes was only one man. Unlike Alyssa or the Crucible Knights, he lacked true renown. Perhaps not essential. Never mind, Lucian muttered. Let's see what he's worth. He entered the Evergy. The response was immediate. A cannon of Haima blasted toward him. Lucian conjured a storm shield to deflect it and set eyes upon his assailant. A ragged sorcerer stood there, eyes bound with red cloth beneath a battered glintstone crown, a crooked blue hat atop it. His robes were threadbare, riddled with holes. The Evergy floor was cratered from constant detonations. Unlike most mages, Hughes wielded both a staff and a crude stone club, carved straight from raw glintstone. He hurled spell after spell, glintstone comet shards, rapid as rain, laced with Celia's night sorceries. Instead of anger, Lucian felt a thrill. This was no weakling. Only a true graduate of Raya Lucaria could wield such sorceries with speed and precision. Even locking onto him for the cannon had been instantaneous. And the Haima sorcerers were trained in melee. Besides, the club in his hand was no ornament. Perhaps this one was worth keeping after all. Lucian smashed comet after comet with his sword spear, calling out as he advanced. Battlemage of Haima, do you crave war? Will you march with me into battle? Hughes gave no answer, only more spells. Too long in the Evergy, then, driven mad with hunger for combat. Lucian laughed, surging forward cloaked in storm. The mage raised a glowing gavel of Haima overhead and brought it down. Lucian met it with his sword spear. Lightning clashed with sorcery, shattering the conjured hammer. Hughes staggered back, swinging his stone club in riposte. Lucian deflected, then kicked him square in the gut, folding him over like a shrimp. He seized the mage's staff and dragged him close. Hughes lunged with a headbutt. Lucian grinned. Not with that crown, you don't. He dropped his sword spear and drove his fist into the glintstone helm. The impact left Hughes dazed, collapsing to his knees. Shaking the numbness from his own hand, Lucian tore the crown free. Let's see your face. Beneath the helm was a visage already decayed into living corpse, half-rotted, yet burning with bloodlust. Still clinging to war, even like this, Lucian sighed. This one was too far gone. Unlike the long-lived Crucible Knights or ancient heroes, his humanity had decayed. Hughes staggered up again, readying another spell. This time Lucian did not hold back. His sword spear drove through the mage's chest. As life fled him, Hughes's lips quivered. Send me to battle. Blue flame consumed him, reducing him to ash. What remained was his spirit ash. Lucian gathered the ashes, sealing them within Hughes's glintstone crown. One day, when I can summon armies at once, I'll give you your war, he murmured. Melina watched, startled. He burned himself? That was no guarantee of leaving anything behind. He could have been gone forever. Lucian shrugged. Then fortune smiles on us. Though he was but one mage, not like Alyssa or the Crucible Knights. With that, he departed the Evergy and mounted Torrent once more, heading west without detour. Soon he descended into a shallow vale where a clear pool lay. 2 or 3 young dragons splashed within. At his passing, they shrank back in fear, then fled. Lucian ignored them, dismounting before a weathered stone stele. He began to dig at its base with his sword spear. Again with the digging. Melina arched a brow. It was luck to find a map at gate front. Surely not here, in such a remote place. Her words faltered as his sword spear struck a small stone box. You've got to be joking. Lucian pried it free, brushing away dust. He carried it to the nearby site of grace, where he and Melina sat side by side to open it. Inside lay a tattered hand-drawn map and a piece of parchment. The handwriting was different from the gatefront map. Lucian's eyes widened as he read. These notes had been left by none other than Vike, the Round Table Knight, the Dragon Spear, the once chosen Lord. 144, Volume 2 Chapter 51, Vike's Letter and the Hidden Merchant. 144, Volume 2 Chapter 51, Vike's Letter and the Hidden Merchant. Lucian unrolled the old parchment and carefully read it again. The handwriting was faint, blurred by time. Clearly, the stone box had not fully shielded its contents from the long years of decay. Still, the words were legible enough. To the unknown one who may come after me. If you are reading this note I casually left behind, then fate has bound us, however briefly. Of course, it is far more likely that both this note and the map will remain forever buried beneath the land. When Bernal suggested that we hide something beneath the steel to aid those who might come later, I told him such a thing would be too difficult to find. Besides, under the grace of the Erd Tree, what need would future generations have for help? We are not only reconciled with the ancient dragons, but our war with the Academy and the Storm King goes ever more smoothly. Surely, it will soon be over. Then an era of abundance, blessed by the Erd Tree, will dawn. Yet Bernal has always been a man of knightly romanticism. He insisted that knights, no matter the age, would always think alike. This note is our wager. If someone finds it, he wins. Ha, enough meaningless talk. If you truly have uncovered this message, I advise you to consider carefully whether you wish to explore this land. I leave behind the map I drew during my survey of this region, may it be of use. Know this, the northern reaches of Siled are wilderness absolute. Beyond the Divine Tower and the Bestial Sanctum, there are no other structures. Even the lesser dragons shun this place, preferring Siled's richer grounds. If not for the presence of Grial, the elder dragon, I too would never have come. Should you come with the same purpose of meeting her, be warned, it is no simple matter. Only with Lanch Cix as our escort were we granted audience with Grial. Yet even with an ancient dragon at my side, I did not accomplish my mission. Take heed, Grial is a mountain to be revered. Conduct yourself with utmost respect. As for me, I go now to join our king, Godfrey, and his host in Limgrave, as ordered. If you should see this letter and map, you may seek me in the army. I offer no special favor, but to meet a friend is among life's rare joys. May fortune guide you, O unknown one who may come after me. May the light of the Elden Ring ever shine upon us both. Knight of the Round Table, Vike. The letter ended there. It looked like a simple note, scribbled in passing. Yet to Lucian, it brimmed with meaning. Melina, reading over his shoulder, caught the name. Vike, she murmured. And he calls himself a Knight of the Round Table. This must be that Viken of the founders of the Round Table hold. Lucian nodded. Yes. The one chosen by the ancient dragons, the tarnished who came closest to Elden Lord, the so-called Lord-elect, Vike. This letter must have been written before the tarnished were stripped of grace and banished from the lands between. Even then, Vike was likely already one of Godfrey's most renowned champions, a hero in all but name. But unlike the generals, he seemed more a free knight than a commander of troops. Lucian sifted through the hints buried in the words. The timing was clear. This was written after the end of the Great War with the ancient dragons, when the Erd Tree's forces still fought the Academy and the Storm King. It was an age when Godfrey had not yet been exiled, when the dragons were allies of Lindell. Lanch Cix had already taken human form in the capital, serving as priestess, teaching knights the faith of dragon lightning. Vike, it seemed, was her favored knight of all. So strong was he that he was entrusted with missions concerning Grial herself. Yet even with such aid, he had failed. Why had Grial refused him? Perhaps he had sought alliance, or some ancient bargain, but she had declined. His words warned of reverence, and Lucian suspected he had suffered some chastening in that audience. Back then, there were no lesser dragons in the Dragon Barrow. They came later, fleeing Siled's rot and gathering around Grial, as Lucian well knew. As for Godfrey's army, Vike's letter said they were in Limgrave, though perhaps already pressing into Siled. And soon after, all were stripped of grace and driven out. But one line caught Lucian's mind. Vike already styled himself Knight of the Round Table Hold. That meant the Round Table Hold had been founded long before the exile. In fact, in Lindell itself. Its earliest members, Gideon the All-Knowing, Vike, Bernal, Vargram the Raging Wolf, errant sorcerer Wilhelm, Crippus, chief confessor, the Mad Tongue Alberic, and others. When the first tarnished returned, they gathered again at the Round Table, joining the shattering war. Bernal's Devourer's scepter, shaped like the serpent god who devoured all, was proof enough of his bond with Rikardwam he must have already befriended in those years. It was likely during that period that Vike and Bernal earned the title Lord-elect. Only in a time of no gods and no lords could such a name be uttered without treason. Yet they also discovered the impenetrable thorns of the Erd tree, the divine barrier that rejected all claimants. Bernal's consort, a maiden, offered herself to kindle the fire, but failed. From that failure, he turned toward Rykard's volcano manor, betraying the greater will and the Golden Order. Vike, too, sought another path. Perhaps swayed by a whisperer's lies, he accepted the frenzied flame. Because of them, the Round Table itself withdrew from Lindell. With so many of its strongest gone, it dwindled into the hollow refuge Lucian knew. Gideon, though who knew how long he had been plotting in silence, growing ever more patient. Lucian read the letter again and again, but no further secrets revealed themselves. Still, for a scrap of parchment buried for centuries, it was a treasure. A glimpse into that lost age. He folded it away carefully into his pouch. Melina, meanwhile, took the faded map of the Dragon Barrow and began to copy its contours onto their own chart. Though many later landmarks were absent, the terrain itself remained unchanged. For Lucian, it was enough. With a map in hand, their next journeys would not stumble so blindly as before. While Melina worked, Lucian studied the land. Next stop, the isolated merchant's shack, he decided. Might be worth seeing what that merchant has tucked away. He also remembered that at night, the bell-bearing hunter often appeared there. In the game, it had been notorious the most fearsome foe in all Xyloid. Its towering stats and relentless poise had crushed countless players. Until, of course, players discovered the laser-firing Xyloid golems, who stole the crown as toughest. Still, Lucian chuckled. The bell-bearing hunter remained, in his eyes, the true bane of beginners. Tough, cruel, and miserly in its drops. He put the thought aside. Once Melina finished, they set out. Torrent carried him swiftly along a narrow road, climbing the slope. Along the way, Lucian spotted flocks of sheep grazing on grass faintly tainted by scarlet rot. To his surprise, several monstrous dogs prowled nearby. Yet instead of preying on the sheep, they herded them, steering the flock away from wandering. Lucian raised a brow. These were not wild beasts. They had been trained as shepherd dogs. When he passed, the dogs lifted their heads, eyes wary and watchful. But they did not attack. The skill required to domesticate such violent creatures impressed him. Normally, dogs, being pack hunters, only grew more dangerous in numbers. These giant dogs were infamous for their bloodlust of one could tear apart a man. Yet here were 4 or 5, disciplined, obedient. At last, Lucian reached the isolated merchant's ramshackle hut. Outside, on a chair, the merchant himself lounged, quite unlike the weary wandering traders of his kind. Seeing Lucian, the man waved him closer. Well, now, that's rare. I can go years without seeing a soul here. Since we've met, care to look at my wares? I'm still a merchant, after all. Lucian nodded. That was why he'd come. Let's see what you have. Perhaps something worth my coin. The merchant chuckled, rising to lead him inside. Though outwardly shabby, the hut was neatly kept within. A bed, some shelves, furniture newer than the building itself, though worn by use. On one rack, a gleam caught Lucian's eye, a complete clean-wrought knight set, armor and helm, polished and carefully arranged. Beside it hung the knightly weapon saw, sword, spear, and scythe, each in pristine condition. The merchant followed his gaze and smiled. Those, not for sale. Took me years to gather that set. A collector's prize. Indeed, the armor had been meticulously preserved, unlike the other battered gear piled below. Lucian offered a polite nod. Well kept, he remarked, before moving on. His eyes landed next on a strange relic, withered, blood-stained fingers laid on a piece of parchment. Those? He asked. What are they? The merchant's smile sharpened. Ah, you've found something rare indeed. Bloody fingers. He picked one up. It was blackened, bloated with rot, crudely severed. These are not common trinkets, the merchant explained. They are weapons meant to be used against your kind, the Tarnished. Lucian frowned. How so? You know how Tarnished leave signs, messages scratched with chalk, golden summons? Bloody fingers were devised to corrupt that very system. Touch a message or summon sign with one of these, and it points you to the Tarnished who left it. Lucian stiffened. But then you'd have no way of knowing if the target is your enemy or not. Correct. The merchant's grin widened. It is indiscriminate. Most who use such things aren't seeking vengeance. They simply crave slaughter. The bloody fingers are their invitation. Lucian thought of Nereidus, and the twisted glee of the bloody finger hunters. Yes, this fit them well. Still, the idea sparked another thought. If one were to use it on a message left by an ally, he murmured, wouldn't that act as a way to locate them? The merchant only laughed softly, eyes glinting with secrets. 145, Volume 2, Chapter 52, Secrets of the Isolated Merchant. Beyond the bloody finger, the isolated merchant's stock held many other tempting wares. Ritual pots, a beast-repellent torch, and all manner of rare materials, each one valuable in its own way. Among the materials, several caught Lucian's eye immediately. Trina's lily, essential for crafting sleep pots, always worth stockpiling. Smoldering butterfly, used to make immunizing cured meat, a safeguard against abnormal statuses. With Ionia's scarlet swamp ahead, this would be invaluable. Arteria leaf, a plant often mocked in Lucian's memories of the game, marked with purple rarity and mistaken for a key item. Yet, despite the deception, it was genuinely useful. The Arteria leaf's thick veins pulsed faintly, the crimson surface quivering like a beating heart. Items crafted from it invigorated the body, stirring blood and quickening emotions. The rush it gave was said to mimic the exhilaration of brushing against death itself. In desperate moments, one could even chew the leaf raw for a fleeting boost. But when properly processed into items such as exalted flesh, its effects lasted far longer. Other goods included dew-kissed herba, found only in the depths, and golden rawa, harvested from the Altus Plateau. The former had little practical value, and the latter was mostly a curiosity, but their presence astonished Lucian, proof that the merchant had traveled far and wide. Torrent, however, perked up at the sight of the golden fruit. The spectral steed's rare enthusiasm left Lucian amused. In the end, he purchased nearly all the merchant's materials. Torrent trotted closer, clearly begging for a taste of the dried golden fruit. Unlike ordinary rawa fruit, this variant gave off a rich, honeyed fragrance. Shrunken like raisins, they were oddly appealing. Lucian tried one himself. Sweetness burst across his tongue, rich as nectar, nothing like the tart, fibrous fruits he remembered. In the lands between, where sweetness was scarce, it was a rare indulgence. But it was still no grape. The fibers made it tough to digest, leaving the texture unsatisfying. Perhaps, he thought, it would serve best as chewing gum. Breaking off a few pieces for Torrent, Lucian's attention shifted to a pile of translucent gray crystals. They resembled ashes of war. What skill does this ash carry? He asked. The merchant shook his head. No skill. Lucian blinked. Ashes of war without skills? Impossible be their nature, they were remnants of warriors' memories. Seeing his doubt, the merchant explained, I thought the same once. But these are different. The memories they once held have long since faded, leaving only the husk. Still, they are not useless. Empty, yes, but that emptiness allows them to bear any memory anew. Fill it with another ash, and it becomes the real thing. Lucian nodded slowly. So it was the lost ashes of war, used for duplication. He purchased 2 ritual pots and a beast-repellent torch as well. The torch, in particular, had broad uses. Most creatures recoiled from it, unlike the dragon's aura he occasionally relied on. And ritual pots were scarce in the lands between. Missing the chance to buy them now would only bring regret later, especially when Hildegard would need them for crafting. With his business nearly done, Lucian asked for information and maps the merchant had collected. 2 rumors stood out. A ruined cave nearby, where someone was said to be hiding. If his memory was right, it should house 2 cleanrot knights and the gold scarab talisman. A portal within Fort Gale, leading straight to Redmane Castle. Lucian rarely used that method, but Fort Gale itself was worth visiting. He recalled useful incantations and talismans hidden there. Another piece of intelligence, the location of a concealed cave behind Celia where Master Luzat was imprisoned, was unnecessary. Lucian had already discovered it on his own. As for maps, the merchant's travels had been extensive. Lucian acquired fragments of both the Altus Plateau and the Seofor River. Before leaving, curiosity tugged at him. Those monstrous dogs and herds outside, they all yours, aren't they? The merchant, reclining in his chair, smiled at the question. Yes. The Dragon Barrow is far from civilization. Men avoid it, dragons sought refuge here to escape scarlet rot. I, too, came to live in seclusion. But food and safety must still be managed. So I tamed the beasts, using skills learned during my wandering years. Lucian frowned. He could not recall any tradition of beast taming in the lands between. Where did you learn this craft? The merchant chuckled softly, brushing the question aside. Ah, nothing worth remembering. Not sure myself anymore. He clearly avoided the topic, but Lucian let it pass. Instead, another question rose to mind. I heard from a friend of mine the name of the Great Caravan. Do you know it? At the mention, the merchant stiffened. Though half hidden by his scarf, his reaction was unmistakable. I'm afraid I don't know. Lucian caught the lie immediately. You do know. I saw your reaction. Don't worry, I ask not for myself. My friend is of your wandering folk, and he has spent his life searching for the truth of the Great Caravan. Surely, as one of his kin, and his elder, you might know something. The merchant sighed, resignation softening his voice. Tell him to give it up. The Great Caravan, it was once our home, but now it is gone, disbanded. Our people must drift, rootless as always. Better he stops chasing shadows. It was a kind lie. If the caravan truly had dissolved, he would have spoken plainly. The hesitation betrayed knowledge, perhaps of fragments erased from history. But Lucian chose not to press further. He bid the merchant farewell, then called upon Melina to carry him back to Celia. There, he sought out Stella once more. Sir Lucian, you've returned so soon. She exclaimed, surprised. Has your task already been accomplished? More or less, he answered. But this time I came to ask you something. She straightened at once. If I know the answer, I will tell you everything. You once said the Academy contacted you, told you of my presence, and commanded you to kill me. I want to know how they contacted you. Was it magic? Some other method? And how did they show you my face? Her heart lurched, fearing he sought retribution. But his calm tone reassured her. It was magic, Stella admitted. A communication spell. With it, one may link a pair of glintstones carved with matching sigils. Each time the spell is invoked, words and sometimes images can be transmitted. It is not perfect, messages can fail, and there is no real-time speech. But it works. She offered him the glintstone used for her contact with the academy. Etched upon its surface were their sigils and crest. Lucian studied it closely, but without knowing the spell itself, he could not use it. This could be useful. Record the method for me, he said. She quickly inscribed the formula on parchment. It demanded considerable intellect, no less than 30. He guessed, and crafting such stones required artisans with both magical and technical skill, likely mages themselves. No wonder the spell had not spread widely. Perhaps Iggy could help, he thought. The trollsmith's skill surpassed nearly all others. If even Iggy could not craft it, then surely no one outside the academy could. Provided, of course, that Iggy had not yet left Stormvale. For now, the thought would wait. There was also the matter of Runny, and the secrets of the Knight of Black Knives that haunted his mind. Cooperation with her would not be simple, but perhaps not impossible either. Stella, meanwhile, also offered him several other night sorceries of Celia. "We are under your rule now," she said, "and must serve faithfully." Lucian accepted them without hesitation. Whether loyalty or flattery, it mattered little. He had no intention of treating Celia unfairly, and its magic was well worth having. With his business complete, he returned through grace to Stormvale. The newly acquired maps meant he would never risk missing the festival at Redmane Castle. Time remained before the event began. He planned to check if Iggy was still in the castle and to prepare the Drakeblood Knights for their journey to claim their steeds at Celia. 146, Volume 2 Chapter 53, Stormvale's Growing Might. 146, Volume 2 Chapter 53, Stormvale's Growing Might. Through the blessing of grace, Lucian returned swiftly to Stormvale. In the days he had been away, little seemed to have changed. The city was calm, harmonious, with no signs of major upheaval. If anything, it had grown more complete. Repairs to damaged buildings were nearly finished, and the infrastructure had improved. But the most striking change was the people. The streets bustled with far more life than before. Every race had new arrivals, yet the majority were, without question, tarnished. Word of Stormvale had spread across Limgrave during Lucian's absence, and thousands upon thousands of tarnished had flocked here. The sheer number was staggering, certainly in the thousands, perhaps already over 10,000. Even without a formal census, the surge in traffic was obvious. Their arrival breathed new vitality into Stormvale, and to Lucian, they represented something even more important: soldiers. An endless supply of soldiers. Not all tarnished were willing to fight, of course. Yet they were the minority. Most, even if weak, were willing to take up arms, especially now that they would not have to face death alone. Within an army, they could fight together, not as isolated wanderers. Curiously, those unable to see grace were the most eager to enlist. For tarnished blessed with grace, survival was always possible so long as they were not slain outright. That hope bred hesitation. Those without grace, however, knew they had no path of retreat, only the resolve to march forward, unflinching. If Lucian lowered his standards, he could have thrown these tarnished straight into battle with no training at all. After all, compared to the average soldier of other factions, even an untrained tarnished was stronger, better armed, and more seasoned in combat. Every tarnished brought their own weapon and armor. Soldiers of such caliber, where else could one find them? Their worth was almost absurdly high. Lucian couldn't help but think they were an even better bargain than StarCraft's 50 minerals worker. Still, he had no intention of compromising. Training and discipline were essential. Every knightly order would be properly armed and drilled. He could hardly wait to see a grand army of Stormvale marching toward Lindell. Yet such rapid growth also brought strain. The city guards had multiplied noticeably since his return. Now, led by Storm Knights, the guards patrolled the streets in gleaming silver armor, each helm crowned with wing-like crests, marking them as the Storm Wings. Their appearance mirrored the Silver Knights of Dark Souls, and every one of them had been handpicked and rigorously trained. Lucian noted with satisfaction that they were elite through and through. The tarnished already carried the bloodline of warriors with a solid foundation. A little training polished them quickly. Combined with strict discipline, a proper fighting force was forged in no time. And unlike the mass-produced cannon fodder of Albanorix or Manserpent, these knights were no disposable soldiers. Though Lucian did not manage Stormvale's affairs personally, he always cared for its progress. These small details told him much. The city was thriving, developing rapidly, and moving firmly in the right direction. For what he could not see, however, he would need to ask Lancelot. He made his way to the knight's office, where he found Lancelot hunched over his desk, buried in work. At the sight of his liege, Lancelot nearly jumped to his feet in surprise before hastily rising to greet him with formal respect. Lucian noticed how worn and weary the knight appeared. He clapped Lancelot on the shoulder, urging him to sit, then took the chair opposite. "Sir Lucian, my lord, you've returned earlier than expected," Lancelot said. "Judging by the time, the festival of combat has yet to begin." Lucian nodded. "I have already been to Redmane Castle, and scouted Caelid and its surroundings. I understand the lay of the land. Until the festival begins in a day or two, I am free to handle other matters." He leaned back slightly. "Tell me, what has become of Stormvale in my absence?" I noticed the streets are far more crowded. A smile touched Lancelot's tired face. Our growth has been remarkable. Above all, the population has soared. Over 10,000 tarnished have gathered here, lured by our long campaign of word and reputation. Of them, 6 or 7,000 have joined training, preparing to serve as soldiers. As for the rest, we have assigned them to work in construction, logistics, and other necessary duties, easing the shortage of manpower. With this, not only are the Drakeblood Knights and Silver Knight Guard strengthened, but we can begin forming additional orders. Lucian's own smile matched his knights. A swelling army was a ruler's greatest reassurance. Lancelot continued, under Master Igi's guidance, our smiths have finished forging arms and armor for both the Drakeblood Knights and the Silver Knights. However, Master Igi departed 2 days ago. Lucian nodded thoughtfully. It was too soon to call him back. How many stand in the Drakeblood Knights now? 500, Lancelot replied without hesitation. Organized into 5 companies of 100, each under a captain and lieutenant. They are commanded overall by Håkon. Each knight has 2 squires assigned, and in war, they may lead additional soldiers. But truthfully, their command skill is lacking. They are strong warriors, but not yet leaders. Lucian understood. By strength alone, every Drakeblood Knight was at least of knightly caliber, with some brushing the threshold of hero. But training as commanders was another matter entirely. The meat of Egil, the flying dragon, had been a tremendous boon. Even a lean drake carried vast reserves of flesh, and Egil, at 30 to 40 meters, was titanic. His blood and flesh had produced knights aplenty. If Lucian had rationed the meat lightly across his soldiers, he could have doubled their number. But he had chosen quality over quantity. He concentrated the dragon's essence into these 500, shaping them into a single, formidable core. This was no method for long-term growth. Lucian had no intention of raising future knights on dragon flesh. But for now, the Drakeblood Knights had one duty: to grow strong as swiftly as possible, to stand ready where Stormvale needed them most. 500 full-plated knights infused with dragon's blood before the shattering, they would have rivaled the armies of great realms. Now, in the fractured lands between, they were a force few could challenge. Yet pride was dangerous. Wars were not won by knights alone. Even the greatest heroes could be overwhelmed, and above them loomed the demigods. Siege weapons, disciplined infantry, and strategy could outweigh raw knightly valor. Good, Lucian said at last. You've worked hard. Stormvale owes you much. But Lancelot's expression dimmed at the praise. Lucian quickly noticed. Something troubles you? Speak. Ignoring bad news only invites ruin. The knight nodded solemnly. Since your departure, we have faced certain harassments. Nothing dire, but troublesome nonetheless. We have addressed them in turn. The first, he began, is the Knights' Cavalry. They still roam Landgrave's roads. After the slaughter you dealt them, they grew cautious. No longer do they strike en masse. Now they split into pairs and trios, preying on small groups of tarnished. We have lost many to their raids. The Crucible Knights hunt them now. Stormhawks relay their movements, and the knights swoop down to engage. In this way we have slain 13 or 14 already. But both Andre and Red have been injured, thankfully, not gravely. Lucian considered. The Knights' Cavalry were indeed troublesome, swift, strong, and cunning. Yet against the Crucible Knights, they were outmatched. The Crucible Knights were heroes at the pinnacle of their kind, heirs to the power of the Erd Tree's primeval age. Even without their 2 mightiest leaders, Andre and Red were more than enough to crush scattered raiders. Still, the frequency of battles meant near constant clashes, perhaps 2 or 3 a day. And what of Alyssa? Why has she not joined them? Her mobility and strength are no less than theirs. Lancelot grimaced. That is the second matter. From the north, in Liurnia, the Academy has begun harassing us. They have unleashed their marionette soldiers. Individually weak, but the flying avian puppets and hot air balloon constructs can bypass the cliffs behind Stormvale. Alyssa now holds the border with the Stormhawks, keeping them at bay. Unfortunately, both these threats require speed and wide-ranged force. The Drakeblood Knights cannot contribute there, nor can the bulk of our soldiers. Thus we rely on them. Lucian's brows arched. So, not grave threats, but annoyances nonetheless. Even without his return, Stormvale could have endured them. Morgoth's hostility was expected. Their enmity had been sealed from the start, and as Elden Lord aspirant, Lucian knew the Omen King would resist him at every turn. But the Academy? A force with no demigod to its name now dared to test him. Did they believe their turtle shell impregnable, that he could not reach them within their wards? Fools. The Academy had already chosen the path of death. Still, the Knights' Cavalry came first. Their shadow had lingered too long. It was time to finish what he had begun. He would show Morgoth that his flame of ambition still burned, a fire unquenchable by shadow nor by night. That flame would remake the lands between, and Morgoth, blind to its meaning, would never understand. Lucian tapped his fingers lightly on Lancelot's desk. He had heard enough. It was time to decide. Where are the Drakeblood Knights now? Still in training. Lancelot pointed to the map on the wall. They are beneath the Mistwood, in the underground region you and Lady Runny began exploring. Our tarnished scouts encountered strange draconic creatures there, beyond their ability to handle. To train the Knights, and because it was dragon-related I sent Håkon with them. By now, they should be deep inside. Lucian thought for a moment. Strange draconic creatures beneath the mistwood? That could only mean dragonkin soldiers. A smile tugged at his lips. Good, then it is fate. Their path spares me much effort. Near the dragonkin soldiers lay a path through a well that led directly into Siled, emerging near Celia. This spared the knights the long march from Stormvale to Siled. The exit was a sheer cliff, but Celia's living constructs could climb walls with ease. They could haul the knights up without trouble. Already, Lucian was plotting. In one stroke, he would resolve Stormvale's affairs and set his forces on their next move. 147, Volume 2 Chapter 54, The Knight Rider's Last Gambit. 147, Volume 2 Chapter 54, The Knight Rider's Last Gambit. On a pitch-black night, 8 funereal steeds draped in dark armor crossed the lands of Limgrave. Upon their backs rode black-clad horsemen, each armed with halberd or flail, silent as the grave. They were the knights' cavalry, their very existence swallowed by shadow. The night itself was their strongest armor. But in recent days, they had bled dearly. The relentless hunts of the Crucible Knights had cut down many of their number. Though they had dealt wounds in return, trading life for injury was far too costly. To continue fighting in pairs or trios was no longer wise. They had once scattered to avoid being wiped out in a single strike by the Storm King. Yet dispersed, they were hunted down, 2 by 2, by the Crucible Knights. Now, however, new intelligence brought them hope. It was said the Storm King, Lucian, had not shown himself at Stormvale Castle for a long time. He had left destination unknown, and would not be returning soon. They watched for 2 or 3 days more, and all signs confirmed it. They did not believe he had departed, but rather that he had been gravely wounded in his battle against 10 of their brethren. After all, Lord Margit had spoken of Lucian's strength, formidable, yes, but only on par with the level of a hero. Since no rider had returned from that clash, they had no knowledge of the truth. If Lucian had fought alongside Crucible Knights, then it was natural no message was ever sent back. Now, however, only Crucible Knights were seen, ceaselessly rushing from battlefield to battlefield. Lucian himself was nowhere. By their reckoning, he was not one to sit idle. Thus the only explanation was that he had been incapacitated. Whether injured or not, the Storm King would not be appearing. Relieved, they changed tactics once again, gathering into a troop of 8. Whatever his fate, they now had greater opportunities. Their earlier plan to slay small groups of Tarnished and prevent them from reaching Stormvale had not succeeded. Stormvale had already drawn many Tarnished to its banner. Remaining in Limgrave, the Knights' cavalry could no longer hinder much. Lord Margit had already issued new orders. In a few days' time, they were to leave Limgrave for the Altus Plateau. Until then, they resolved to strike hard one final time, wreaking as much havoc on Stormvale as they could. This time, their intent was simple, to hunt large bands of Tarnished. If they came upon Stormvale soldiers, Caden Sellswords, Stormvale guards, even Trollstay would slaughter them too. With Lucian absent, they could act boldly. If Crucible Knights appeared, then 8 riders together, each only slightly weaker than the knights themselves, could still deal grievous wounds. The Crucible Knights were powerful, the knights' cavalry admitted, and worthy of respect. They were true heroes who had once marched with Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Against ordinary knights or soldiers, even in the hundreds, the Crucible Knights would never falter. But the knights' cavalry were no ordinary foes. They were not weaklings to be trampled, they were true shadow heroes, reapers of heroes themselves. Even when fighting in 2s and 3s, without full coordination, they had left Crucible Knights bloodied. Now, with 8 riding as one, they were certain of victory. Even if they could not kill the knights outright, they could wound them enough to force days of recovery. Without the Crucible Knights to answer Stormvale's cries, they would be free to unleash devastation across all Limgrave. Thus emboldened, they no longer cared about the Stormhawks wheeling above. In fact, they almost welcomed them, hoping the birds would summon the Crucible Knights so they could be cut down. If fortune favored them, killing the Crucible Knights would be like tearing the wings from the Storm King himself. Dreams of triumph filled their minds. None of them realized that among their number rode one more figurine unseen man upon a spectral steed. Lucian, astride Torrent, silently watched them from within their own formation. After receiving intel from the Stormhawks, Lucian had rushed to the area near the Night Cavalry. Once he had obtained the night sorceries of Celia, he tried Unseen Form, a sorcery that makes both rider and steed partially invisible, allowing to move undetected, and, as expected, it wasn't perfect. Even when the sorcerers stood still, Lucian had been able to lock onto them. If they used magic, skills, or moved, the invisibility was even less effective, useful only for ambushing completely unguarded targets. Moreover, after the Night of the Black Knives, Lindell had been equipped with sentry's torches that could expose invisible targets. So Lucian decided to test the duration of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow invisibility mode ahead of time. Now that he had more charges of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, and his strength no longer left him constantly on edge, he felt more prepared. As long as he had one way to escape and one source of burst damage, there was nothing in the lands between that could truly threaten him anymore. So the charges weren't as precious as before, and he could afford to use one for testing. He believed it was necessary to test beforehand. If he entered the royal capital and found that the invisibility mode only lasted a few minutes, he might end up surrounded. At that point, he might be forced to use another super damage or invisibility just to escape. Either way, it was likely he'd need to use 2 charges of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow better to plan ahead. Back in the day, he wouldn't even dare use a 5x rune multiplier when using the likes of Hero's Rune, because he was too weak. He had no room for error. Back then, every use of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow was as precious as life itself. But now, Lucian had enough confidence. Aside from 2 reserved for emergencies, the rest were free to be used. He currently had 4 charges remaining. Using 1 to test was more than enough. Besides, many achievements weren't even hard to complete. Now, having personally experienced the invisibility, Lucian had a clear understanding of its effects. The results astonished him. During an hour of invisibility, neither he nor Torrent left shadow, sound, or even hoofprint upon the land. They seemed to exist in another dimension, unable to affect the world around them. Even when Lucian swung at the riders, his weapon passed harmlessly through their bodies. "This is too strong," he muttered, stroking the stubble at his chin. "No, this isn't mere invisibility at all. It's like Kamui from that ninja world." Yet he quickly grasped its limits. He could not attack without first dismissing the ability. It was invaluable for ambush or retreat, but not a substitute for true invulnerability. Continuous damage effects would not vanish, and against single, overwhelming strikes, the protection of invincibility was far more reliable. Still, for retreat, recovery, or setting up buffs before a strike, it had its uses. Lucian himself was not the sort to flee, but it was no waste to keep the tool at hand. As he pondered, the knight's cavalry found prey. Ahead lay a group of 20 to 30 tarnished, their chosen victims for tonight's slaughter. Lucian sighed. He had hoped to shadow them back to their lair, but he could not stand idle and let innocents die. He dismissed the invisibility. The cavalry spurred their steeds into a charge, sending the tarnished scattering in terror. But suddenly, within their own ranks, a figure appeared as though from nothing. They turned and their blood froze. The Storm King. When had he come? Why was he here, in their formation? No matter. He would die surrounded. Yet that thought would be their undoing. Torrent surged forward, swifter than the funeral steeds. Lucian's Dragon Slayer sword spear pierced one rider clean through, leaving the man hanging from the shaft. Weapons lashed from every side, but Lucian vaulted high, Torrent vanishing into mist beneath him. From above, the sword spear descended like a storm. A rider raised his halberd in defense, but it shattered as horse and man were driven into the ground, pinned in a crater. Magic flared outward, splitting the lands into jagged slabs, breaking their charge. Lucian swept his sword spear sideways, severing the forelegs of another funeral steed. Horse and rider tumbled down, only narrowly saved by comrades dragging them back. The knight's cavalry were shaken. Lucian's strength was far beyond Margit's reports. If he had wiped out their previous troop alone, then his power was monstrous indeed. Their commander's face hardened. In his grasp was a horn of black steel. If blown, it would summon every rider in Limgrave. The cost would be great, but Lucian was not a demigod. If all their number struck as one, they might yet drag him down. The mournful blast tore through the night. Across Limgrave, riders turned from their hunts and raced toward the sound. For the knight's cavalry, the meaning was clear. The highest prey had been found. T/N. The knight's cavalry were originally founded and led by Margit, the fell omen, who served as their commander and deliverer of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. I believe there is no direct evidence in the game that the knight's cavalry are aware of Margit's identity as a son of Queen Marika or his connection to Morgoth. 148, Volume 2, Chapter 55, The Last Stand of the Knight's Cavalry. 148, Volume 2, Chapter 55, The Last Stand of the Knight's Cavalry. Lucian watched with keen interest as the black-armored rider lifted a horn rod of pitch-dark steel and blue. He had never seen such an item before, but its purpose was easy enough to guess. It was a tool of signal and summons, used to call the other knight's cavalry to gather. Lucian did not interrupt them. Instead, he uncorked a long-neglected cerulean flask, letting the sweet blue tears refill his FP reserves. With every upgrade, the flask grew more fragrant, almost too pleasant to drink, and he found the taste strangely unfamiliar on his tongue. For the knight's cavalry to gather was no misfortune. In truth, Lucian welcomed it. If they came all at once, he could cull them in a single harvest. You like overwhelming the few with the many? Then tonight, I'll show you what it truly means to be unshakable. Yet Lucian did not simply stand idle. He used the waiting moments to instruct the nearby tarnished to find shelter. He could not know from which direction the riders would arrive, so he forbade them to leave his sight. Even if he might not be able to protect them once the battle began, huddling together in a defensible spot at least gave them a chance. The tarnished pressed their backs against the stones of a rocky slope, forming a knot of bodies to block one direction of attack. Night fell heavy, Limgrave drowned in darkness. Leaves rustled under a faint breeze. From all sides came faint hoofbeats, joined by the scraping of armored metal. Amid the silence of night, these sounds rang clear and sharp, ominous in their clarity, like the whisper before a storm. The tarnished clutched their weapons, knuckles white, clinging to a fragile sense of safety. The hoofbeats grew louder, bolder, no longer veiled or cautious. The knight's cavalry rode openly now, at full gallop. The pounding of hoofs shook the ground, hammered the hearts of those who listened. From the distant woods emerged the first squad of black riders, then another, and another still. Black steel devoured what little moonlight there was. The Tarnished could not bear to look at those dreadful knights, yet their eyes were drawn, trapped like insects before a flame. Even at distance, the pressure was suffocating. The knights' cavalry were like a gathering storm, each step heavier than the last. Fear spread through the Tarnished like a plague. Despair clutched their hearts, threatening to tear free from their chests. Their blood ran cold, numbed by hopelessness. A squad of 5 thundered past above their rocky refuge. The Tarnished could smell the stench of slaughter still clinging to them: iron, blood, death. The knights' cavalry were more than soldiers. They were nightmares made flesh, hunters who stalked the battlefield through fear. They were death itself to soldiers, knights, even heroes. Courage drowned in their presence. But in the center of that dark sea, Lucian stood unmoving, letting their dreadful aura crash against him. He did not falter. Instead, his battle spirit only burned higher. The riders took their positions, surrounding him on all sides, weapons lowered in silent readiness. Lucian swept his gaze around the encirclement. By his count, there were at least 40, perhaps 50. Likely, this was every last knight's cavalry remaining in Limgrave. And yet, surrounded as he was, Lucian felt not a shred of tension. In fact, he had the leisure to calculate how many runes this would yield. One knight's cavalry was worth over 7,000 runes. Multiply that by 50. He summoned the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow's blessing: 5-fold rune gain. Ding. Rune gain multiplier 5. Time remaining, 60 minutes. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Tonight, he would exterminate every last one of them. Now, it was not they who surrounded him, he had surrounded all of them. The night was utterly still. The riders made no needless words, no idle gestures. They simply stood, waiting for the signal to strike. Then he appeared. A towering rider strode for the knight's cavalry unlike the rest. His massive frame dwarfed his brethren, and the funeral steed beneath him was broader, taller, monstrous. He loomed half a body higher than the others. From beneath his helm curled grotesque omen horns, marking him as one accursed. In his grip was no halberd nor flail, but a gigantic chain hammer, an iron ball spiked and chained to its rear. This was their commander, the omen-blooded knight cavalry. He raised the great weapon and leveled it toward Lucian. As one, the knights' cavalry lifted their arms and surged forward in charge. The land quaked beneath their thunder. Lucian did not laugh, but his lips curved upward regardless. This was the battlefield he longed for. More. Let more come. No matter their number, he would stand until all of them lay dead. He raised his sword spear high. Golden lightning split the heavens, striking down to wreathe his weapon, thunder booming in its wake. In the darkness, the stormlight revealed his fervent face. The silence of night shattered beneath the roar of thunder. The battle began. Lucian gripped his sword spear with both hands and cleaved forward. A blast of thunder smote a rider, charring him black before the storm winds tore apart his half-burnt corpse. The others did not hesitate, vaulting over the body to continue their charge. Lucian knew such strikes would not halt them all. He swept his sword spear sideways, unleashing a storm wave that lashed at man and horse alike. The tempest staggered their charge, forcing them to slow. Yet even through the gale, they pressed on. But not all attacks came from the front. From behind, 2 riders had already drawn close, their steeds unnaturally fast. They bore no halberds or flails, but lances, absurdly long, meant to skewer foes in a single thrust. One from left, one from right, they drove their weapons forward. Grey phantoms manifested alongside them, sealing Lucian's avenues of evasion. Lucian did not dodge. His sword spear spun, batting their thrusts aside, storm blades tearing flesh as they swept past. Clinging to life, the pair flung chains in desperation, hoping to ensnare him. But the storm rose, and their last gambit was consumed, bodies and horses collapsing at his feet. They were the first to reach him but not the last. The others closed in, darting in and out with swift strikes, never lingering in his range. Unlike common cavalry, who fought in lines, these riders had mastered the art of surrounding and harrying a single mighty foe. They had trained countless times against the very idea of a powerful enemy. And so they came, wave upon wave. But Lucian cut them down in every fleeting moment between clash and retreat. Pierced, severed, torn by storm, they fell one by one. And though their weapons struck home as well, carving wounds into his flesh, Lucian stood immovable as stone, a rock against the tide. Around him, corpses piled man and beast, twisted in death. Blood slicked his armor. Wounds stung, his flesh torn and bruised. His right thigh was gashed, his left arm cut, his back crushed by a spiked flail. The Radagon soreseal upon him deepened every injury. It had been long since he bled so freely. Long since he had truly felt pain. And still he fought on. The Omen rider upon the hill watched, astonished. By their drills, even a weak demigod like Godric the Grafted could never withstand such an assault. And yet here stood the Storm King, still unbroken. 30 riders remained. To slay him seemed impossible. Yet the blood he shed proved he was not untouchable. Not like Lord Margit, whose terror had drowned entire hosts in blood. If they could wear Lucian down, exhaust him, they might yet topple him. Hope flickered. The commander urged his massive steed forward, joining the fray. The chain hammer whistled down, smashing into Lucian through the storm, spikes tearing into flesh. Lucian staggered, shoulder bloodied, yet when the Omen rider met his gaze, his heart chilled. Lucian smiled a beast's hungry grin. The hammer fell again, but Lucian caught it on his sword spear, pressing back. The ground tore beneath the Omen's steed, unable to advance. Lucian's form swelled, stormlight engulfing him, towering until he looked down even upon the rider's 3-meter frame. The Omen's eyes widened. He wheeled his steed, casting a chain to Lucian's leg in desperation, but when the beast pulled, Lucian did not budge. Instead, the Omen was dragged screaming from his mount, hurled to the ground at Lucian's feet. For the first time, fear seized him. Lucian's sword spear fell, cleaving another rider in two as he shielded his commander. Blood and entrails rained down. Panic surged. Desperate, the Omen invoked cursed flame, yellow and black fire consuming his body as he roared and struck once more. Spectral wraiths swarmed from his side, shrieking as they surged at Lucian. Lucian frowned. His storm passed harmlessly through them. They were incorporeal. He struck the Omen back, retreating several steps. He would not meet the curse head-on without knowing its nature. Grabbing a rider, he hurled him into the spirits. The man screamed as the wraiths devoured him, fire bursting from within until only a charred husk remained. The Omen bellowed, "Scatter! Escape! Carry word to Lord Margit." But half his riders refused. They rallied at his side, unwilling to abandon him. The rest turned, spurring their steeds to flee. They did not escape far. From the horizon came the Crucible Knights, silver-clad storm knights, dragging corpses bristling with arrows, the very riders who had tried to flee. Lucian had foreseen this, and arranged his own net. Now the knights' cavalry were surrounded utterly. The Omen rider roared, charging in a last stand with his men. Lucian met him head-on. Spears, flails, phantom doubles all clashed at once. Lucian seized chains, flung riders aside like dolls, and stamped down the burning hammer, pinning it. His sword spear flashed. The Omen's horned head flew. The others threw themselves upon him, willing to die if only to buy their commander's hope of escape. But one by one they fell, bodies broken and burned, until silence reigned. Lucian walked among them, delivering final thrusts, harvesting their runes. The last host of the knight's cavalry in Limgrave was no more. His storm spear pierced the night, scattering Morgoth's shadows. And still, the fire of Lucian's ambition burned bright. 149, Volume 2 Chapter 56, The Price of Knights' Cavalry. 149, Volume 2 Chapter 56, The Price of Knights' Cavalry. Lucian once again sat upon the throne of Stormvale. His left hand propped up his head, while his right toyed idly with a black horn taken from the knight's cavalry. Nearly every squad of those black riders carried one, and after this last battle he had gathered 7 or 8 of them. The sound was loud enough he even thought about distributing them among his own troops. But then another thought struck him: what if, during a muster, the horn called more knights' cavalry instead? Better to have his craftsmen make their own versions. Lucian himself did not fear the knights' cavalry. If they came, he would simply cut them down. But his soldiers could not face them as easily. He tossed the horns aside and began to think over what he had learned from this battle. The foremost figure was that large, twisted knight whose head bore the horns of Omen. He wielded yellow and black cursed blood flames and could summon spirits of the damned. Without doubt, he was one of the Omen King's cursed offspring. And clearly, he commanded this host of riders. That meant he was likely one of Morgoth's trusted lieutenants. His strength was considerable, and both his cursed fire and summoned wraiths required great caution. When Morgoth led the knight's cavalry, he did so as the fell Omen, Margit. They themselves bore no fear of the Omen, so to bring one of their kindred sons into their ranks was only natural. In terms of blood, the ties ran close. Ironically enough, Morgoth's true identity was hidden. He was in truth the veiled monarch of Lindell. Only when moving as Margit the fell Omen could he reveal his real face. Lucian could not help but find the thought darkly amusing. What surprised him most was the sheer number of knights' cavalry. This time alone, more than 50 had been drawn out. Counting them all, the first 10 he himself slew, the dozen cut down by the Crucible Knights, and the 50 lost in this last clash. Nearly 80 black riders had already been laid to rest in Limgrave. For a force of their caliber, this was no small loss. Morgoth's gamble had backfired. The knights' cavalry were not the strongest of warriors, but their numbers and coordination made them deadly. On a battlefield, 80 of them would be a spearhead none could withstand. Morgoth had likely sent them only to harry the Tarnished in Limgrave, not to mount a full assault. But their decision to hunt Lucian had brought about their ruin. By contrast, the Carrion Knights and Crucible Knights were few. Neither group numbered more than 20, yet each one was a true hero, capable of standing against 100 men. The knights' cavalry were lesser in individual might, but they had numbers, and that was their greatest advantage. If Morgoth had only dispatched half of his riders here, then the true host of the knights' cavalry was terrifying indeed. Even 80 more, held in reserve, would be near impossible to match in open war. And who could say how many more he truly commanded? In truth, had it not been for the terrain of Stormvale, which hindered cavalry, and the lack of supplies or siege engines, they might have taken the castle already if Lucian had not been there. And they were not the only threat. Lindell's strength was unmatched, not only its great numbers, but the quality of its soldiers as well. There were the tree sentinels, gargoyles, and the Lindell knights. and beyond them, constructs, trebuchets, perfumers, an arsenal of devastation. This battle left Lucian certain he still had to bide his time and grow stronger. Against the royal capital, his forces were still far from ready. First, he had to mold his Tarnished into a true army, and his high-ranking warriors were too few. Besides himself, only Alyssa and the 2 Crucible Knights could be counted as powerful heroes, and 3 was not enough. The Storm Knights were his next strongest force among knights. They stood at the peak. A handful among them had even brushed against the threshold of herohood, but they numbered only 30. The Drakeblood Knights and Silver Knights were more numerous, and could hold the field, but they were still green, their potential not yet fully realized. Time and tempering would be needed. True, the Silver Knights had proved themselves this time, turning the Knights' cavalry into pincushions from afar. But that had been under very favorable conditions. The Black Riders had already been bloodied and scattered, many wounded by Lucian himself. And Lucian had laid his plans carefully. Over 100 Silver Knights were sent to lie in wait, 10 bows leveled at each fleeing foe, while Crucible and Storm Knights pressed them hard. They had not expected the ambush. They died in shock, caught before they could even rally. Long against short, first strike against none, many against few. Of course they were slaughtered. In a fair fight, the Silver Knights would not have fared so well. Lucian sighed. Building an army was a long, weary task. Perhaps he had been too impatient. He had not even held Stormvale for long. Enough of brooding. He forced his thoughts towards something brighter. Though he had burned 2 uses of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, the bounty from the Knights' cavalry was immense. Each yielded around 7,000 runes, some closer to 8. A few had fallen to the Crucible Knights, but the majority were his kills. With the 5-fold rune boon active, the total haul reached over 1.5 million. Adding the scattered 30,000 he had carried, and another 100,000 gathered from battles between his last leveling and this one, he now held nearly 1.9 million runes. More than when he had defeated Godric. Quantity had made up for quality. Weak foes in mass could match even lords in their worth. If he ever abandoned his conscience, if he butchered towns and cities in short order, he could claim dominion over the lands between. An ordinary villager carried 50 or 60 runes. A trained soldier or knight, several hundred to several thousand. One storm unleashed upon a town would wipe out an entire swath of the weak. But Lucian had no intention of stooping so low. He wanted peace, not tyranny. The people of the lands between had suffered enough. He set such thoughts aside and considered his growth. This windfall of runes could raise him 20 levels at least. His vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity were already solid, especially with the great rune augmenting his body. When he grew in size through the rune, it redistributed its blessings into his flesh, effectively giving him another 7 points across the board. Instead, he looked elsewhere. More mind would mean more magic and skill usage. Intelligence was already high. In fact, with the rune's bonus, he sat at 37. Only one short of wielding the Night Comet of Celia. He put a single point into intelligence, raising it to 38, just enough. As for the rest, he chose faith. Through the great rune he had already parsed Agile's heart, unlocking dragon incantations Flame, Claws, and Bite. With 30 faith, he could wield them freely, and begin learning others as well. He knew the strength of incantations. Buffs like Golden Vow and Flame, grant me strength. Weapon enchantments like Sacred Blade, Black Flame Blade, Electrify Armament, or Barrier of Gold. All potent, all versatile. So he poured 14 points into faith, reaching 30. The remainder went into mind, 11 points, raising it to 40. His level leapt from 95 to 121. With the Great Rune's extra 7s, and Radagon's seal adding 5 more to his core stats, his spread now stood at Vigor 52, Mind 40, Endurance 35, Strength 42, Dexterity 33, Intelligence 38, Faith 30, Arcane 14. Not a master of one, but a true jack of all trades. A bucket build, as he mused with a grin. He rose and strode to the courtyard. The Dragon Communion seal flared upon his hand, and he channeled mana into it. The image of Agile filled his mind, and a phantom dragon's head loomed behind him, belching forth searing fire. The cost was high, but the power was undeniable. Lucian summoned a storm to swirl the flames, birthing a towering fire tornado that charred the very stones of the square. He twisted it further, guiding it outward, scattering the blaze. Nodding at the sight, he thought, with this, he could clear hordes or reshape the battlefield with ease. Later, in Redmane Castle, he would learn to wreathe his spear in fire. Then, with its natural lightning, he would wield a blade of thunder and flame. Still, one question gnawed at him: how did faith truly work? He had no devotion to the gods behind these incantations, yet by raising the stat he could wield their power. It felt strange. In the past, survival left no time to dwell on such mysteries. But now, with strength enough to breathe, his mind turned to questions long ignored. He gazed up at the sky. Was this all the work of the greater will? He shook his head. Such riddles had no answers, not now. Better to set his sights on something practical. For example, the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Morgoth was already his enemy. The Academy could have remained hidden, yet they had chosen to interfere. They had even sent Celia to strike at him. Why? He intended to find out. After a night's rest in Stormvale, Lucian set forth again, his path leading north toward Liurnia. 150, Volume 2, Chapter 57, The Monument of Stormvale. Lucian walked slowly along the great avenue within the castle, but as he passed a certain spot, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand and pointed toward something ahead, then turned to the Crucible Knight, Red, at his side. "What is that?" Following the direction of his lord's hand, Red looked. There stood a massive stone sword, carved from rock itself, its tip angled toward the heavens, its form wreathed in a sculpted storm. The craftsmanship was exquisite, so lifelike that it seemed as though a raging tempest had been frozen in time. Behind the statue of sword and storm was the very wall that had once been split open by Lucian's wind spirit Moon Shadow when he slew Godric the Grafted, its surface cleaved clean and smooth as a mirror. "This," Red explained, "is a monument, built in remembrance of the day you slew Godric and reclaimed Stormvale." Lucian raised a brow. He hadn't even known such a thing had been constructed here. At least they hadn't carved a likeness of him directly. That would have been far stranger to be stared at every day as though a shrine piece. He stepped closer and studied the monument. As art, it was quite beautiful. The sculptor's hand was skilled indeed. A sword entwined with storm, it was a fitting tribute, capturing the very spirit of that battle. When was this built? And why am I only learning of it now? Red thought for a moment. Construction began fairly early, once the main repairs to Stormvale were complete. It was scheduled soon after. Everyone meant to tell you once it was finished, but it only came to completion shortly after you left. So you missed the unveiling. Lucian grew curious. Whose idea had it been to raise such a monument? He half suspected Lancelot. It would be like him. And whose suggestion was it? But to his surprise, Red pointed at himself. "Mine and Andre's." Lucian considered this, then nodded. It did make sense. In the old days, the Crucible Knights had marched beside Godfrey, leaving battlefields and monuments scattered across the lands between. Perhaps the tradition of sword monuments, left behind to commemorate wars, had begun with them. He moved closer still, noticing that words had been carved into the base of the statue. Of course, what was a monument without an inscription? It read, "The battle for the return of storms. Lucian, the Stormlord, struck down Godric the Grafted and restored the Storm King's reign. Thus was Stormvale once more embraced by the storm." Lucian nodded. A simple inscription, yet it captured the essence of that day well enough. More than the boast of slaying Godric, it was that final line he favored, "Stormvale once more embraced by the storm." The word embraced carried a gentle note. It spoke not only of Stormvale's return to its rightful lord, but also of the benevolent governance Lucian sought to uphold, peaceful transitions after war, and harmony among peoples. Not merely rule, nor command, but an embrace. That was the word that resonated with him. Red, seeing his lord's satisfaction, continued. "In truth, after last night's battle with the Knights' Cavalry, we've already planned another monument, to be raised at the battlefield where we wiped them out from Limgrave." At first, Lucian thought to stop them. Such things consumed effort. But then again, monuments spread his name, his renown. They forged a legacy that manpower alone could not. And besides, this was his soldiers' devotion, their way of showing loyalty. Though most of these followers had once been foes, drawn to him only after battle, their bond with him had grown strong. And he had to admit there was something gratifying about being remembered this way. Leaving Stormvale by a hidden path at the rear, Lucian emerged at the cliff's edge. From the shadows of the passage, he stepped into the open, and once more beheld the vast, awe-inspiring sight of Liurnia spread before him. From this height, the view seemed without end, stretching infinitely outward, as though his gaze could swallow the world. Beneath him lay the boundless waters of Lake Liurnia, shimmering like a sea. Even in bright daylight, a pale blue mist clung to the lake, draping the land in mystery. Beneath the trees rising from the waters, glintstone crystals gleamed like starlight. On both eastern and western shores, dense forests spread in endless green. And in the far distance, the Grand Sorceress Academy of Raya Lucaria rose proudly, towering over the landscape. Beyond it all, the Erd tree bathed the horizon in golden warmth, balancing the lake's chill with light. Perhaps this was the harmony that once bound moon and Erd tree together. Lucian stood at the cliff's edge, drinking it in, gazing down upon one of the greatest vistas of the lands between. At his side, Melina also lingered on the scene, her voice soft with wonder. "Beautiful." Though Red was still present, Lucian could not help but respond, as if speaking only with her. "Truly beautiful." To Red, it might have sounded like a simple remark. He nodded after a pause. "Indeed." Hearing this, Melina laughed softly, covering her mouth. Though unseen, her carefree laughter softened Lucian's expression. But the harmony was soon broken. A sharp eagle's cry rang overhead. A moment later, a broken, bird-shaped marionette soldier fell from the sky, crashing down beside them. Its crude body was little more than sheets of iron hammered together with strange parts. The sound of metal on stone rang out as it shattered into pieces. Though mangled, it still twitched. Spotting Lucian and Red, it swung its scythe wildly, dragging itself in circles on the ground. Its legs had snapped from the fall. Lucian wasted no time, he kicked it cleanly off the cliff. Stormvale's rear cliffs were sheer, impassable terrain, never meant for invasion. Its defenses here were always light. Yet now, it seemed, even this was no longer safe. The Academy's marionettes could climb endlessly, heedless of losses. With bird-shaped dolls and hot air balloons, they buzzed like gnats, endlessly irritating. The marionette Lucian had kicked away tumbled down, crashing against stone spurs until it fell to pieces. Looking closer, he saw the cliff's base already littered with puppet corpses and shattered balloons, remnants of those slain earlier by Alyssa and the Stormhawks. One great hawk landed before him, its blade talons sinking into the land for balance. It was an aged Stormhawk, scarred and reforged. A mechanical throat sac had been grafted into its body, giving it the power to breathe fire. Its severed claws had been replaced with long blades, flesh and steel now fused inseparably. These were the cruel alterations made under Godric's rule. Every time Lucian looked at them, he felt a pang of sorrow. Yet the hawks were warriors, untroubled by their mutilations. Stronger than their kin, they fought now with unwavering loyalty to him. Lucian inclined his head, asking after Alyssa's whereabouts. The hawk took wing, circling ahead, waiting for them to follow. Guided thus, Lucian and his companions soon reached a ruined church beyond Stormvale. This was the Church of Irith, where the sorcerer Thops could be found in the lands between. But now it lay empty. Thops still busied himself with study in the castle. The church's sacred flask had long since been removed at Lucian's command. Now the place served as a rest camp for Alyssa and the Stormhawks. Inside, Stormhawks perched upon broken walls, resting their weary wings. Silver Knights lounged upon pews, longbows at their side. Since the marionette's attacks were only small-scale harassments, few knights were needed to hold the place. These posted here rotated shifts, using the assignment as training for their archery. The real burden of battle fell to Alyssa and the Stormhawks. She stood before a grand statue of Queen Marika, gazing upward in thought. Lucian knew this was her way of resting, standing still, conserving strength. She had once told him that in the snowfields, one had to master rest even in harshest conditions. When the knights noticed their lord, they immediately rose and saluted. Lucian waved them back, though none would sit again, their discipline unshaken. Alyssa turned, bowing low. "How are things here?" Lucian asked once she had straightened. "All well enough," she answered. "The Academy's purpose remains unclear, but for now they are only harassing us. The marionettes they send are weak, easily dealt with by the Stormhawks. Larger, stronger forces I handle myself, but their constant interference is vexing." Lucian trusted her words. For wide-area battles, Alyssa was unmatched, even more so than the Crucible Knights. Her sorceries, such as Zamar's Ice Storm, could freeze entire battlefields in a single cast, and she was not one to boast. If she said there was no problem, then there was none. What of the frequency of their attacks? Lucian pressed. Before Alyssa could answer, a Stormhawk's piercing cry rang out overhead. "Enemy sighted." She glanced skyward, then sighed. "There, you see, just like that. The harassment is near constant. The Stormhawks must take turns flying out to clear them away. And the larger groups strike without pattern, sometimes quickly, sometimes after long pauses. Impossible to predict." Lucian's brows furrowed. It was harassment, pure and simple. Annoying, not dangerous. He stepped outside the Church of Irith. "Come," he said. "I'll see this for myself." The timing was suspicious. For an attack to occur so soon after his arrival suggested the Academy was somehow aware of his presence. Liurnia was their domain. They could dispatch forces at will. Guided by Stormhawks, Lucian came to a cliff less steep than the rest. Here, marionettes were scrambling upward in clumsy droves. Some fell, shattering on the rocks below, only to be gathered up and reforged by their kin into new dolls. Above, bird-shaped puppets and balloons already clashed with the Stormhawks. Those carried archers with 4 arms, each hand clutching a bow, loosing arrows in rapid torrents. Accuracy was poor, but the sheer speed and chaos of their fire forced the hawks into constant evasion, shredding their stamina. No wonder the Stormhawks had seemed so weary. Still, the puppets were fragile. Few Stormhawks were injured, and in the time it took Lucian to arrive, the skies had nearly been cleared. Standing at the cliff's edge, Lucian spoke, his voice calm yet resonant. "Raya Lucaria, I know you can see and hear me. Whatever your reasons, hear my final warning. So long as a single servant of your Academy sets foot within my domain, war will begin at once, and I will march upon your turtle shell. Do not doubt that I can. Your seals are not without weakness." With that, he raised his right hand. Power surged forth, a storm bursting into being. His strength had grown since his recent ascension, vast enough to wield spells once deemed too wasteful. Winds howled up the cliffside, snatching marionettes into the sky like toys. Balloons and bird-shaped dolls alike were swept away, while the hawks soared freely, masters of the tempest. Lucian turned his palm upward, slowly closing his fist. The storm condensed into a dense, crushing sphere. Within, blades of wind scythed in every direction, reducing puppets to dust. At last, he opened his hand, and the remnants were cast away, scattered toward Raya Lucaria itself. For now, Lucian's focus lay upon the coming festival of combat. If the Academy behaved, he would allow them to live a little longer. But if they continued to provoke him, he would not hesitate to alter his path, and erase Raya Lucaria first.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.